Welcome, my dear family. Before we begin our spooky journey tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with anyone who enjoys bedtime scares. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me up a bit on YouTube. Now, relax, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's story. Why I took that trip. There is one route I still won't guide overnight. I've taken hunters through worse country. I've led underprepared tech guys from the bay through sudden sleet above the tree line. I've walked parents with blisters and crying kids back to a trailhead in the dark with one working headlamp between us. I've dealt with heat exhaustion, a rattlesnake strike, one broken ankle on decomposed granite, and a man who swore up and down he was having a heart attack when what he really had was his first panic attack in the woods. I've seen enough go wrong outdoors that I don't romanticize the backcountry, and I don't scare easy, but there is one drainage in the pines north of Sacramento that I will not enter after sunset, not for money, not for pride, not to prove anything to myself or anybody else. I should probably start by saying I'm not the kind of man people usually expect to tell a story like this. I'm not superstitious, never have been. I don't believe every shadow has teeth, and I don't think every strange noise in the woods means something is stalking you. Most of the time there's an answer. Wind shifts, loose bark, a deer moving where you didn't expect one, a branch settling after the heat leaves it, a tired mind turning half-heard sounds into something personal. That was my mindset back then, too. At the time this happened, I was working seasonal guide contracts in Northern California, mostly in pine-heavy backcountry a few hours north of Sacramento. The kind of country that looks forgiving on postcards and will still kill you if you treat it like a city park. I wasn't some grizzled old mountain man. I was in my early 30s, in decent shape, and had already built a reputation for being the calm one when things went sideways. Before guiding full-time, I'd spent several years volunteering as an EMT in a rural district. Before that, I'd done a stretch in the Army Reserve as a combat medic. Nothing glamorous, nothing movie-worthy, but enough to make me methodical, and enough that people tended to look at me when something bad happened and ask, "What do we do?" I liked that. Not because I wanted power over people, but because I preferred reality over panic. Panic gets people hurt. Routine keeps them alive. So that's what my work was built on. Routine, permits, weather checks, trailhead registration, water planning, distance estimates based on the slowest hiker, not the strongest, sunscreen reminders, electrolyte reminders, headlamp checks, extra batteries. A short talk at the start of every trip about poison oak, rattlesnakes, black bear etiquette, and what to do if somebody slipped out of sight on a switchback. I gave the same speech about staying visible, staying vocal, and not wandering off alone to just check something out. I checked satellite radio battery levels before every departure, even though half the country I worked in played dead with signals. I inspected soles, straps, pack weight, and whether people had the sense God gave gravel. If somebody showed up with a gallon of confidence and a half-liter bottle of water, I knew I was going to be babysitting them before lunchtime. That trip was not supposed to be one of those trips. It should have been the easiest overnight of the season. The weather was clean, mild daytime highs, cooler after sundown. Nothing sharp enough to trouble anybody with a decent base layer. No forecast storm, no thunderheads building over the ridges, no wildfire smoke turning the sun orange and your lungs to paper.
The trail itself wasn't especially punishing either.
There was one rocky washout in the back half of the route where runoff had eaten at the slope over the years. But beyond that, it was standard country. Pine duff underfoot, some uneven grade, roots crossing the trail like old knuckles, a few places where you had to watch your footing, and one or two where I'd tell people not to daydream near the edge. I knew the route. I knew the camp zone. I knew where the creek ran shallow late in the season and which patches of shade held the cold longest in the morning. I knew how the light moved through those trees in the afternoon and what the place smelled like when the air turned toward evening. Dry sap, sun-baked bark, old needles, dust, and that clean mineral note you get near moving water. If you'd asked me that morning to rank the trips most likely to turn ugly, I would have put that one at the bottom of the list. Maybe that's part of why I remember every small detail now. People think memory works like a camera. It doesn't. Not when fear gets involved. Fear is selective. It burns in the wrong things. A sound, a phrase, a patch of color. The way somebody's hand looked reaching for a zipper. The smell of stale coffee on somebody's breath while they were asking you a question that seemed harmless at the time. I remember that day with the kind of clarity I wish I didn't have. I remember the trailhead gravel lot shimmering in the late morning heat, the stones throwing back white light hard enough to make you squint. I remember half a dozen dusty Subarus lined up crooked, the kind with faded national park stickers in the rear windows and enough pine needles stuck in the trim to prove they belonged there. I remember one polished SUV among them, so clean it looked almost embarrassed to be parked in that lot. I remember the permit station with its cracked picnic table and the cheap Ranger map paper folded inside a cloudy plastic sleeve. I remember the sunblock smell hanging in the air near the signboard, where people read warnings they'd forget 10 minutes later. Pine sap, warm dust, old wood. Somebody's stale coffee in a dented thermos. That was the kind of place it was. Familiar. Ordinary, manageable. The kind of place where a man like me felt useful. A lot of clients liked that about me, I think. I wasn't trying to turn their hike into a spiritual awakening or some macho survival fantasy. I didn't speak in hushed tones about nature like it was a church. And I didn't go in for spooky local legends to make the trip feel colorful. I gave people what they'd paid for: a safe route, clear information, and enough confidence that they could enjoy themselves without wondering if every snapped twig meant a mountain lion had them penciled into its schedule. When I say I'm not prone to fantasy, I mean that seriously. I've spent enough nights outside to know most fear comes from the brain trying to complete a picture with bad information. At night, especially in dense timber, the world gives you fragments. Shape without color, sound without direction, motion without source. The mind hates that. It wants a complete thing, even if the complete thing is wrong. So it makes one. That's why I always trusted systems over feeling. Check the weather instead of getting a sense of it. Check the radio instead of assuming reception. Check the straps, count the bottles, inspect the map, mark the turnaround time, note the nearest extraction point, and don't let nerves invent mysteries where a little discipline would do. That attitude had served me well. It was also why, for a long time after, I tried very hard to find a normal explanation for what happened out there.
I've gone back over that day more times than I can count, trying to find the first mistake, the first warning I missed.
Some practical thing I could blame. Did I overlook a medical issue? Did I underestimate someone's stress level? Was there a sign of danger at the trailhead, on the trail, in camp, that would look obvious to me now if I'd only paid better attention then? Maybe. Maybe not. But before anything happened, before I had a reason to replay every second of it, there was nothing about that day that stood out in the wrong way. Not at first. I got there ahead of schedule, same as always. I liked having time to do one slow pass before clients arrived. Check the posting board, confirm no new closures, look over the latest fire restrictions, glance at the sky, feel the wind if there was any to feel, and get a sense of how many people were already moving through the trail system. The lot wasn't crowded. That mattered. Less traffic meant less noise, fewer chances of somebody setting up too close to us, fewer variables. Good overnight weather also tends to draw idiots. But that morning I didn't see any of the usual red flags. No coolers stacked like tailgate supplies. No teenagers in flat-soled sneakers. No overconfident men carrying pistols and cheap hip holsters like they were walking into a war zone instead of state-managed backcountry. I stood near the permit station for a while, with my clipboard tucked against my side, sipping coffee that had gone lukewarm in the drive up. I remember looking at the tree line and thinking how easy the day seemed. The pines were tall and still, except for the uppermost needles, moving just enough to catch the light. No haze, no smell of distant burn. Somewhere farther off I could hear a woodpecker tapping that dead bark with that patient, hollow sound that carries more than you'd think. The map sleeve on the table had split at one corner, and the paper inside had gone soft from too many hands and too much weather. I flattened it with my palm and traced the route I expected to take later that day, more from habit than need. Trailhead, gentle grade north, switchbacks through denser stand, narrow rise, drainage, camp area beyond. Easy. I actually remember smiling. That part irritates me now. It wasn't arrogance exactly, just confidence. The kind a person earns after enough clean trips and enough emergencies handled right. If there's any danger in competence, it's that it starts to feel like foresight. You begin to believe that because you usually spot trouble early, the absence of obvious trouble means there isn't any. I don't believe that anymore. Still, if you'd seen me then, you'd have trusted me. Most people did. I was organized, sober, direct, and not easily rattled. I carried a proper first aid kit, not some drugstore pouch with cartoon bandages and expired ointment. I packed extra water purification tabs, a backup lamp, and a paper map, even when clients thought apps had replaced common sense. I asked questions before leaving the trailhead that some people found annoying and always appreciated later. Anybody diabetic? Anybody prone to panic? Anyone keeping anything from me because they don't want to look weak in front of family? A surprising number of people laughed at that one and then answered honestly. That morning, as the heat rose in visible waves off the gravel and the smell of hot pine drifted through the lot, I remember thinking the coming trip would be almost restful. A simple overnight, competent adults, stable weather, nothing mean in the terrain beyond that one washed-out section of rock and exposed route where I'd keep everyone close and moving carefully. I did not know yet that years later I would still remember the exact color of that light. I did not know why. The The cracked picnic table, the faded map sleeve, the dusty Subarus, the warm stink of sunscreen and old coffee, and the shimmer over the lot would stay with me more vividly than whole months of my life. At the time, they were just details. Now I think they were the last ordinary things I saw before that route became something else in my head. Not cursed, not haunted in the storybook sense. I still don't have a clean word for it. Just wrong. Wrong in a way that took its time. Wrong in a way that looked, for a few more hours, exactly like an easy day in the woods. The family from Sacramento. They pulled into the lot about 15 minutes after I got there. I noticed their vehicle before I noticed them, mostly because it was the polished SUV I'd already clocked among the dusty Subarus and older trucks. It was a dark, metallic Lexus, clean enough that it still held reflections instead of dust. The kind of family car that said comfortable money without making a show of it. Not flashy, just expensive in a quiet, competent way. It looked strangely delicate sitting in that gravel lot under the pines, like something that belonged under a suburban garage light instead of beneath a weathered trailhead sign with faded snake warnings stapled to it. The engine cut off. Doors opened one after another, and just like that, the trip became real. The husband got out first. Richard Hart was somewhere in his late 60s, maybe brushing 70. Tall in that slightly stooped way some older men get when their joints are still reliable, but their back has started making editorial comments. He had close-cropped white hair, a narrow face, and the composed expression of somebody who had spent most of his adult life in rooms where panicking helped no one. Even before he introduced himself, I could tell he was a man who liked measurements, schedules, and things being where they belonged. He wore a clean long-sleeve fishing shirt, hiking pants with neat creases that would disappear before noon, and boots that looked well broken in but carefully maintained. Not new, not performative. Used correctly. That always told me something about people. He shut the driver's door, glanced once around the lot, and then turned back to the vehicle with the kind of instinctive attention that said he was already taking inventory in his head. Then Evelyn climbed out from the passenger side, and the whole atmosphere shifted a little. Some people arrive carrying their own weather. That was Evelyn. She was in her early 60s, shorter than Richard, with soft gray blonde hair pulled back in a loose tie, and the kind of open, easy face that made you feel she'd already decided to like you unless you gave her a reason not to. She wore pale blue trail pants, a long-sleeved overshirt, and soft brown hiking boots that looked more comfortable than technical. Around her neck hung an old compact digital camera in a faded fabric case. The kind people used before phone cameras flattened every moment into the same bright rectangle. She stepped out into the heat, tilted her face toward the trees, and smiled like she'd been waiting all week to smell pine again. The son emerged next. Daniel. He was probably around 40, though stress had tightened him in ways that made age hard to read at first glance. He had his father's height, but not his ease. Nice gear, expensive sunglasses, clean shave, watch too nice for the woods. Shoulders already carrying tension before his pack ever touched them. He moved like a man used to controlling outcomes and disliking environments that refused to be controlled. But he was polite right away, quick handshake, eye contact, introduced himself clearly, thanked me for taking them out. He had the clipped, efficient friendliness of a professional,
who lived most of his life on schedules and arguments. Then Mara came around from the back. She was the youngest by maybe a few years, mid-30s, in dark trail leggings, a breathable long-sleeve top, and a ball cap with a hospital logo on it that had gone pale from repeated washing. She had the calmest face of the group, not blank, just attentive. She reminded me, almost immediately, of other ER people I'd known, that particular mix of patience and readiness. The kind of person who didn't look dramatic until something went wrong, and then became the most useful human being within 50 yards. Her handshake was firm, her smile brief but genuine, and within 30 seconds of greeting me, she had already clocked the map, the weather posting, the water jug in the back of my truck, and where the nearest shade was. That told me a lot too. Families usually show themselves in the first 2 minutes, not the deep stuff.
Just the operating system. The Harts was obvious from the start. They liked each other. That mattered. A family that merely tolerates each other is twice as tiring in the woods as one that's out of shape, because every minor inconvenience turns into a referendum on 20 years of unspoken grievances. The Harts had history, sure, but it sat closer to the surface in the form of familiar teasing than real resentment. At least that was how it looked at first. Richard popped the rear hatch and started unloading with methodical efficiency. Packs came out one at a time and were set upright on the gravel instead of dropped. He checked straps, tugged buckles, and asked the same kinds of questions I would have asked if he hadn't. "You've got your filter?" Daniel sighed. "Yes, Dad." "Actual filter, not just tablets?" "Yes." "Mara?" "I'm 36, she said without heat. "I brought water." Evelyn laughed softly at that and touched 2 fingers to Richard's sleeve. That was something she did often, I would notice later. When she laughed, or when Richard said something dry enough to pass for sternness if you didn't know him well, she'd touch his arm or sleeve lightly, like she was underlining the affection beneath the sentence. It was such a small thing, but it stayed with me because it made the whole marriage legible in a second. He was controlled. She translated him. He worried. She softened the edge of it for other people. It made them easy to like. I introduced myself, went over the route, the mileage, the expected pace, the camp plan, and the standard safety talk. They listened. That alone put them above average. Most casual clients nod through briefings with the same expression people wear during airline safety demonstrations, confident nothing relevant can possibly happen to them. The Harts actually listened. Daniel asked smart questions about elevation change and signal coverage. Mara asked how reliable the satellite radio was under thick canopy. Richard wanted to know whether the creek crossing this late in the season still ran enough to justify filtering, or if I recommended carrying in the entire overnight supply from the trailhead. Evelyn, meanwhile, shaded her eyes and looked up toward the trees where the lot opened to the first rise. "Is that a hairy woodpecker?" she asked, "or a downy?" I followed her gaze automatically. There was a bird flicking along the bark of a pine at the edge of the lot, tiny from where we stood. "Hairy, I think," I said, "too big for a downy." She smiled at that like I'd passed a test I didn't know I was taking. "Oh good," she said, "I was hoping you were the real thing." Richard gave me a dry look over the top of one pack. "My wife likes birds more than most people." "That is not true," Evelyn said. "It's true enough." She laughed again and touched his sleeve. That easy affection lowered my guard fast. They had money. Sure, you could see it in the gear. Their hydration packs were the expensive kind, with better stitching and cleaner lines. Daniel had boots that probably cost north of $300 and looked like he'd read reviews for 3 weeks before buying them. Mara had a compact, neatly organized medical pouch clipped to her pack that told me she either worked in a hospital or liked pretending she did. Organic trail mix, too. I remember that because Evelyn offered me some before we'd even finished the gear check. Real almonds, dried cherries, pumpkin seeds, the kind that comes in matte resealable packaging with a label designed to look accidental, not the gas station stuff. She held it out toward me and said, "We brought enough food for a small Midwestern church social, so please help us reduce the shame." Daniel muttered, "Mom packs for the apocalypse." "For everyone's apocalypse," Richard corrected. "And somehow you still eat all of it," Mara said. The way they talked to each other was practiced, but not stale. Family jokes, family tones. The son, mildly exasperated. The daughter, observant and amused. The father, pretending not to fuss while fussing quite a lot. The mother, keeping everything buoyant without forcing it. There were little tensions underneath. Any family that denies that is lying. But they were the ordinary tensions of people who had loved each other long enough to accumulate scar tissue. That was the feeling I got from them. Healthy, loving, a little fragile in the way all families are once the children are grown and everyone has enough private disappointments to avoid stepping too hard on certain topics. Richard double-checked Evelyn's side straps himself before she put her pack on. Not because he thought she was helpless, that was obvious right away. It was a habit built from caring. He adjusted one sternum clip, pressed 2 fingers against the hydration hose to make sure it wasn't kinked, and asked whether she still wanted the lighter fleece on top of the pack for easy access. "I'm fine," she said. "You always say that before you're cold. And you always say that like I haven't been married to you for 41 years. 42. She blinked. "See, this is why I keep you around." There was another little touch to his sleeve, another smile. I remember feeling something I always appreciated with clients. Relief. Not excitement. Relief. Because once I had a group sorted in my head, the work became easier. I knew who would overestimate themselves. I knew who would need a little more water than they thought. I knew who might hide an injury to avoid being embarrassed. And I knew who would follow instruction when it mattered. The Harts, I decided, were low risk. Not effortless. Daniel would probably push pace too hard if I let him. Richard would pretend he didn't need rest when he did. Evelyn might stop to look at every bird call in 3 counties if no one kept the group moving. Mara would likely become my unofficial second set of eyes, which I didn't mind at all. But overall, they were exactly the kind of overnight group I liked most. Capable enough to enjoy the woods, civil enough not to turn the trip into a marriage tribunal, and sensible enough that I wasn't already planning an extraction in my head. That confidence lasted all the way through the trail briefing and into the final gear shuffle. I walked them through the basics once more before we started. Stay together in visual range. Call out if you step off trail, even for privacy. Don't count on phones. Don't feed anything. Don't leave scented trash unsecured. And if I tell you to stop, you stop first and ask why second. Mara nodded before I'd even finished. Daniel gave the kind of look that suggested he found the rule obvious. Richard just said, "Fair." Evelyn lifted her old camera and aimed it toward the signboard. then toward the line of dusty cars, then toward the pines beyond them. "You still use that?" Daniel asked. She lowered it and smiled. "I do." "You know your phone takes better pictures." "That's exactly the problem," she said. He frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means phones make people photograph too much and notice too little." Mara snorted softly. "That actually sounds like you." "It is me," Evelyn said. "That's why it's wise." Then she turned to me and asked if the burn scar visible on the far slope was from the bad fire season a few years earlier, and whether woodpeckers really favored damaged trees after low-intensity burns. We got into a short conversation about fire ecology there in the gravel lot, the rest of the family half listening while finishing straps and loading trekking poles. She knew enough to ask the right questions without sounding like she was performing interest for my benefit. That stood out. A lot of clients want to seem engaged. Evelyn actually was. By then, I had relaxed enough that I was already mentally placing the whole trip in the easy column. And then, just before we started up the trail, I mentioned the one mildly awkward patch on the route. "There's an old washout in the second half," I said, tapping the map through the plastic sleeve. "Nothing serious, just a rocky drainage where runoff chewed into the slope over the years. We'll take it slow there." Richard nodded. Daniel glanced at the map. Mara took a sip from her water. Evelyn didn't say anything right away. That was the first tiny pause. Not dramatic, not cinematic, just a beat too long. When I looked up from the map, she was staring not at me, but toward the tree line past the trailhead, where the pines thickened and the light changed from open morning to a deeper green shade. Her smile hadn't vanished exactly. It had just gone still. Then she asked, casually enough that I almost missed the shape of the question beneath it. "Was there ever a cabin up there? Or a mine? Something people used to disappear into?" For a second, I thought I'd misheard her. Richard gave a small laugh. "That took a turn." Evelyn blinked and looked back at us. "What? I was just asking." Daniel said, "Mom, what kind of question is that?" "The kind people ask guides," she said lightly, though something in her tone felt a fraction delayed, like she'd stepped back into the conversation from farther away than she should have been. I shrugged it off. "No idea," I said. "Probably just old erosion and runoff. Maybe old animal den activity farther off. Nothing on the official maps." That seemed to satisfy everybody but Mara. She wasn't staring, not exactly, just watching her mother, the way medical people watch a patient who has said something small but odd enough to log mentally for later. Evelyn noticed and smiled at her. "What?" she asked. "Nothing," Mara said. Richard shouldered his pack. "If there's a mine, Daniel can sue it." Daniel rolled his eyes. Evelyn laughed. The moment dissolved. At the time, that was all it was. A strange little question in a bright gravel lot under ordinary sun. If I'd attached weight to every offbeat thing a client ever said before a hike, I'd never have gotten anybody out of the parking area. So I let it go. I gave the final nod toward the trailhead, adjusted the radio clipped to my pack strap, and started us moving. Behind me, boots crunched over gravel. Packs settled. Trekking poles clicked once before finding rhythm. The family fell into motion with the ease of people who had done enough smaller versions of this before. And as we stepped out of the heat shimmer of the lot and into the first long shade of the pines, I remember thinking, with complete confidence, that I knew exactly what kind of trip this was going to be. That is another part I hate remembering, because by then, I liked them. And because Evelyn, more than any of them, already felt fixed in my mind as one of those clients you remember fondly later. The warm one, the observant one, the woman with the old camera and the quiet laugh, and the way she touched her husband's sleeve when she smiled. The kind of person whose face makes what comes later hurt more than it should. The trail changed once we left the open brightness of the lot behind. That always happened, of course. That was the point of going in. But some transitions feel gradual, and some feel like crossing an invisible line. The first half mile on that route wound through scattered pines, with enough space between them for sunlight to pour down clean and direct, striping the ground in bright bands over granite dust and old needles. Then the forest began to gather itself. The trunks stood closer together, the shade deepened, the air cooled by degrees too slight to notice all at once, and the sounds from the trailhead, engines, voices, a dog barking somewhere back in civilization, fell away, until there was nothing left but the creek, the wind moving high above us, and the dry, rhythmic scrape of boots over dirt. It was a beautiful afternoon. I say that because it's true, and because ugly things don't only happen in ugly places. If anything, they happen more often in places that let you drop your guard first. The light through the pines had gone golden by then, but not yet weak. It came down, filtered through layers of needles, warm and honey-colored where it struck the trunks, greener where it caught the understory, and thin as gauze where it reached the trail itself. We crossed and recrossed the sound of water long before we saw much of it, one of those narrow creek systems that twists through the backcountry and makes itself known by echo and temperature first. Sometimes the trail lifted above it, and the sound went hollow and distant. Sometimes it dipped nearer, and you could hear the quick, cold chatter of it over rock. Once, in a small break between the trees, Evelyn stopped just long enough to photograph a bright run of water flashing over stone like broken glass. "Don't stop me if I become unbearable," she said, lowering the camera. "I think we're past that point already," Daniel said from behind her. Richard, who had been checking the fit of his pack's shoulder strap while walking, said, "You became unbearable around 1989. "That was a strong year for me," Evelyn said. Mara laughed under her breath, and just like that, the group loosened another degree. That was how the afternoon went for a while. Easy miles, a decent pace. Just enough conversation that nobody felt trapped in their own lungs. Not so much that people burned themselves out. That part of guiding is less visible than clients think. People imagine the work is mostly route finding and carrying a radio, but pacing matters more than most of them ever notice. Too fast and they arrive at camp irritable, hungry, and one bad moment from turning on each other. Too slow and they start to feel managed, which irritates a different kind of person. You learn to read breathing, stride length, the way shoulders settle after the first hour. The right pace is the one nobody talks about. The Harts were easy to read. Richard was steady, if a little proud. He would never be the one to ask for a break first, even if he needed it. Daniel started out walking, just half a beat faster than everyone else, then corrected once he realized I wasn't going to let him set the rhythm. Mara fell naturally into the rear third of the line without anyone asking, the same way competent medical people often do, not because they want distance,
but because they like to see the whole moving machine. Evelyn had the lightest step of the group, though she stopped more often, not from fatigue, but because something had caught her attention. A woodpecker, a strip of old burn scar high on a trunk, a patch of lichen. Once a spray of tiny purple wildflowers growing out of a crack in the granite beside the trail. I pointed out hazards as we went, mostly without ceremony. A patch of loose rock on a slope, poison oak on the left, a root tangle hidden under needles, fresh bear scat, old enough not to worry me, but not so old I ignored it. I kept my tone matter of fact. That was important.
People take their cues from you, whether they know they are or not. If you sound tense, they get tense. If you sound bored, they miss things. Calm attention, that was the sweet spot. We stopped once in a shaded bend to drink and shift weight off our feet. Daniel passed around some kind of protein bar that tasted faintly of peanut butter and cardboard. Richard sat on a flat rock and pretended not to enjoy resting. Mara topped off from a bottle and looked uphill into the trees like she was listening to the heat leave the day. Evelyn crouched to take a picture of a burned stump where sap had bubbled and hardened into dark, glassy tears. "You all right there?" I asked her. She glanced up. "Mm-hmm." Then, after a second, "Did the big fire ever come through here?" "Not through this exact drainage," I said. "Close enough that you can still see old damage in patches." She rested a hand on the stump, fingers spread lightly over the blackened wood. "Funny how some things survive and some don't." Richard got up with a soft grunt. "That's a little heavy for snack break." She smiled without looking at him. "You married heavy." "That much is true." Another laugh, another little touch to his sleeve when we started walking again. By late afternoon, the heat had started easing for real. You could feel it in the air and in the pace of the conversation. People talk differently once they know the hardest part of the day is behind them. More personal, less performative. The Harts began opening up, the way families do when they've spent enough hours together on a trail to forget they're being observed. I learned that Richard had retired from civil engineering 2 years earlier and still took calls from old colleagues who could not accept that retirement meant he was no longer free consulting labor. Daniel handled litigation, which explained a lot about his baseline tension. Mara worked in an ER outside Sacramento and had the driest sense of humor in the family, which explained the rest. Evelyn had spent years doing part-time library work and volunteer bird counts and seemed genuinely delighted by almost every living thing that crossed her line of sight. It was, by every ordinary measure, a good group. That was what I was still thinking when we reached the campsite. The clearing sat on a slight rise above the drainage, tucked in a stand of pines old enough to cast generous shade without choking out every bit of open ground. It had clearly been used before, legally and repeatedly, though not recently. There was an old ring of stones for a fire, properly placed and half sunk into the earth, enough flat ground for several tents, good tree spacing, deadfall nearby for processed firewood if needed, though I carried in backup fuel when fire restrictions were touchy. The drainage itself ran east of the clearing, shallow that time of year, but cut enough into the land that I didn't want anyone stumbling around near it in the dark. The rise gave us a dry camp and just enough elevation that, if weather rolled in, we wouldn't be sleeping in a mud trap. Most importantly, it had the right balance of openness. You could see the tree line from camp at night, which matters. Total enclosure makes people jumpy, but it wasn't so open that you felt
exposed or stranded under the sky. There were trunks, shadows, edges, enough shape to feel sheltered, not enough to feel boxed in. "Not bad," Richard said, looking around. "Dad," Daniel said, "that's practically a rave review." "It means I approve." Evelyn took a slow turn in place, camera hanging against her chest. "It's lovely." Morrow looked toward the drainage, then back toward me. "Any reason not to camp here?" "None I see," I said, and meant it. At least, I thought I did. We slid into camp routine easily.
That's another thing that lowers your guard. Useful work. Packs came off. Tent footprints got chosen. Stakes got pressed into earth that still held the day's warmth under the cooling surface layer. Richard and Daniel set up the larger tent while I got my own smaller one pitched, and then helped Mara with a pole sleeve that had snagged on itself. Evelyn unrolled sleeping pads and arranged them with the easy confidence of someone who had camped before, if not recently. Someone set a camp chair too close to the fire ring, and someone else moved it. Water got sorted, stove came out. A small, practical civilization built itself in under half an hour. The smell of boiled coffee arrived before the water was fully ready, because your brain starts anticipating it the second a camp stove catches. That smell mixed with hot metal, pine duff, and the fading heat of stone makes a kind of temporary home in the woods. You can almost feel people unclench around it. Richard accepted the mug I handed him and said, "I would like the record to reflect that I was promised something rugged, and so far this is civilized enough to sue over." Daniel took his cup black and too hot. Mara thanked me without looking up from the med kit she was reorganizing inside her pack for no reason beyond habit. Evelyn held her coffee in both hands and let the steam hit her face with closed eyes for a second, like it was a blessing. "Now this," she said, "is why I agreed to children." "That was not the sequence of events," Richard said. "Memory is flexible. It is, in your case, a weapon." She laughed, and there was that touch again. 2 fingers to his sleeve, light and automatic. I remember it so clearly because by then it had become part of the background rhythm of them. A reassurance, a punctuation mark. Dusk came slowly, the way it does in timber, not as a single dimming but in layers. First, the sun withdrew from the lower trunks. Then the gold thinned between the trees. Then the open patch above camp turned from blue to something paler, and the cold began gathering in the hollows before it touched the rise where we sat. That should have brought bugs. It didn't. Not many, anyway. A few here and there. Not the cloud I would have expected near water and old pine litter in the early evening. I noticed it, filed it away, and moved on. Sometimes you just get nights like that. Temperature shifts, air currents, seasonal weirdness. Still, it was one of the first small things. The second was the quiet. Not total quiet. Forests are almost never completely silent. There was still creek noise from below us, still the occasional tick of cooling wood, still a far-off bird call once or twice as daylight thinned out. But there was less life in it than there should have been. Less insect chatter, less small, restless movement in the brush. The woods around camp felt as if they had settled too early and too completely. Like a room going still when somebody unfamiliar steps into it. I caught myself noticing that and immediately explained it away. Long day. New group. Light dropping. Easy to read mood into natural quiet if you're primed for it. So I stood up, took 2 empty mugs, and walked them over toward my gear. On the way back, I took a slow pass around the eastern edge of camp, where the rise dipped toward the drainage. That was where I smelled it. Faint, intermittent, not strong enough to stop me cold, just enough to make me pause and draw in a second breath to make sure I hadn't imagined it. Sweet and rotten at the same time. Not quite carrion, not quite swamp, not quite spoiled meat, but somewhere in that family of smells. A damp, organic wrongness that seemed to hang low to the ground and then disappear when I moved 2 steps either direction. I stood there for a moment, looking down where the land fell away into darker growth and the dry, rocky shape of the washout beyond it. Nothing moved, nothing made sound. The smell thinned and was gone. "Everything okay?" Mara asked from behind me. I turned. She was standing a few yards back with her empty cup in one hand. "Yeah," I said, "just checking the edge." She nodded once, but her eyes flicked past me toward the darkening drainage before she headed back toward the others. That was another thing about her. She noticed when people paused. By the time I came back to the fire ring, the shadows had lengthened enough that the tree line looked flatter than it had an hour before. Evelyn had her old camera out again. She stood a little apart from the others, pointing it toward the eastern side of camp, where the pines thickened and the last gray light was draining out between them. "Trying to catch the spooky mood?" Daniel asked. "Trying to prove it exists," she said. The flash went off, sharp, white, startling in the dim. For a second, every trunk at that edge of camp looked cut out and pinned in place. Then, darkness folded back in around them. Later, while we were eating, she checked the camera screen and frowned. "That's strange." "What?" Richard asked. "It came out black." "Let me see." She held it up. From where I sat, I could just make out a dark rectangle with the faintest ghost of reflected flash, and almost no detail at all. "Maybe the lens cap was on," Daniel said. "It doesn't have a lens cap." "Then maybe it's old and hates you." "It has years left in it." Richard leaned in, squinting. "Could just be the contrast. Too dark back there." Evelyn still looked puzzled. "Even with flash?" Nobody answered that. Nobody needed to. Cameras do odd things in low light all the time. That was the reasonable explanation, so the moment passed. Then something knocked. Just once. Hard enough that every one of us looked up. It came from beyond the drainage to the east. Not close enough to be inside camp. Not distant enough to feel irrelevant. A single blunt sound. Wood on wood, maybe, or something solid striking a trunk. Too heavy for a squirrel, too singular for a falling branch. It didn't echo so much as stop the whole clearing for a beat. Daniel was the first to speak. "What was that?" I listened for a follow-up sound and got nothing. "Probably deadfall shifting," I said. "Temperature drops, things settle." Richard looked toward the trees. Sounded deliberate. "That's because it was one sound," I said. "Natural stuff always sounds more intentional at night." That was true. Also, I said it because I wanted it to be true. Nobody argued. The conversation resumed, though not with quite the same looseness as before. We ate in the deepening dark and let the fire build itself up from practical heat to something more companionable. The family told stories then. Old road trips, some disastrous Thanksgiving involving a deep-fried turkey and a broken deck railing,
Daniel getting lost in Yosemite as a kid for all of 6 minutes and milking the trauma for years after. It was good material, familiar material, the kind that makes people into themselves more fully around a fire. That was why what Evelyn said next landed as oddly as it did. It wasn't the first time she'd edged toward the subject, but now the dark had settled enough around us that the question seemed to come from a different place. She was looking into the flames when she asked it. "Has anyone ever died out here?" Nobody answered immediately, not because it was such a shocking thought. People die outdoors all the time. Falls, exposure, heart attacks, bad decisions compounded by weather. But the way she asked it didn't sound casual this time.
It sounded like she was trying to connect a thought she'd been having quietly all evening to a shape the rest of us might confirm. Richard sighed. "Ev." "What? I'm asking." "You are trying to start ghost stories." "I am not." "Mom," Mara said, half amused, half warning. Evelyn looked at me across the fire. The light moved across her face, leaving her eyes darker than the rest. "Well?" she asked. I shrugged. "Probably, at some point. People die everywhere eventually." "That's reassuring," Daniel said. "It's honest." Richard gave Evelyn a look. No haunted cabins, no buried miners, no murdered honeymooners. Let the man finish one trip before you turn it into cable television. She smiled at that. Only this time it landed wrong. I can't explain it better than that. Same mouth, same expression technically, but there was something missing from it. Some warmth, some immediate human recognition that usually travels with a smile and tells you it belongs to the moment you're sharing. This one looked delayed, as if it had reached her face a fraction of a second after it was supposed to. Then it was gone. She took a sip of coffee gone lukewarm in the mug and asked Mara if she wanted the rest. Mara said no. Richard began stacking things for cleanup. Daniel yawned. The fire collapsed inward and sent up a clean ribbon of sparks. By the time everyone started turning in, I had talked myself all the way back down. Long day, family chatter, tired minds, a few odd moments, nothing more. That is how people keep themselves calm in the dark, not by feeling brave, but by choosing the explanation that lets them go on. We banked the fire low, zippers closed one by one, final headlamp beams cut over packs and boots and vanished. The clearing settled into shapes rather than objects. My own tent held the residual smell of nylon, dust, and cooling earth. I slid into my sleeping bag, fully expecting the night to be uneventful. For a while, it was. I lay there, listening the way I always do the first hour in a new camp. Not anxious, just alert enough to register if somebody got up, if an animal came too close, if wind shifted, if weather changed its mind. The creek moved softly below. Somewhere high above, branches rubbed once and stopped. From the family tent came one low murmur of voices, then nothing. I must have started drifting, because the next sound reached me from that half place where your mind is still making sense of the world, but no longer quickly. A woman's voice, soft, near enough to be in camp, far enough not to belong anywhere I could place. "Mom?" My eyes opened in the dark. For one stupid second, I thought Mara had stepped outside and was calling toward the trees.
Then I heard the tiny rustle of fabric from inside the family tent.
Someone was still in there. I held still, listening harder. No zipper, no footsteps in camp, no second call. Just the dark and the creak, and my own pulse beginning to pick up for a reason I did not yet want to admit. I waited for one of them to answer from inside the tent. No one did, because the voice hadn't come from the tent. It had come from the trees beyond the drainage, and it had sounded enough like Mara that, half asleep, I'd believed it for a second. There is a kind of darkness people only think they understand. Most of them mean the dark they've seen from a back porch, or through the windshield on some empty road, or in a bedroom after the power goes out. That isn't the same thing, not even close. Real wilderness dark, pine country dark, miles from anything dark, doesn't just reduce what you can see. It changes the way space feels. It takes edges first, then distance, then proportion. A tree 20 feet away can look like it's standing at the far end of a tunnel. A sound from downhill can seem level with your shoulder. Your headlamp stops being a helpful tool and becomes a narrow, shaky argument against a world that has decided not to explain itself to you. People who haven't spent nights out there tend to imagine darkness like a curtain. It's not. It's a swallowing absence. The beam from a light doesn't really push it back. It only carves out a thin column of temporary permission. Beyond that, the woods remain exactly what they were: present, waiting, and mostly uninterested in whether you can make sense of them. That was the kind of dark around camp when Richard woke me. I didn't come fully awake all at once. First, there was the shape of my own tent around me, the low angle of nylon over my face, the faint smell of dirt and synthetic fabric, the cocoon heat of the sleeping bag that had gone cool near the zipper. Then came the sound. Not loud. That was what made it worse. A whisper from just outside the tent wall, tight with the kind of control people use when they are already panicking and trying not to infect everyone else with it. Hey. I opened my eyes and lay still for a second, trying to orient without moving too fast. Then again, quieter and more urgent. Hey, I'm sorry. I need you. Richard. I was already reaching for my headlamp by then. The beam snapped on and instantly made the inside of the tent feel smaller, harsher, too close. I unzipped the flap and leaned out into air that had turned cold enough to bite the sweat left in my shirt from the day before. Richard was crouched just beyond the opening, one hand braced on his knee, the other still half lifted, as if he'd been about to knock again and thought better of it. Even in that weak cone of light, he looked wrong. Not frightened exactly, worse than that. Contained. Drained. Like whatever was happening had already gone past the point where alarm was useful. "What is it?" I asked. He swallowed first. "Evelyn's gone." For 1 second, still not fully awake, I thought he meant she'd walked off to relieve herself and hadn't come right back. Annoying, but not catastrophic. The kind of thing that gets fixed with a flashlight in a stern conversation. Then I saw his face properly. No confusion there. No irritation. No, "Can you help me find her?" Gone meant gone. I got out fast, shoved my boots on without lacing them all the way, and followed him the few steps to the family tent. The clearing around us barely existed beyond the headlamp glow. The fire had collapsed into a low red memory inside the stone ring, throwing almost no useful light. Everything else was swallowed by that pre-dawn blackness, the hour when night feels deepest because your body expects morning to be closer than it is. Richard held the tent flap open for me. I ducked and shone my light inside. The first thing I noticed was the empty space, not because there was much room to begin with. It was a standard family backpacking tent. 2 sleeping pads on either side, gear tucked along the edges, a narrow center line of floor where knees and elbows had to negotiate. But absence has shape when you know what should be occupying it. Evelyn's side of the tent looked wrong immediately. Her sleeping bag was twisted inward, not thrown back or neatly unzipped the way it would have been if she'd gotten up calmly. It looked as if her body had rotated against it, while being pulled or while dragging herself out in a hurry. The top half had corkscrewed toward the center. One corner of the pad showed bare where the bag had slipped off it. Her boots were still there. That detail hit hard because it made no sense before I'd even had time to decide whether I was frightened. They sat side by side near the door, toes pointed toward the opening, as if she had taken them off carefully before bed and never touched them again. Beside them, her flashlight, switched off, still clipped to the outside pocket of her day pack. And across the tent floor, from where her bag had been toward the partly open flap, was a long smear of dirt. Not a footprint, not loose trail dust tracked in by accident. A dragged, uneven streak, narrow in places and wider in others, as though something muddy had been pulled across the nylon floor and out through the opening. I remember crouching lower with the light and seeing tiny bits of pine needle and grit embedded in it. Behind me, Mara said, "Oh my God." I hadn't heard her get up. She was standing a few feet back in the clearing, with Daniel right behind her, both of them pale in the headlamp spill, both wearing that same expression people get when the brain hasn't decided yet whether to deny what it sees or surrender to it. "Mom?" Daniel called, too loud already. "Don't," I said, sharper than I meant to. Then I steadied my voice. "Not like that." I backed out of the tent and straightened, forcing myself into procedure before panic could outrun thought. That is the only useful thing training does for you in a moment like that. It doesn't make you fearless. It gives fear a job to do. "When did you notice?" I asked Richard. He rubbed one hand over his mouth. "I woke up because I thought she was moving around. I reached over and..." He looked back at the tent instead of finishing. "She wasn't there. I thought she might be outside. Then I saw the flap." "How long ago?" "I don't know. A minute? 2? Maybe 3. That was bad. Not because it was too long, but because it was short enough that she should still have been close, unless something had gone wrong immediately. I took one slow sweep of the camp perimeter with my light, careful not to overmove the beam. That matters too. When people panic, they slash light around wildly and create motion where there isn't any. The clearing came back to me in fragments. My own tent, the banked coals, the stove packed near a log, the hanging shadows of the pines, the slope falling away east toward the drainage. No obvious figure, no movement in camp. "Okay," I said, and kept my voice level on purpose. "Nobody goes anywhere alone. Keep lights on, keep each other visible.
We do this slow and smart. Daniel was already grabbing for his own flashlight. I'm going after her. No, you're not, I said. He looked at me like he might argue. I stepped toward him before he could. You don't know if she's disoriented, hurt, or if she's 5 yards from camp and can't see us. You start running in this dark, I'm looking for 2 people instead of 1. That landed. Barely, but enough. Mara had gone very still, in the way competent people sometimes do when fear has found a hard knot inside them.
What do you want us to do? I pointed as I spoke. Lights visible at all times. Nobody beyond shouting range. No one breaks line of sight without telling me first. We call for her, but we do not keep moving if we can't still see each other's beams. Understood? They all nodded. Richard's voice had roughened. She wouldn't go far without shoes. No, I thought. She wouldn't. But I didn't say it. Instead, I walked to the edge of camp and scanned down toward the drainage. The beam caught low brush, pale rock, roots, the suggestion of a path where the slope broke unevenly into shadow. Nothing human, nothing I could name. Evelyn, I called, not shouting but carrying. The sound went out into the trees and came back thin and wrong, the forest trimming it into something flatter than it had been in my mouth. No answer. Daniel tried next. Mom? His voice cracked on the word, which made it sound younger than he was. For maybe 2 seconds there was nothing. Then, faintly, from downhill and to the east, beyond the dark fold of the drainage. It was so soft, I almost thought the creek had shaped itself into something that resembled a voice. But everyone heard enough of it to freeze. That was her, Richard said immediately. Mara took 1 step forward. Mom? This time, I raised my hand without looking back. Stay where you are. Because even as the sound from downhill settled into our nerves, something else happened. Behind us, uphill to the west, no more than a second or 2 later, came the clean, dry crack of something stepping on fallen wood. Not a little sound, not the tick of a branch dropping somewhere in the canopy. A deliberate break under weight. All 4 of them turned at once. I swung my light that direction so fast, the beam shook over trunks and low brush, and then steadied again. Nothing. The space uphill behind camp looked ordinary in the cruel way dark things often do. Tree after tree after tree. Bark. Shadow. Needles. No face, no body, no reflective eye shine. Just the suggestion, now already dissolving, that something had occupied a specific place a second earlier and chosen not to anymore. Daniel said, "What the hell was that?" No one answered him. Because now the camp had split in our minds. Evelyn, or something answering to Evelyn, had made sound downhill. But something had moved uphill behind us, and in that kind of darkness, you lose your natural sense of map almost immediately. The clearing stops being a center and starts being a problem. Every direction feels equally possible, equally wrong. I knew where the drainage was. I knew the slope. I knew where the trail should have been relative to camp and how the trees opened near the rise. But knowledge and feeling were no longer the same thing. My body had started reacting to sound instead of terrain, and sound was lying. "Okay," I said again, though this time it came out tighter. "Richard, with me. Daniel, stay on Mara. Nobody runs." We move 5 yards at a time and stop. Daniel stared at the blackness downhill. That was her. I know what you heard. Then why are we standing here? Because I also heard something behind us. His jaw tightened. Mara said quietly, "He's right." That made him look at her instead. She didn't blink. "In this dark," she said, "you chase one voice, you lose the others." Practical, calm, exactly the kind of sentence I'd hoped somebody besides me would say. We started moving as a group, but only just. A few measured steps toward the drainage, lights low enough to catch ground hazards, then up again to scan. My ears were working harder than my eyes by then, which is a bad sign in the woods. Eyes at least show you what they're failing to resolve. Ears hand you information with the confidence of truth and let your brain ruin itself arranging it in space. The creek sounded closer now, or maybe the darkness had simply stripped away everything else until the water took up more room in the world. A breeze moved high in the pines but didn't touch us below. Somewhere off to the right, something small scurried and stopped. The smell of earth was colder down there, stonier, damp trapped under old roots and dry surface needles. "Evelyn!" Richard called, louder this time. No answer. Then from farther downhill than before, or maybe from the same place and only seeming farther, came another faint sound. Not words, not clearly, just enough voice in it to turn every one of us toward it. Daniel moved first, despite everything I'd said. One hard half step, I caught his pack strap and hauled him back before momentum carried him farther. "Don't," I said. He rounded on me, furious and scared in equal measure. "If that's my mother, if that's your mother, she's still there in 3 more seconds when we move together." That shut him up, but only because he didn't have a better option. We listened. Nothing. Then, impossibly close now from somewhere among the trunks uphill behind camp again, came the lightest sound yet. A foot shifting its weight. Not cracking wood this time, not loud enough to locate cleanly. Just a minute displacement of needles and grit, as if someone barefoot or careful had adjusted their stance to keep watching us. Mara sucked in a breath through her teeth. Richard whispered, "Jesus." I turned so fast my light smeared white over bark and branches and caught one low-hanging limb full in the beam. For a fraction of a second, the knot in it looked like an eye socket. Then it was only wood again. Nothing there. Nothing visible, anyway. And that was the moment the shape of the fear changed for me. Up until then, I had been working a missing person problem. Urgent, dangerous, but knowable. Somebody left camp in the dark. Somebody became disoriented. Somebody needed to be found before cold, injury, or terrain compounded the situation. Now that neat model had cracked. Because either Evelyn was moving fast enough in total darkness to answer from different directions within seconds, which I did not believe, or we were no longer dealing with one source of sound. I didn't say that aloud. Saying it would have made it real in a way nobody there needed. Instead, I did the only thing that still felt defensible. "We go downhill first," I said quietly. "Slow, tight, stay in visual range." Richard nodded. Mara said, "Okay." Daniel didn't say anything, but he stopped pulling against the instinct to bolt. We moved. 5 steps. Stop. Scan. Listen. The darkness below us seemed to thicken
as the camp fell behind. The tiny red eye of the dead fire vanished almost immediately once the trees took it. My headlamp beam narrowed into a tunnel of pale dirt, roots, rock, and darkness kneeling just beyond the edge of it.
Richard's light crossed mine from the left. Mara's stayed steady to the rear. Daniel's shook. Then, ahead of us and below, from somewhere we had not yet reached but were already committed to, a woman's voice murmured again. This time, there was no mistaking the word. "Mom?" And Mara, right behind me, made a sound that wasn't quite a gasp and wasn't quite speech, because she was still standing only a few feet away, which meant the voice ahead of us in the trees had not come from her. Not the first time, not now, and not, I realized with a sick, cold certainty, by accident. We found her standing there. The ground changed before the terrain did. That's the best way I can explain it. We were only moving a little at a time, slow, measured, lights low enough to keep from turning our own vision against us, when I began to feel the forest floor shifting under my boots. The dry, forgiving layer of pine duff around camp thinned out. More exposed stone, more root. The earth held less give and more memory. When you've spent enough time outside, you notice those changes almost without thinking. Your body starts reading a place through your feet. A rise feels different from a run out. A game trail feels different from a washed cut. Even in the dark, your legs know when the land has started funneling towards somewhere older and rougher. The drainage lay ahead of us like a fold in the night. I could hear the creek more clearly there, though not because it was louder. We were simply closer to the places where the earth dipped, where sound collected and bounced back, thin and uncertain. My headlamp beam kept catching the same kinds of things over and over. Slick-rooted humps, jutting stone, low brush silvering for a second under the light and then sinking away again. Every now and then the beam would skim a trunk, and for half a heartbeat it would look skinned, pale and vertical, something standing there rather than growing there. I kept counting us without meaning to. One beam left, one beam right, one behind me, mine steady in front. I had not realized how much comfort I was taking from that small order until the terrain began interfering with it. A trunk cut off part of Richard's light. Mara's dipped and vanished behind a rise for one long second before reappearing. Daniel breathed too hard and too fast behind me, the sound of panic traveling through effort. No one spoke for maybe a full minute. Then Richard called her name again, and this time his voice cracked cleanly on the second syllable. "Evelyn!" The creek answered him with its own chatter. The trees did not. We reached the lip of the washout almost by accident. One step the ground was merely uneven, the next it broke away into a low rocky channel, torn deeper over years of runoff. In daylight, it would not have looked dramatic. Just an old drainage scar, roots exposed where the slope had been eaten out, stone slick in places with mineral staining, loose enough that I'd have reminded people to watch their footing. At that hour, though, with the dark swallowing everything not directly struck by light, it looked like the land had opened a mouth and chosen not to show us how deep it went. "Careful," I said automatically, and put one hand back without looking to warn Daniel off rushing it. My beam moved over a tangle of roots knuckling out from the slope, then over stone, then down into a shallow basin of darker ground,
where the runoff must have held longer earlier in the season. That was where I saw her. For the first second, she did not read as a person. She was too still for that, too neatly vertical against the chaos around her. Then the light found the pale fabric of the nightgown, and everything in me went cold at once.
She was standing with her back to us, just beyond a spill of exposed roots, maybe 20 feet downhill from where we'd stopped. Barefoot in the mud and pine litter, head slightly bowed, arms hanging by her sides in a way that was not theatrical or grotesque enough to be called wrong immediately, but wrong all the same, loose, slack at the shoulders, as if she had forgotten how much weight hands normally carry. The hem of her nightgown was soaked nearly to the knee. Her hair, which she had loosely tied back before bed, now hung partly free and darkened with moisture, clumped against the back of her neck like she'd been standing in mist or had bent over something wet for too long. No one moved. I don't mean that figuratively. We actually locked in place. Not because we were afraid of her yet, because after the confusion, the split sounds, the darkness making lies out of distance, seeing an actual human figure standing there all at once felt like stepping into the answer to a problem you had not fully believed could still be solved. Richard made a sound I still remember too clearly. Half sob, half laugh, all relief breaking too fast. "Evie." I put a hand out hard enough to stop him, not because I thought she was dangerous, because she had not reacted. She had to have heard us. 4 lights, 4 breathing bodies, her husband's voice cracking apart in the dark. Yet she stood there, as if listening to something below the range of our hearing. Not frozen exactly, more like paused. "Evelyn," I said, louder, firmer. "It's me. We're right here." Nothing. A drop of water or something fell from the edge of her gown into the mud with a tiny sound. Mara whispered, "Mom?" Still nothing. Then, very slowly, she turned. There are moments you can feel your mind trying to finish for you before your eyes do. The instant she started moving, part of me reached for the familiar. It's her, I thought. She's cold, she's sleepwalking, she's in shock, but it's her. That instinct came first, faster than sight, because it wanted to restore the world before vision complicated things. Then her face came fully into the beam. Her eyes were too wide, not bulging, not deformed, nothing that belonged in a cheap possession movie, just open a fraction too much, as if something had held them there longer than comfort would allow. Dirt smudged one side of her mouth and lower lip. There was more on her chin, rubbed there rather than splashed. And when the light shifted as Richard's beam crossed mine, I saw something dark caught between her teeth. Not enough to identify cleanly, just residue in the narrow seams of her front teeth and along the gum line. Something that looked almost black against the white. The worst part was not any of that. It was the half-beat before recognition reached her face. She looked at us, and for one small, impossible moment, there was no sign she knew who we were. Not fear, not relief, not confusion, just blank appraisal, like a person waking mid-conversation in a language they no longer understood. Then, just as suddenly, recognition arranged itself over her features.
not rushed, not jerking into place, more like a thought returning from a distance and sitting down where it belonged. And the first thing she said was, "Why are you all out here?" No one answered immediately. Richard was already moving before the sentence finished leaving her mouth. He stumbled the last few feet down the slope, slipping once on loose dirt, and caught her by the shoulders with both hands, as though contact alone could prove the rest of her was still there. Daniel came right behind him, Mara too.
All that held together fear burst loose at once, into motion and voices and relief so sharp it almost sounded like pain. "Jesus Christ, Mom! Where did you go? Are you hurt? Oh my God!" Richard kept saying her name, not asking anything, just saying it over and over, quieter each time, as if he was checking whether it still fit the person he was touching. Up close, she looked colder than before. Her skin had that waxy, chilled tautness people get when their body has been outside the shelter of movement too long. Her feet were filthy. Mud, pine needles, fine grit pasted to the soles and between the toes. There were shallow cuts across the bottoms, not deep enough to pour blood, but enough to leave red, black lines where stone or broken twig had opened the skin. Mud climbed both calves in streaks and darker patches, blacker than the ordinary earth around camp, almost as if she had stepped into pooled runoff, or something deeper and wetter, farther down than I wanted to imagine. And still she seemed less frightened than bewildered by us. "Richard," she said softly, blinking now against the lights. "What is it?" He looked at her like she'd struck him. "What is it?" he repeated. "You were gone." She frowned. "Gone where?" Daniel gave a short, disbelieving laugh that was much too close to a sob. "From camp, Mom. You were gone from camp." Evelyn's gaze moved over him, then to Mara, then finally to me. Again, there was that tiny drag of attention, that slight fraction of delay that made each recognition feel not absent, but assembled. "I don't..." She touched one hand lightly to the side of her head. "I don't remember." I moved closer then, not crowding, but enough to see properly. "Do you know where you are?" I asked. She looked at me as though the question itself was strange. "In the woods." "Do you remember leaving camp?" A pause. Then she shook her head once. "No." Richard was rubbing his hands up and down her upper arms now, trying to put warmth back into her through force of will alone. "You had me scared to death." She looked at him with genuine confusion. "I heard someone." Those words changed the air. "Who?" Mara asked immediately. Evelyn frowned harder, trying to reach backward in her own mind. "I thought..." She swallowed. "I thought I heard someone calling from the trees." No one said anything, because all at once it was impossible not to hear the overlap with what we had heard after waking, the false, near-familiar voice, the answering sound from the wrong place. I crouched slightly and took her wrist as gently as I could under the circumstances, more to steady than restrain. Her pulse was quick, skin cold. On the inside of her right wrist, just above the joint, there was a darkening bruise in the shape of fingers. Not a scrape, not random impact, a grip mark. I did not say that aloud. Instead, I said, "I need to check your feet before we move you back." She looked down, as if only now realizing she wasn't wearing boots. "Where are my shoes?" "At camp," Daniel said too fast. She gave a small, almost embarrassed nod, like she had misplaced them at a dinner party. I took my headlamp off and angled it lower for a better look without shining full in her face. Mud, pine needles, fine, shallow cuts. No obvious puncture, no broken ankle. Then my light caught her hands. Her fingers were caked at the tips with dark, wet grit, especially under the nails. At first I thought it was just soil packed in from a fall. Then I saw the paler flecks buried in it, tiny chips, off-white against the dark mud, too hard-edged to be bark, too dry-looking to be stone. I stared one beat too long. "What?" Mara said. "Nothing," I answered immediately, and that was true in the sense that I did not yet know what I was seeing. I stood and reached for the emergency blanket from the side pocket of my pack. It was one of those lightweight reflective ones that make more noise than they ought to. But I had a heavier wool blend in my camp gear too, and Richard took that from Daniel once we got her moving. He wrapped it around her shoulders, then around the front of her body, tucking it close beneath her chin with clumsy, shaking hands. That was when it happened. One moment she was standing there, pliant and dazed, allowing herself to be wrapped. The next, she flinched so violently that Richard jerked back. Her whole body tightened, shoulders jumped, head snapped hard to the side, not toward any of us, but toward the trees uphill beyond the roots, eyes locked on a point in the dark I could not see. The sound she made was tiny, strangled from deep in the throat. Not a scream, and not even a gasp. More like what comes out of someone when the body recognizes danger before speech catches up. Then, staring into the black between the trunks, she whispered, "Don't let it stand behind me." No one breathed. I don't mean that for effect. There was a real vacuum after she said it, a complete seizure of the moment, where even the creek seemed to pull back and wait. Richard said, "What?" Evelyn blinked hard. Her face loosened. She looked from him to me to the blanket gathered in his fists, and the fear that had flashed through her was gone so thoroughly it might never have happened. "What?" she asked. "You just said," Daniel started. "No," she said, with immediate, faint bewilderment. "I didn't." Mara and I looked at each other then, only for a second, but it was enough. We had both heard it clearly. So had Richard. So had Daniel. There was no room for doubt in the sentence itself. Yet Evelyn looked honestly confused, not defensive, not evasive. Confused in the way someone is when a group of people insist she has spoken, while she has no memory of opening her mouth. "I think," she said slowly, "I think I must have been dreaming." Richard pulled the blanket tighter around her shoulders. "We're going back to camp." That, at least, was obvious. I took one last look toward the trees where she had stared. Nothing there. Of course nothing there. Just roots, brush, trunks standing shoulder to shoulder in the dark, as if they had been there forever and had never hidden anything in their lives. But once you have seen someone react to a place in the darkness like that, like something in it has shifted closer by half a step, you don't look at those trees the same way again. We started moving her uphill, slowly,
carefully. Richard on one side, Daniel on the other, Mara just behind, ready if her footing went bad. I took point with the light, choosing the least treacherous line back over the roots and stone toward the clearing. Behind me, Evelyn said very softly, almost apologetically, "I really don't remember leaving." No one answered.
I wish I could say it was because we were focused on getting her safe. That was part of it, but not all. The truth was that every one of us had already begun quietly arranging the things we had seen into the nearest available shape. And none of those shapes fit. A woman wakes in the night and sleepwalks. A woman hears a voice and follows it. A woman falls, gets turned around, stands in the dark barefoot for reasons she cannot explain. A woman says something she does not remember saying. Every explanation held for a moment and then failed, somewhere under the weight of the details. The bruise on her wrist, the dirt on her mouth, the dark residue between her teeth, the chips beneath her nails. And most of all, that first terrible, bewildered question. Why are you all out here? Not, thank God you found me, not what happened, not where am I? Why are you all out here? As if she had come upon us in the woods, not the other way around. As if, for some amount of time, I still cannot measure, she had belonged more to whatever waited in that darkness than to us. Back at the fire, nothing fit getting her back to camp should have made everything simpler. That is what I believed while we were climbing the slope. Not because I thought the situation was normal again, but because human beings are wired to treat recovery as an ending. You lose sight of someone, then you find them. You hear something in the dark that shouldn't be there, then you get a body, warm, breathing, known, back inside the circle of your light. And some animal part of the mind tries to close the case right there. Relief starts building its own argument. She's alive, she's talking, she's walking, therefore the worst part is over. I have learned not to trust that feeling. Even then, I only trusted it halfway. We got Evelyn back up the rise and into the clearing, one cautious step at a time. She did not resist. She didn't stumble much either, which I noticed immediately. Her feet were cut and cold, but she moved with more stability than I would have expected from someone who had just spent an unknown amount of time barefoot in the dark. Richard and Daniel stayed close enough to catch her if she faltered. Mara moved just off her right side with that quiet, medical attentiveness of hers, ready without crowding. I walked backward for the last few steps into camp, light angled low so we didn't blind each other. The family tent stood open where we had left it, the twisted sleeping bag still visible inside, like the shape of the problem, waiting for us to name it. "Sit her down by the fire ring," I said. The coals had gone low, but not dead. I crouched, added 2 pieces of wood, and coaxed the fire back carefully, rather than all at once. Flames answered reluctantly, first red, then orange, then enough living light to push the edge of camp a little farther away. Not much, just enough to see faces, without headlamps flattening them into masks. Richard settled Evelyn onto a camp chair and kept one hand on her shoulder even after she was seated. Daniel knelt in front of her for a second, then seemed to realize he didn't know what to ask first and stood again. Mara uncapped a water bottle and pressed it into her mother's hands. "Slow," she said. Evelyn nodded and drank obediently, both hands wrapped around the bottle as though the plastic itself held heat. In the firelight, her face looked less uncanny
than it had down by the washout, but only by comparison. Her skin still had that cold, stretched look to it. Damp strands of hair clung to her cheek and neck. There was grit on the side of her mouth that she hadn't noticed or hadn't cared to wipe away. "I'm going to check you over," I said. She looked up at me and gave a small, apologetic nod, almost embarrassed by the attention. I kept my voice practical on purpose, not soothing, not alarmed.
"I need to make sure you didn't hit your head or cut yourself worse than we can see." Richard said, "Of course." Daniel asked, "Do you think she fell?" I didn't answer that. Not because I was hiding anything, because I didn't know. I got my med kit and went through the basic check in the most ordinary sequence I could manage. That matters too. Routine stabilizes people. It gives frightened family members something structured to watch, and it gives the person being examined a script to inhabit. I checked Evelyn's pupils first. Reactive. No obvious asymmetry. I parted sections of her hair and ran my fingers gently over her scalp, searching for swelling, tenderness, cuts, wet blood. Nothing major. No split skin, no goose egg, no obvious impact point hiding beneath her hairline. If she had taken a hard enough blow to scramble her that badly, I expected something more. "Any pain here?" I asked, fingers moving along the back of her skull. "No." "Dizziness?" "A little." "Nausea?" She hesitated. "Not really." Her pulse was still fast. Faster than I liked, though not shock fast. Cold skin, especially at the fingers. Minor lacerations on the soles of both feet and along one shin. No sign of a serious sprain, no obvious dislocation. Her right wrist carried that bruise more clearly now, a developing oval of dark pressure with finger-like spacing along the inner side. I paused over it just long enough that Mara noticed. "What is that?" she asked. Evelyn followed my gaze and seemed surprised to find the mark there at all. "I don't know." Richard frowned. "Did you catch it on something?" "Maybe," she said, but there was no conviction in it. I cleaned what I could without making the cuts angrier, dabbed antiseptic where it was needed, and tried not to let my attention keep returning to her hands. It returned anyway. There was dark muck under several of her nails, but under the left thumbnail in particular, something pale had lodged deep against the nail bed. At first glance, it could have been a bit of bark or a small pebble worn smooth by water. But when I angled the firelight and my headlamp together, the sliver reflected differently than wood should. White, hard, a little translucent at the edge. I almost asked her if she had been scratching at rock. What I almost actually asked was, "Did you get this from bone?" But I didn't, because asking a question like that gives it shape in the minds of everyone listening. And once a bad possibility has shape, it becomes harder to move anyone safely through the next hour. So I took a pair of tweezers from the kit, held them up, and said only, "You've got something under your nail." Evelyn stared at her own thumb as if it belonged to someone else. "Can you get it?" "Yeah." I worked it free with more care than force. It came out in a piece smaller than a grain of rice and landed in the folded edge of a gauze pad. Pale, hard, thin. I folded the gauze shut before anyone else got a clear look. "What was it?" Daniel asked. "Splinter," I said. It wasn't a lie exactly, it just wasn't a useful truth. Evelyn drank more water after that and apologized again. She apologized to Richard first, then to Daniel and Mara,
Then to me. "I'm sorry," she said, voice still quiet and faintly dazed. "I must have been dreaming." Richard crouched beside her chair. "You scared us half to death." "I'm sorry." "Do you remember anything at all?" Mara asked. Evelyn frowned at the bottle in her hands. "I remember lying down." She paused. "Then I thought I heard someone." "Who?" Daniel asked. She blinked. "I don't know." "Man or woman?" "I don't know." Richard shook his head once and stood. "It doesn't matter right now. At first light, we pack up and leave." No one argued. That should have sounded reassuring.
Instead, it sounded like the sort of plan people make because there is nothing else to say before morning. For a while after that, the camp tried very hard to become ordinary again. Daniel rezipped part of the family tent and set Evelyn's boots near the chair, as if their presence might restore a natural order to the scene. Mara found a dry pair of socks and gently worked them onto her mother's feet after I finished cleaning the cuts. Richard reheated water and insisted on making her drink something warm. I added another log to the fire and kept the circle of light steady. The woods beyond it remained where they had always been. Black, patient, unreadable. No one suggested going back to sleep. No one needed to say why. Evelyn sat wrapped in the blanket and held the mug Richard handed her, but after the first 2 sips, she mostly just stared into the flames. That was when I noticed she wasn't blinking much. Not blinking, nothing that theatrical, just too little. Long intervals. Her eyes fixed on the coals or the moving orange at the base of the logs, with a stillness that made the rest of her seem carved around them. Mara came to stand beside me while I was repacking part of the med kit. Very quietly, without looking away from her mother, she said, "She keeps doing that."
"What?"
"Touching her teeth." I looked up. At first, I didn't see it. Then, Evelyn shifted her mouth slightly, subtle enough that I might have missed it if Mara hadn't primed me for it. Her tongue moved along the back of her front teeth. Slow. Testing. Not absent-minded, like someone checking for spinach after dinner. Deliberate. Exploring. "Maybe she bit the inside of her mouth," I said. Mara didn't answer. A minute later, Daniel straightened from beside the tent and frowned into the dim around camp. "Where's Mom's camera?" No one responded immediately. Then Richard said, "What?" "The little camera. It was around her neck earlier." Evelyn lifted one hand weakly to her collarbone, felt nothing there, and looked vaguely surprised. "I don't know." Daniel checked around the chair, inside the tent, near the packs. "It's not here." "Leave it," Richard said. "We'll find it in daylight." Daniel looked like he wanted to argue, but didn't. I should have left it there too. Instead, I found myself thinking about the washout, about the place we'd found her standing, about the dark moisture on her hem, and the mud higher on her legs than it should have been if she had only wandered a short way downhill and stopped, about the sliver under her nail, about the bruise on her wrist, and about the fact that if the camera had come off near where she had been, I did not want daylight and fatigue and family panic mixing together over the search area. So when one of my gloves turned out to be missing from my jacket pocket, a thin work glove I remembered having on during part of the walk back, I used that as the excuse. "I'm going to do one quick pass near where we found her," I said, "just to see if the camera or my glove got dropped." Richard stood at once. "You shouldn't go alone." "I'm not going far." "I can come." I looked at Evelyn, then at the darkness beyond the fire. "Stay with her," Mara said. "I'll go." "No," I said. "Too fast. Softer then." "No. Keep the lights here. I'll be back in 2 minutes." That was optimistic, and we all knew it. But nobody stopped me. I took my light and went. The walk back down felt shorter and worse. That happens sometimes after fear has already used a place once. The terrain hasn't changed, but your body stops treating it as geography and starts treating it as evidence. Every root becomes a marker. Every stone feels as if it belongs to a sequence you are only now late in understanding. The washout was exactly where we had left it. Of course it was. But in the weak, near-dawn hour, still black, though some part of the sky had begun thinning far beyond the trees, it looked uglier than before. Less mysterious. More used. I found the glove first, caught on a root where I must have brushed it during the climb out. Then I lowered my light and saw the ground properly. A little below where Evelyn had been standing, in the darker mud at the base of the roots, there were 2 shallow, wet indentations side by side. At first I took them for simple irregularities in the wash. Then I crouched, and the shapes resolved. Not footprints, too broad, too close together. More like knees or elbows. Something pressed hard into the mud, rested there, and then shifted. Beside them ran disturbed tracks in the surface, not clear enough to call prints, but enough displacement to suggest dragging. Something had moved weight through that spot. Something low. Something that had not simply walked in and turned around. I followed the beam another foot and found the smear on the rock. Dark, even in weak light. Not glossy, not fresh enough for that, but darker than the stone around it by several shades. Worked into a streak as though something wet had been dragged or wiped there. There were pine needles stuck to it. One had half sunk into the stain and dried there. I did not touch it. For a moment I simply crouched there, hearing my own breath and the creak and the subtle blood sound in my ears that comes when your body is trying to decide whether to flee before your mind has caught up. This was not the sign of somebody standing in the dark in a fugue state. This was not sleepwalking. This was struggle, or feeding, or some other word I did not yet want to think too clearly. The camera was nowhere obvious in the beam. Neither was anything else I could name cleanly enough to bring back to the others without changing the entire shape of the night. So I stood, took the glove, and went back up. The firelight looked human from a distance, in the way nothing else did. A small, domestic wound in the darkness. 4 people around it, one wrapped in a blanket. All of them waiting for me. I stopped just outside the circle before stepping fully in. That was when I heard it. Not from camp, from just beyond the reach of the firelight, to the east, where the darkness began again between the trunks. A soft, wet, irregular sound. Chewing. Not loud, not animal crunching bone dramatic, smaller than that. Mouth sound, close to the ground. Slow, then stopping, then starting again in 2 or 3 damp little pulls, as if something just outside the light was working at meat or gristle or something fibrous caught between teeth.
I turned my lamp toward it immediately. Nothing. Only brush, roots, black gaps, bark. The sound stopped. Behind me, Richard said, "Did you find it?" I stood there 1 second longer, staring at the place where the noise had been.
Then I switched my face back into something controlled before I turned around. "Just the glove," I said. I walked into camp and did not mention the marks in the mud. Not yet. Not the indentations, not the drag, not the stain on the rock, and not the chewing. I told myself I was waiting for daylight, for clearer eyes, for anything concrete enough to report without sounding like a man letting darkness turn him foolish. Maybe that was partly true. But another part of me already understood something simpler and far worse. Finding Evelyn had not ended the night. It had only brought whatever happened to her back inside our firelight, with us. The wrong kind of quiet dawn did come, but it did not come kindly. There are mornings in the woods that feel like forgiveness. You unzip a tent and the world is washed in clear gold, steam rising off the ground, birds already at work, yesterday's fear looking flimsy in the honest light. I have had mornings like that after storms, after hard climbs, after nights cold enough to stiffen the water bottles. The light reaches in and restores proportion. Things become trees again, not silhouettes. Ground becomes ground. A snapped branch becomes a snapped branch and not a bent limb waiting to move. This was not one of those mornings. The first real light over camp came gray and damp, as if the day had risen reluctantly and without conviction. The pines held it in their branches instead of letting it spill cleanly down. Moisture clung to everything. The tent walls, the exposed roots, the stones around the dead fire ring. The ash in the pit had gone dark and clotted overnight. The top layer collapsed inward where the last coals had died. The creek below us sounded thinner than it had in the dark, more ordinary and less like a voice trying to remember speech. And that, more than anything, was what made the place dangerous at first light. It looked ordinary enough to call the night into question. You could stand in that clearing and almost believe nothing truly strange had happened there. The tents were still just tents. The packs were where they had been stacked. The mugs from the night before sat beside a log where no one had bothered to wash them yet. In daylight, the tree line no longer seemed to crowd us. It was just a stand of pines and mixed undergrowth, holding the edge of camp like any other backcountry site. Even the eastern slope toward the drainage looked less dramatic, the washout now simply a rocky cut in the land rather than a black wound opening underfoot. That is how morning undermines you sometimes. It makes you embarrassed by what you were afraid of. For the first half hour after the light came up, even I found myself trying to fold the night into something manageable. A bad sleepwalking episode, a fugue state. Shock, confusion, a minor fall, somewhere out there in the dark that had left Evelyn cold and disoriented. The strange things she had said, the way she had looked when she turned toward us, the sentence about not letting it stand behind her, all of it could, if you worked at it hard enough, be pushed toward the edges of medical explanation. Exhaustion, transient delirium, hidden concussion, fear distorting memory, group panic doing what it always does, making every detail seem sharper and worse than it might under daylight. I wanted that version badly enough that I nearly let myself have it.
I got the stove going early, partly because hot coffee gives frightened people something to hold, and partly because movement kept my own thoughts from circling too tightly. The little burner hissed steadily in the cold air. Water ticked and rattled in the pot as it warmed. The smell of instant coffee and scorched metal spread through camp, mixing with damp ash and pine.
It was one of those smells that belong so specifically to ordinary mornings outdoors that it almost felt medicinal. Richard had slept little, if at all. I could tell from the way he moved, careful but already used up, as if he had spent the hours between darkness and dawn clenching every muscle without once admitting to himself that he was afraid. Daniel looked worse in a different way, over-alert and brittle, jaw tight, eyes moving too often. Mara had the exhausted steadiness of somebody who had entered work mode and stayed there, because stepping out of it would mean feeling too much too soon. And Evelyn at first glance looked almost normal. That was what made the next part so much harder to absorb. She was wrapped in Richard's heavier blanket when she finally stood from the camp chair and came over to the fire ring. She had changed out of the nightgown and into trail clothes again, though it had taken both Mara and Richard to help her with the socks, because the cuts on her feet made bending awkward, and because no one was willing to let her move around camp alone. Her hair had been combed back with wet fingers. The dirt had been wiped from her mouth. In the gray morning light, with the mud gone from her calves and her face no longer caught in the harsh angle of a headlamp, she might have passed for any tired woman embarrassed after a rough night outdoors. She even answered questions correctly. "Any headache?" I asked while I checked the radio battery light. "A little," she said. "Nausea?" "No." "Do you know where we are?" She gave a faint, apologetic smile. "Still in the woods, I hope." That earned the smallest of relieved breaths from Richard. Daniel said, "Do you remember what happened?" And for a second, I saw all of us lean inward, not physically, but in hope, as if a clean answer might step out of her mouth and reorder the night. Evelyn lowered her eyes to the mug Richard had handed her and shook her head. "No," she said softly. "I'm sorry. I know that must be frustrating." Frustrating. Not terrifying, not impossible. Frustrating. I watched her closely when she said it. Her tone was subdued, embarrassed, genuinely ashamed at being the center of everyone's attention. There was none of the wrong flatness from before, none of the strange, delayed recognition, none of that abrupt, fearful whisper in the washout. Just a tired, older woman who had scared her family and could not explain how. That, more than anything, was what nearly convinced me. People like neat re-entries into reason. We are built for them. So when the morning laid itself over the clearing, and Evelyn sat by the fire, sipping instant coffee from a steel mug, wrapped in a blanket, and apologizing for worrying everyone, the part of my mind trained by years of emergencies began dutifully assembling the benign version. Sleepwalking plus cold shock, possible mild concussion from an unseen stumble, temporary confusion worsened by darkness and panic. Get her back to the trailhead, then to an ER, or urgent neuroevaluation, and let people with better imaging than mine rule out the rest. That model worked well enough for almost 20 minutes. We packed slowly, not because the route out would be difficult, but because nobody wanted to say aloud that they were afraid to rush her. Richard handled their larger tent with the rigid efficiency of a man who needed tasks more than comfort.
Daniel checked and rechecked straps on every pack, fussing with buckles already buckled.
Mara made her mother eat half a protein bar and a little applesauce from a squeeze pouch they had brought. For some reason only suburban families think to prepare for. I sorted gear, checked the radio again, and did one quick sweep of the campsite perimeter in full daylight, looking for the missing camera, fresh tracks, anything I could name. Nothing obvious. The campsite, in its morning face, gave me almost nothing back. And then the small things began. The first was with Daniel. He had bent over one pack and asked his mother if she wanted him to carry her water weight on the hike out. A normal question, helpful, slightly overbearing, but that was Daniel all over. Evelyn looked at him when he spoke, but not the way a mother looks at her son. Her eyes rested on his face for just a beat too long. Not blank exactly, but searching. It wasn't enough for him to notice immediately, but from where I stood by the stove, I saw the tiny hesitation, the almost imperceptible pause, while she seemed to sort through something in her own head before answering. Then she smiled, gentle and ordinary again, and said, "That's kind of you, Daniel." Nothing in the words, everything in the delay. A few minutes later, Mara came over with the first aid pouch and asked if I had extra moleskin in mine, in case Evelyn needed it mid-hike. We were crouched beside my gear when Evelyn called to her from the camp chair. "Mara?" Her daughter looked up. "Yeah? Are you still working at the hospital?" Mara actually laughed once, startled. "Yeah." Then, after a beat, "The ER, yeah." Evelyn nodded like this was new information she was glad to receive. "Right," she said. "Of course." Mara looked at me, not dramatically, just enough, because mothers do not forget that their ER nurse daughter works in an ER, not after years. Not if they are lucid enough to carry on the rest of the conversation. Still, I told myself there were explanations. Exhaustion, transient confusion, the brain misfiring in spots and then self-correcting. That was still the lane I was trying to stay in. Then Richard handed her a fleece from the top of one pack, and she asked, in the same mild tone she might have used to ask the time of day, "What year is it?" The whole clearing stopped. Richard did not respond at first because the sentence seemed too casual to parse. Not jokey enough to be a joke, not frightened enough to be panic. Just a question offered into the cold morning air, as if she had suddenly become curious about something that ought to be nearby and available. "What?" he said at last. Evelyn looked at him, and for one awful second seemed genuinely puzzled by his reaction. "The year," she said. "I'm sorry, I know that sounds stupid." Richard's face changed in a way that made him look older and less contained than he had the day before. Not because he was angry, because something in him was trying very hard not to be. "It's 2008, he said quietly. Evelyn stared at him another moment, then lowered her eyes. "Of course," she murmured. No one said anything after that. The coffee smell hung between us, damp ash, cold canvas, the day brightening by degrees that did not help at all. I busied myself with the stove because I needed the shape of a task, but my confidence in the medical explanation had started fraying at the edges. Head injuries can do strange things, I know that. I have seen men ask where they are 5 times in 3 minutes.
I have seen a woman insist her dead husband was waiting in the next room because a concussion had folded 20 years in on itself. Brains are electrical organs wrapped in jelly and pride. They go wrong in ugly, undignified ways.
But what troubled me in Evelyn was not just confusion. It was selective confusion. The way one moment she knew exactly who we were and what was happening, and the next she seemed to reach for obvious facts from farther away than she should have needed to. That sort of inconsistency can still be medical, but it can also be something less easy to speak aloud. I found Daniel by the packs a few minutes later, while Mara helped Evelyn lace her boots loosely over her bandaged feet, and Richard was pretending not to hover. I stepped just far enough aside that the others would not hear us over the low stove hiss and the movement of gear. "She needs to be evaluated as soon as we're back," I said. Daniel looked at me sharply. "For what?" "For a head injury, until proven otherwise." "You didn't find any sign of one?" "No obvious sign," I said. "That's not the same thing." He followed my eyes briefly toward his mother, then back to me. "You think she hit her head out there?" I chose my answer carefully. I think something happened to her out there, and I do not like how inconsistent she is this morning. His mouth tightened. "You think it's serious?" "I think I don't want to guess in the woods when a hospital can tell us more." He nodded once, too hard. "We're taking her the second we get back." I believed him. The practical thing was clear. Break camp, keep the group tight, move at a controlled pace. Watch Evelyn for worsening symptoms. Get to the trailhead and hand the rest of the problem over to medicine, where all of us desperately wanted it to belong. And yet the morning would not settle into that plan cleanly. The campsite kept offering me the visual language of normal life, while every human moment inside it bent just slightly off true. The mug in Evelyn's hand steaming in the cold, Richard cinching a pack strap, Mara folding a ground sheet, Daniel checking route time. The low smell of coffee, nylon, wet soil, and cooling metal. A restart scene. A recovery scene. The kind of morning after a scare that people later tell with rueful laughter. Except nobody was laughing, and the quiet over camp was wrong, not silence exactly. There were birds now, a few of them. Somewhere deeper in the trees, a jay complained. The creek still worked at the stones below. Our own gear made enough small, civilized sounds to prove the world had not stopped. Zippers, buckles, the crinkle of a wrapper, the scrape of a mug being set on rock. But the quiet around those sounds felt watchful rather than empty, as if the forest had resumed itself only in the places required to keep from being noticed. I remember glancing once toward the eastern edge of camp, where the land sloped down toward the drainage, and feeling the very unreasonable certainty that if I walked back down there in full daylight, I would find something that did not belong among roots and stone. I did not go. Not then. Instead, I poured the last of the hot water into my own cup, swallowed coffee that tasted burnt and thin, and told the group we were moving out in 10 minutes. Everyone nodded, Evelyn too. Then she looked up at me, calm and embarrassed and almost herself again, and said, "I'm sorry for all the trouble." It was such a normal sentence that it should have comforted me. Instead, it made my skin crawl, because she said it perfectly. And because by that point I was starting to understand that whatever was wrong with her did not live in the obvious places. The first cut wasn't physical. We left camp later than I wanted, not by much, maybe
20 minutes. But in the backcountry, especially when somebody in your group is behaving unpredictably, 20 minutes has a way of feeling like an argument with the day itself.
I wanted us on the trail, moving in the cleanest, simplest formation possible, before anyone had time to start second-guessing the plan or letting fresh fear settle into their joints. Motion helps. It gives people something to do with dread. So I packed us out with more briskness than kindness and put the group in the order that made the most sense. I took lead. Daniel and Mara stayed in the middle. Richard and Evelyn followed at the rear. That arrangement wasn't random. I wanted the siblings where I could keep an eye on them, and I wanted Richard close enough to his wife to steady her if her footing got bad, without having him directly in my ear every 30 seconds asking if I thought she looked pale. Mara had offered to stay at the back with her parents, but I asked her not to. I needed one pair of competent eyes in the middle of the line, and I had already seen enough that morning to know Daniel's fear was making him sharper and stupider at the same time. The trail looked insultingly normal in daylight. That, more than anything, made the beginning of the hike out feel strange. The same roots crossed the dirt in familiar places. The same pale stones showed through the dry surface layer. The same shafts of gray morning light filtered down through the pines, flat at first, and then gradually warming at the edges as the sun climbed where we could not yet see it. If a stranger had passed us out there, he would have seen a guide leading a tired family through a perfectly ordinary backcountry morning. Maybe he would have assumed somebody had slept badly. Maybe he would have noticed the mother walking slower than the rest and thought she'd twisted an ankle. He would not have guessed what the air inside the group felt like. Nobody wanted to walk near the rear. That was the truth of it, though no one said so. The four of us, ahead of Richard and Evelyn, kept turning our heads more often than the terrain required. Not because we needed to confirm they were still there, but because each of us had begun privately treating the couple behind us as the site of the problem. The trail itself no longer felt like the thing we were navigating. We were navigating whatever had come back with Evelyn, whatever might emerge again mid-step or in some half-heard sentence. For the first 10 or 15 minutes, the sound from the rear stayed low enough that I could pretend not to notice it, just whispering. The ordinary kind at first, Richard checking whether her feet hurt, asking if she wanted a slower pace, whether she was cold, whether she felt dizzy. His voice carried that particular softness men sometimes reserve for a crisis they cannot fix, but still need to stand near. She answered in brief murmurs, too quiet to make out. Once or twice I glanced back and saw him touching her elbow to steady her over a root or patch of uneven rock. From a distance it might have looked tender. Maybe it was. But as the trail bent west and the morning opened another degree, the tone behind us changed. Not louder immediately, just tighter. The texture of it sharpened. The pauses between one voice and the next got longer, and the low murmur lost the rhythm of concern and took on the feel of something narrower, more deliberate. Daniel heard it too. I could tell by the way he kept angling his head without fully turning around. Mara noticed him noticing and said under her breath, "Keep walking." He nodded without conviction. I kept us moving at a pace that was probably frustrating everybody. Not fast enough for Daniel, not gentle enough for Richard, not slow enough to feel merciful. Just steady. The kind of pace that gives family conflict less room to bloom, because people are too busy watching their footing to stage manage their reactions. It almost worked. Then Richard said, not loudly,
but clearly enough that all of us heard it. "Not now." The sentence came from behind us, with a strain in it that did not belong to simple trail irritation. It was too contained, too familiar in the wrong way, the sound of an old, well-worn refusal being lifted off a shelf and used again. I stopped without thinking and turned part way. They were maybe 15 feet back on a gentle bend of trail where pine needles had gathered thick over the dirt. Richard had one hand up, palm angled down in that small calming gesture people make when they are trying not to escalate a conversation in front of witnesses. Evelyn stood just to his left, her face relaxed in a way that did not match the moment at all. "Everything okay?" I asked. Richard answered before she could. "Fine," he said.
And Evelyn, in the same instant, said, "He always says that when he's guilty." The whole trail froze. It was not the volume that stopped us. It was the accuracy of the tone. She had not blurted the line like a confused person lashing out. She had delivered it cleanly, almost lightly, with a calm so perfectly controlled that for a fraction of a second my mind rejected the content and focused instead on the structure of the sentence itself. It sounded practiced, not rehearsed exactly, more like a blade finding the old notch in a cutting board. Daniel turned all the way around. "Mom?" Richard's face had gone still in a way I disliked immediately. People go rigid in lots of ways: anger, embarrassment, fear. This was some mixture of all three compressed under the need to keep moving. "Evelyn," he said quietly, "this is not the time." That should have been the end of it. It wasn't. She looked at him with something very close to amusement. "Oh, not the time?" she said. "There was a time, though, wasn't there? Just never one you liked." Mara said, "Mom." But Evelyn was already going on. "It's funny," she said, almost conversationally, "how men think years make things smaller. As if enough mortgages and graduations and Christmas cards can grind old filth down into something polite." No one moved. The woods around us held that weird mid-morning quiet. Bird call somewhere far off. No wind lower than the canopy. Our own breathing suddenly too loud in the gap her words had cut open. Richard lowered his hand slowly. "Stop. You told me she meant nothing." Daniel actually flinched. Not because the concept was unimaginable. Children know long before parents think they do that marriages have weather systems. But because the accusation landed with the force of specificity, not hysteria. There was history in it. Real or perceived, buried or denied, but history all the same. "Mom," Mara said again, this time not with warning, but with naked confusion. "What are you doing?" Evelyn smiled at her daughter then, gently, almost affectionately. And that was the first moment my skin tightened for reasons beyond the words themselves. Because she did not look upset, not enraged, not tearful, not dysregulated in the messy human way I might have expected if some old wound had split open on the trail. She looked composed, alert, interested in what was happening to them. Richard's voice dropped lower. "We are not doing this here." "No," she agreed pleasantly. "You never liked doing anything where it could be seen." Daniel said, "Jesus Christ." And there it was again, that microscopic smile, not broad enough to call happy, not
twisted enough to call monstrous, but precise. A little upward movement at the corners of her mouth when somebody flinched. Not big, not theatrical, but there. That was the part I remember most clearly now. Not the accusation itself, the enjoyment.
I stepped back down the trail toward them, keeping my own face neutral. "We need to keep moving," I said. "We can sort everything else out at the trailhead." I meant it as a lifeline, a way to redirect without humiliating anyone further. Richard looked ready to grab it, Mara too. Daniel's eyes had gone bright, in the way people's do when they are trying very hard not to pick a fight they know will make everything worse. Evelyn turned her head toward me, and for one awful second I thought she might take the opening. Instead, she said, "He took her to Monterey." Richard made a sound then, not a word, not quite. More like his breath had snagged on something sharp. The detail was what did it. An affair from decades earlier might still have fit into the broad, ugly territory of old family grievances. Families live with those. Some bury them, some ritualize them, some weaponize them on holidays. But specificity is different. Specificity means someone is selecting instruments. Daniel stared at his father. Mara looked from one parent to the other, as if the world had just split down the middle, and she wasn't yet sure which half was going to prove real. Richard said, "That is enough." His voice was still controlled, barely. Evelyn tilted her head, considering him. "You know what I remember most? Not that you lied. Everybody lies. It was how careful you were after. Flowers, dinners, that little trip to Sonoma where you acted like generosity could bleach a stain." Mara whispered, "Mom, stop." And again, Evelyn glanced at her daughter and smiled that tiny, satisfied smile. There are people who scream when they want to hurt you. There are people who go quiet. Then there are the rare ones who speak like they're opening drawers, selecting exactly the right tool for exactly the right cut, and only using enough force to make sure you feel every inch of it. That was how Evelyn sounded. She did not rant. She curated. She chose words with frightening economy, letting each one land where it would do the most damage before she moved on to the next. I could see it happening in real time and still didn't know how to interrupt it without making her turn that same precision on me. Daniel recovered first, if recovering is the right word. "Dad?" he said. Only that, but in it were 15 other questions. Richard did not look at him. "Your mother is confused." The sentence had barely left his mouth before Evelyn let out the softest huff of laughter. "There," she said. "That's him. That's the engineer. If a bridge cracks, just recalculate the load and pretend the river isn't waiting underneath." I had no context for that line and still felt it strike. Because cruelty does not have to be universally legible to be horrifying. Sometimes what frightens you is watching someone speak with total confidence into the hidden load-bearing places of a family you do not belong to. Mara's face had gone pale. "This isn't funny." "No," Evelyn said. "It isn't." And for the first time, there was something almost hungry in her voice. Richard finally looked at her directly, and in that look, I saw something that made the moment worse than if he had shouted. Recognition. Not of the current behavior, but of the wounds being named. which meant whatever truth or distortion she was wielding, she was not inventing from whole cloth. "Move," I said more firmly. "Now." This time I put enough authority into it that everyone reacted at least a little. Mara stepped back automatically. Daniel glanced at me, then at his mother, then down the trail ahead, as if choosing between obedience and explosion. Richard reached for Evelyn's elbow again. She let him touch her. Then she said, very softly, and with almost playful contempt, "Careful. You always held on tighter after." Richard dropped his hand, as if the skin of her arm had burned him. That was the moment I stopped trying to classify what I was hearing as ordinary family ugliness surfacing under stress. Because I have seen stress fights. I have seen couples say things on a trail they regretted before the sentence ended. I have seen grief and embarrassment and fear leak sideways into meanness because the wilderness strips away comfort and leaves people raw. This wasn't that. There was no spill to it, no loss of control. What made it horrifying was how controlled it was, the accuracy of the harm. She was not throwing things, she was placing them. Daniel said, "Mom, what is wrong with you?" She turned those two wide eyes on him then, not wide in the obvious way they had been by the washout, but still carrying some residue of that earlier wrongness, some faint excess of attention that made every look feel almost over-focused. "What?" she asked mildly. "You don't like hearing how your father loved the truth so much he kept several versions of it?" "Stop." Mara's voice cracked on the word. Evelyn's smile sharpened a fraction. And suddenly, I knew with complete clarity what the worst part was. Not the affair, not the timing, not the public humiliation on the trail. It was that she liked what was happening to their faces. She liked the recoil, the small, involuntary betrayals, Richard stiffening, Daniel's mouth parting, Mara's eyes filling not with tears yet, but with the pressure that would become them. Every time one of them flinched, some nearly invisible satisfaction moved through Evelyn like warmth. I had never seen anything like it in an otherwise lucid adult. That was when I understood the first real cut of the morning had not happened to skin or bone or even memory. It had happened to the structure holding that family together. And Evelyn, whether she was still fully herself or not, had found exactly where to press. She smiled when they broke. For a few seconds after that, nobody moved. The trail held us there, in a crooked line beneath the pines, all of us caught inside the shape of a conversation none of us should have been having in that place. Morning had fully arrived by then, but it was still the kind of light that gave no comfort. Thin, gray gold at the edges, never strong enough to warm the ground under the trees. The air smelled of damp bark and old needles. Somewhere off to our left, water moved over rock with a quiet steadiness, so ordinary it felt insulting. I remember thinking, absurdly, that if another hiking party came around the bend right then, we would all have to pretend to be normal. That idea lasted maybe half a second. Then Evelyn turned from Richard and looked at her children, and whatever remained of the pretense went with her. Daniel was the first one she chose. He had gone pale, in that hard, bloodless way some men do when rage gets there a fraction before fear. His hands were open at his sides, fingers flexing once and then curling back in, like he needed them occupied or he was going to do something permanent with them.
He kept staring at his mother as if he could force her face back into one he recognized through sheer refusal to believe what he was seeing. Evelyn watched him with a small, considering tilt of the head. Then she said almost gently, "You always looked so offended by weakness in other people." Daniel flinched, not visibly enough that a stranger would have noticed, but I did. "What are you talking about?" he said. Her eyes narrowed the tiniest amount, not in anger, but in focus, as though she had just opened another drawer and was deciding what to take out of it. "I'm talking about college," she said. "I'm talking about the boy in Davis, the one who turned blue while you stood there trying to decide whether helping him would make your life inconvenient." The world on that trail did not simply go quiet. It collapsed inward. Daniel actually took a step back before he caught himself. Mara's head snapped toward him. Richard's face changed again, this time not with recognition exactly, but with the unmistakable shock of learning there might be a room in his son's life he had never known existed. "Mom," Daniel said, and there was something raw in the word now, stripped of all adult polish. "Stop." But Evelyn didn't. "You said you didn't know what he'd taken." Still that same calm, clean tone. "You said maybe he'd just passed out. You said calling 911 would drag everyone else into it. Then you left him on that apartment floor and went outside because you couldn't stand the sound he was making." Mara whispered, "Daniel?" "It is not true," he snapped immediately, though the speed of it made it sound less like denial than recoil. Evelyn's mouth twitched. Not upward, exactly, not enough to call a smile, but the pleasure in the hit was there all the same.
"I didn't say he died," she said. That line was surgical. It did not just accuse him of an act. It forced him to hear the shape of a worse one. Daniel's face flushed hot and then drained again. "That's not what happened." "Isn't it?" "No." "Then why are you shaking?" He was. Badly now. I stepped forward before the moment could swell any further. "Keep moving," I said, quieter than before, but firmer. "Whatever this is, you can deal with it after we get off the trail." I meant the whole group. I meant all of them. I meant, do not stop here and become a family argument stranded in the woods. Mara moved first, not because she wanted to, but because someone had to. She took 2 steps forward past me, eyes wet now, jaw set tight enough to ache. Daniel followed automatically, though he didn't look away from his mother until the trail bend forced him to. Richard stood another second, as if he didn't know whether staying beside Evelyn still counted as protection, or had become a different kind of danger altogether. Then Evelyn turned her gaze to Mara. I saw it happen, and knew, with a very physical kind of dread, that I was too late to stop whatever came next. Mara had been the steadiest of them. Even after the affair accusation, even after Daniel's turn, she was still trying to hold herself together in the practical shape that medical people build around panic when they don't have permission to fall apart. She had not asked her brother if what their mother said was true. She had not asked her father if any of it was true. She had kept walking, because walking was something the body could do while the mind caught fire. Evelyn watched that effort with unsettling attentiveness. Then she said, "You always thought hiding it made you kind." Mara stopped without meaning to. I felt the whole line stop with her. Richard said sharply, "Enough!" But his voice had lost authority. It was only volume now. Evelyn barely acknowledged him. "You told yourself it was mercy," she said to Mara, "that if no one knew, no one could look at you differently. That if you handled it quietly and bled where nobody could see, you could still come home and sit at Thanksgiving and let your mother talk about grandchildren without choking on the lie." Mara made a sound, small, terrible, involuntary. Daniel turned so fast he nearly lost his footing. "Mara?" he said. She didn't answer. The tears came then, instantly and against her will, the kind that don't rise from ordinary emotion, but from impact. She covered her mouth with one hand, as if she could stop her own face from betraying her further. Her shoulders drew in, not in shame exactly, but in the old reflex of somebody trying to make a blow land on less surface area. Richard looked from daughter to wife, and for the first time there was unmistakable fear in him. Not fear of conflict, fear of wrongness. "How do you know that?" he asked. That question mattered because it admitted the possibility that he was not only hearing a buried truth, he was hearing access. Mara shook her head once, a jerking denial of the whole moment, and forced out, "She doesn't know what she's saying." But her voice had collapsed into something thin and wrecked. Whether the accusation was true, in fact, twisted in detail, or merely close enough to a private wound to strike home, it had found its mark with too much precision to dismiss. Evelyn took one step forward, not aggressively, not like an attacker, like a woman leaning in to help someone hear better. "You cried in the motel bathroom so hard you threw up," she said, "and the woman at the clinic had a chipped pink thumbnail and called you sweetheart like she'd been assigned the word instead of choosing it." Mara actually folded at the waist for a second, hands on her knees, crying now in earnest and trying with all her strength to keep the sound of it inside her body. Daniel was at her side immediately, one arm around her shoulders, his own face gone rigid with fury and helplessness. "That's enough!" he shouted. The sound cracked through the trees and went ugly in the air. Evelyn didn't even startle. She looked at him, then at Mara. And what frightened me most was not that she had hurt them. It was that she appeared to be studying the effects, watching the pain travel through them with the attentive satisfaction of someone checking the result of careful work. Then she glanced back at Richard. "And you," she said softly, almost fondly. "You were cruelest when you thought you were being reasonable." Richard went dead still. She took another step. "Not the shouting," she said. "That was easy to survive. It was the quiet way you made the room smaller. The way you could sit in a chair and turn disappointment into weather. The way you'd ask one question at dinner and make everybody feel examined. That is enough, Evelyn. Or the nights you'd lie beside me and stay awake just long enough to punish me with your silence." He looked as if she had struck him across the mouth. Some of what she said might have been true. Some might have been distorted by old resentment. Some might have been the kind of emotional arithmetic all families do privately and rarely survive hearing out loud. That ambiguity was part of what made it so ugly. There was enough truth in each cut to make denial sound weak. And still, beneath all of it, there was the deeper horror. She should not have been talking like this at all. Not here. Not now. Not with that level of icy selection. I stepped in again, more directly this time, moving between Evelyn and the children without making it look like a confrontation. "We're done," I said. "Everybody keeps moving." She turned her head toward me. There is no clean way to describe what it felt like when her attention settled fully on me for the first time since the washout. Not because her face changed dramatically, It didn't. It was the quality of the look, the unsettling impression that whatever was looking through her had been occupied elsewhere until then, and had only now decided I deserved the whole beam of it. "You're good at that," she said. My mouth moved before my thoughts did. At what? Pretending sequence is safety. The sentence hit me oddly, not because I understood it immediately, but because some part of me did. I kept my expression flat. "Keep walking." Evelyn's eyes stayed on mine. "You line things up," she said. "Breathing, pulse, names, years, how many fingers? You make the living prove themselves back into being." Daniel said something angry behind me, but I didn't catch it. The trail had narrowed around the sound of her voice. My chest went cold. No one on that trip knew about the old EMT checklist that still lived in my mouth whenever shock entered a room. They didn't know how often, even years after I'd left volunteer service, I still found myself checking responsiveness under my breath in exactly that sequence. Name, place, time, fingers, breath. They did not know that the habit had calcified after one specific night call I had never talked about outside a few official statements and one conversation with a chaplain I did not like. Evelyn kept looking at me, and then, in that same mild tone she had used to ask what year it was, she said, "You held that boy's jaw shut because you thought the blood meant he was still breathing." The trail dropped out from under me. Not literally. I stayed on my feet. I kept my face still. But inside me, something old and private tore open with such speed that for a second, I could not feel my hands. It had happened 10 years earlier on a back road outside Yuba County. Two-car collision, one teenage passenger partially ejected, throat filling, face slick with blood and glass. I had been first on scene before county units arrived. I had held the kid in a position I still replay sometimes in dreams, trying to keep his airway open while he made a wet, ruined sound I never forgot. He died anyway, not because of what I did. I know that on paper. I know the injury pattern. I know the timeline. But guilt is not an evidence-based profession. No one on that trail knew any of that. No one. I realized, dimly, that Mara was staring at me now. Daniel, too. Richard had gone gray around the mouth. I made myself breathe once, evenly. Then I said, because anything else would have been surrender, "Walk." My voice sounded normal. That frightened me more than if it had broken. Evelyn's expression did not change. If anything, she seemed pleased. Not triumphant, not theatrical, simply confirmed, like she had touched an unseen bruise and found exactly what she expected to find under the skin. Then she smiled, a small, private smile that barely moved her mouth. And looking me directly in the eye, she said, "You already know what a person sounds like when they stop being one." No one spoke after that. The pines stood around us in their damp morning stillness. Somewhere above, a bird lifted out of a branch and crossed a patch of thinning light. The trail remained exactly where it had been, a narrow dirt ribbon leading back toward the lot, the road, the world of hospital fluorescent and paperwork, and all the reasonable places I had been planning to hand this over. But the story had changed. Up to that moment,
Whatever was happening to Evelyn belonged, at least in theory, inside her family. Their marriage, their children, their private wounds dragged into daylight by confusion or cruelty or some fracture in her mind I did not yet understand.
After that sentence, it no longer did. Now it had reached me too. And whether what spoke through her was memory, madness, or something that had learned the shape of people by opening them from the inside, I knew one thing with absolute certainty. The corruption had not stopped at blood. Holding the group together. After she said that, the trail stopped feeling like a trail. It was still there, of course. Dirt, stone, roots, switchbacks, the same route I had already walked dozens of times in other seasons, with other groups, who went home with sore calves and happy pictures and nothing worse than sunburn. But once Evelyn turned my own private dead back on me in that flat morning voice, the path beneath our boots lost the quality of ordinary terrain. It became something narrower and more conditional, as if every yard of it depended on keeping 5 people moving in the same direction long enough to get back to a parking lot and a road and the brittle comfort of the explainable. I didn't let any of that reach my face. That was the first rule now. Not because I was brave, because if they saw fear in me, the whole group would go unstable at once. So I turned, looked down trail, and started walking. "Keep moving," I said. "Close spacing, no one drifts." My voice came out level enough to pass. Behind me, boots began scraping forward again in a broken rhythm. Mara was still crying, though she was trying hard to hide it. Daniel stayed beside her, stiff with a kind of protective rage that had nowhere useful to go. Richard fell in again with Evelyn at the rear, but the shape of that pairing had changed. Earlier, he had seemed like a husband trying to guide an injured wife off a trail. Now he looked like a man walking beside something familiar that had become hard to classify. I kept my eyes ahead and my hearing everywhere else. That is not a comfortable way to move through the woods. The body prefers agreement, eyes confirming what ears suspect, feet trusting what the ground tells them. But panic scrambles those systems. Every sound acquires intent. Every pause behind you becomes a decision. Every breath feels too loud. I had worked hard all morning to keep those instincts on a leash. Now I was doing the same thing while trying to walk a line between 5 people whose emotional center had been cut open on the trail. Part of me considered splitting the group. It was the practical thought, and because it was practical, it had weight. Put Richard and Evelyn at the very front with me, keep them visible. Let Mara and Daniel follow together, where they could manage their own reactions without hearing every breath from the rear. Or do the opposite, put the siblings ahead and keep the parents behind with me, where I could intervene faster if Evelyn's behavior shifted again. Both versions had logic to them. Both had risks. In the end, I did neither. Because separating them more aggressively would have acknowledged something none of us were ready to say aloud yet. That the danger on that trail was not only terrain or injury, it was inside the group. And once you formalize that, the whole structure changes. So I kept us roughly where we were, tightened the spacing, and focused on the next 100 yards instead of the next mile. The terrain gave me enough to do. By late morning, the air had started warming for real, and with warmth came a different kind of strain. The easy, damp gray of dawn burned off in patches, leaving the trail drier and the light harder where the trees thinned. We hit one of the narrow stretches sooner than I wanted, a run of slope-side trail where the downhill edge sloughed away in loose gravel
and decomposed granite, forcing everyone into single file with careful footing. Above us, roots shoved out of the bank like bent fingers.
Below, the slope fell in ugly little ledges and brushy breaks that would not kill you if you slipped,
but could certainly ruin your day and complicate everything else. The heat rising from the exposed stone changed the smell of the place too. Less damp ash and coffee now, more dust, sun-warmed bark, mineral earth. The scent should have been clean, familiar. Instead, it sat over my nerves like pressure. I kept talking just enough to preserve function. Watch this section. Loose under your right foot. One at a time through the bend. Use the root, not the stone. That sort of thing, not chatter. Trail language. The language of keeping bodies upright. Behind me, the family had gone nearly silent. That silence was not relief. It was exhaustion, edged with dread. Every now and then, I could hear Evelyn speaking under her breath, but not loudly enough to catch the words. Not to anyone, exactly.
More like a person murmuring in the half-private way some people do when they are reading signs to themselves, or answering a thought the rest of the room has not heard. The first couple of times I told myself she might be self-soothing, rehearsing reality, keeping panic from rising. Then I glanced back at a switchback and saw that she wasn't looking at Richard while she spoke. She was looking into the trees, just off trail, head turned slightly, listening. That made me start scanning the tree line more often than I wanted to. Not dramatically, I didn't jerk my head around or stop the group for no reason, but every time the trail opened into even a shallow angle of woods, I found myself checking the spaces between trunks, the breaks in brush, the bands of shadow under low branches, where a crouched body could have hidden easily if it wanted to. Nothing was ever there. Of course, nothing was there. Daylight stripped the forest of a lot of its theatrical potential. Every trunk looked like bark again. Every low shape became rock or stump or deadfall once the eye had a second to settle. And still I checked. Because once a place has lied to you in darkness, some part of you goes on distrusting it, even in full light. At one stop, if you can call it a stop, just a brief pause where the trail widened enough to let everyone breathe and reset without bunching, I looked down and noticed something odd with Evelyn's foot. Her left heel had reopened a little through the bandage wrap Mara had improvised that morning. There was a faint, fresh line of blood at the edge of the dressing. Not enough to drip, but enough that I expected to see marks in the dust where she had been stepping over the last stretch. There were almost none. The trail there held a thin layer of pale powder over packed earth, the kind that records ordinary passage pretty well if a boot lands with any force. I could see the edges of my own tread and Daniel's clearer forefoot strike. Richard's, Mara's. But where Evelyn had walked, I saw only the occasional scuffed outline, lighter than it should have been, as though her weight hadn't fully committed to the ground. I stared at that longer than was reasonable. Then I told myself the answer was simple. She was stepping carefully, favoring the cuts, landing differently. The drier surface was not taking impressions well. I was tired, keyed up, and looking too hard. That explanation lasted until the next patch of softer ground. The trail dipped briefly through a low run where old moisture still held under shade, enough to darken the soil and make it receptive. Everyone's prints showed up there cleanly. My boots, the siblings, Richard behind them. Then Evelyn's.
footprints. And beside hers, for 3 steps only, something deeper. Not a full track, not a clean print I could kneel over and categorize.
Just a second pattern of pressure in the softened earth to the right of where her feet had landed. Elongated depressions, slightly offset, as if something heavier than she was had moved almost in parallel for a moment, before the trail changed and the marks vanished into stone again. I stopped so abruptly that Daniel nearly walked into me. "What?" he snapped. I looked down once more. The impressions were still there, but the longer I stared, the less certain their shape became. One could have been nothing more than a slumped edge of trail. Another, a collapsed pocket under old roots. The human mind is an eager forger when fear is already holding the pin. "Nothing," I said, and hated the word. I moved on. Sleep deprivation was a possibility. So was pattern hunger. So was the fact that my nerves had been wound too tight for too long and were starting to interpret every irregularity as accompaniment. I knew all of that, knew it clearly. That did not stop the hair on the back of my neck from rising every time the trail bent near thicker trees. Around noon, the heat pressed harder. Not brutal, but enough that the old smell of sun-baked stone and resin came back in waves. We stopped again to drink, and during that pause, I caught Evelyn standing very still, with her head angled toward the woods on the uphill side of the trail. Not staring this time, listening. Richard said her name once. She didn't answer. He touched her arm lightly. She flinched as if surfacing from deep water, and looked at him with brief confusion before remembering him. "Are you dizzy?" Mara asked. Evelyn shook her head. "What are you listening to?" Daniel asked, harsher than he meant to. For a second she looked almost embarrassed. Then she whispered, not to him and not quite to all of us. "It's still walking with us." No one said anything, because what could anyone say to that? I listened then, despite myself. Nothing but the ordinary sounds of a midday stop on trail. The click of Mara recapping a water bottle. Daniel's breath still a little fast from the climb. A jay farther off. Wind moving high where it couldn't cool us. The small dry shift of gravel under Richard's boots. No second set of steps, no parallel movement in the trees. Nothing. Richard gave a strained smile that failed immediately. "You're hearing things because you're tired." Evelyn lowered her eyes. "Maybe." She sounded almost ashamed of the answer, which somehow made it worse. I wanted to say something reassuring. I wanted to restore a usable logic to the moment before it took root in everybody's nerves. So I did what I'd been doing all day. I converted fear into instructions. "Drink," I said. "We move again in 30 seconds. Nobody argued. We started walking. And the worst part, maybe, was how normal all of us looked from a distance. A guide in front, a family behind him, ox, hats, water bottles, the mundane choreography of people making miles in decent weather. If you had seen us crossing one of the brighter stretches of trail just then, you might have envied the day. You would never have guessed I was counting every body over and over in my head. Never have guessed that I had started glancing into the trees not because I had seen anything clear there, but because I had become frightened of what the spaces between the trunks might contain if I stopped checking them for too long. That is what controlled panic feels like,
Not screaming, not running, just the endless, exhausting labor of keeping your hands steady while your mind keeps trying to tell you that the world beside the trail is moving in step with you. By the time it happened, all of us were running on nerves more than strength. We had been moving for hours, though in memory it compresses into a single long stretch of controlled damage. Heat lifting off stone.
Dust on our shins, the smell of pine sap warming in the trunks above us. Nobody talking unless it was necessary. Every pause feeling dangerous, every mile feeling slower than it should have been, because we were dragging something invisible with us, and none of us knew how close it still was. I chose the stop because I had to choose one. The trail widened into a rough shelf of ground half shaded by old pines, with a split boulder on one side and enough flat surface to get everyone off the narrow run of trail for a minute. Not ideal, but better than pushing the group until one of them made a tired mistake on loose stone. Richard's face had gone flushed and tight. Mara was moving on discipline. Daniel looked one bad sentence away from exploding. And Evelyn had drifted back into that foggy, almost compliant quiet that frightened me in a different way than the speaking did. She had been muttering less over the last half hour. That should have reassured me. It didn't. Silence in her no longer felt like peace. It felt like weather changing in another room. 2 minutes, I said when we reached the shelf. Water. Stay where I can see you. Nobody challenged me. That in itself told me how badly the group was fraying. Daniel shrugged his pack off one shoulder and then thought better of taking it fully off. Mara unscrewed a bottle and drank in the measured, efficient way medical people often do when they know they've already gone too long. I stepped to the edge of the shelf and took one automatic sweep of the tree line below us, then uphill, then back over the trail we just climbed. More ritual than expectation by then. Nothing. When I turned back, Richard had moved closer to Evelyn. At first, the sight of it almost relieved me. There was something fundamentally human in the gesture. A husband trying to rebuild a shape of care after a morning that had stripped all the ordinary language out of his marriage. He stood close, but not crowding, one hand half raised, as if not yet sure whether touching her would soothe or provoke. She was seated on the lower edge of the split boulder, shoulders slightly bowed, hands resting loose between her knees. Her boots were dusty. A streak of dried mud still clung near one ankle, where the morning cleanup had missed it. From a distance, she looked exhausted and older than she had the day before. Richard said something I didn't catch. Evelyn didn't answer. He tried again, softly enough that I had to read most of it from posture and mouth shape. Maybe her name, maybe hey, maybe some version of "Are you with me?" Then he touched her shoulder. She lifted her face and looked at him. What I saw in that look changed the whole moment before anyone moved. It was not anger. If she had looked furious, I think I would have understood it better. Rage is human. Hurt is human. Even panic can look wild enough in the wrong body that people confuse it for malice. This was worse. She stared at him with a kind of blank disgust, so flat and depthless it almost seemed unfinished. Not hatred sharpened by memory. Not a spouse looking at someone who had wronged her. It was the look you might give something foul you had discovered in your hand after already touching it. Recognition without tenderness. Familiarity without any reason to spare. I started toward them before I had consciously decided to. Richard must have seen something shift in her expression too, because his hand dropped and he said, very quietly, "Ev?" What happened next took less than 2 seconds. Evelyn's right hand went down beside the boulder, fingers closing around something on the ground. By the time my mind recognized the shape, a fist-sized stone, jagged on one side, heavy enough to do real damage, she was already rising. Richard saw it a heartbeat after I did. He didn't shout a warning to her. He shouted my name. Not even a sentence, just my name, torn hard and short out of his throat like an instinct. "Devon!" Evelyn lunged. There was nothing theatrical about it. No wind-up, no screaming charge. She came up off the rock and drove forward with her whole body behind the arm. The stone lifted high and then dropping in a brutal, direct arc toward Richard's face. He got half a step back, enough that the first swing clipped his temple and upper cheekbone instead of crushing the bridge of his nose outright. The sound it made was sickeningly solid, not the wet movie crack of exaggerated violence, but the true blunt sound of rock meeting bone through skin. Richard reeled sideways with both hands going up, more out of shock than defense. Daniel hit her a fraction later. He didn't think he tackled. He came in from her left with all the rage and momentum he had been carrying for hours, driving shoulder first into her ribs and hip. The impact twisted her body and sent the second blow wide, the rock scraping off Richard's raised forearm instead of landing where she wanted it. All three of them crashed down into dust and loose gravel at the base of the boulder. Mara screamed. I was already on them. The whole struggle turned ugly in the way real grappling always does. Close, clumsy, full of knees and elbows and breath and brief blind panic. There is nothing cinematic about trying to stop one human being from hurting another at arm's length. It is confusion and leverage and grabbing whatever part of the body presents itself before the next impact happens. Daniel had wrapped both arms around his mother's upper body, trying to pin the arm with the rock, but she fought with such abrupt, violent force that for a second I thought adrenaline had turned her stronger than she was. Mara dropped to her knees beside them and clawed for Evelyn's wrist with both hands. "Get the rock!" I shouted. Mara did. She caught Evelyn's hand, then the stone itself, fingers slipping once against sweat and grit before she ripped it free. It came away blood-smeared from Richard's strike and left a dark arc on Mara's sleeve when she flung it away into the brush. That should have ended it. Instead, Evelyn turned on whoever was closest. She twisted under Daniel in a way that should not have been possible for someone her age, her right shoulder nearly pulling out from under him as she bucked hard and snapped her head toward his forearm. Her teeth caught skin through the sleeve of his shirt, and then deeper when the fabric dragged. Daniel howled and tried to wrench free. She let go only to claw backward over his hand and wrist, nails raking in fast, furious lines. I got one arm under hers from behind and trapped it against her side. Mara caught the other at the elbow. Between the three of us, we finally forced her down onto one hip and shoulder, but even then she kept thrashing, heels kicking, knees driving, torso jerking with shocking force for someone who had seemed half dissociated 10 seconds earlier. That was when I got close enough to smell her breath. Copper, stomach acid, something earthier under both, and close enough to see her mouth. There was blood on her gums, not a lot,
but enough to thread red through her spit where she had bitten or struck herself in the struggle. Mixed in it were tiny white flecks like grit or chipped enamel or something harder that should not have been there. One of her thumbnails had split back nearly to the quick. Dark sludge packed the torn edge, almost black against the wet pink underneath. Dirt filled the creases around her knuckles. Fine gravel stuck to the sweat on her face. Her knees scraped raw against the stone where she'd gone down. Skin opened in bright, angry crescents already collecting dust.
She did not look enraged. That is what I remember with the most disgust. Even in the middle of the violence, her face was not full of ordinary fury. It was strained, yes, distorted by effort. But there was something else under it. Confusion, terror, revulsion. Not at us, but at something she was seeing too vividly to escape. "Hold her!" Mara cried. "I've got her," Daniel said, though he clearly barely did. Evelyn jerked once more against all three of us, hard enough that her head struck the dirt and stone with a dull thud. Her eyes flew open wider, fixed not on Richard, bleeding a few feet away, not on her children restraining her, not on me with one arm locked around hers, but over my shoulder, into the trees. Her mouth opened, and what came out of it did not sound like rage. It sounded like horror, arriving too late to stop itself from becoming language. It wore her voice first. She screamed it, not at us, past us. The words ripped raw through the shelf of trees and came back broken by trunks and slope. For one split second, the entire world held still around them. The creek, the heat, the flies that had started finding Richard's blood. All of it suspended under the sentence. Daniel froze. Mara froze. I felt every muscle in my body go cold and tight at once. Because nothing in that cry fit the struggle we were in. It was not a threat, not a confession, not even a coherent escalation of the accusations from earlier. It was a warning, arriving from inside panic. Then her whole body changed. The fight went out of her so suddenly it felt as if someone had cut supporting wires inside her. The tension vanished from her limbs. Her torso convulsed once, twice. "Turn her," I started, but Mara was already moving. We rolled her onto her side just as she vomited. It came fast and hard, splashing onto the dirt and stone in a thin gush of coffee, bile, half-digested protein bar, and stringy mucus shot through with threads of red. The smell hit all at once. Acid, stomach heat, blood, and something sourer underneath. She kept retching, even after there was almost nothing left to bring up, each contraction wringing her smaller. Saliva and bile ran from the corner of her mouth into the dust. Her shoulders shook. Her hair had come loose completely now and stuck to her face in damp ropes. Richard was sitting against the boulder, with one hand pressed to the side of his face. Blood had started down from the cut at his temple in a thin line, bright against the gray of his skin. He looked less angry than stunned, as if his mind had not yet caught up to the fact that his wife had just tried to cave in his skull with a rock. Daniel was breathing in ragged bursts, one forearm bitten and already swelling under torn fabric. Mara stayed crouched beside her mother, with both bloody hands hovering uselessly for a second, before she found a cloth and started wiping at Evelyn's mouth on pure training alone. Then Evelyn began to sob. Not theatrically, not with any dignity either. Collapsed people don't cry elegantly. Her sobs came broken and animal, body first, dragging breath through a throat already raw from screaming and vomiting. She curled inward as much as we let her, both hands trying weakly to come up toward her face. For a second I thought she might swing again, but there was no fight left in the motion, only shame, or pain, or something worse than both. "I'm sorry," she said, though half the words dissolved in spit and breath. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mara looked at me over her shoulder, eyes huge and wet and furious all at once. What the hell is happening to her? I had no answer, none that could survive daylight.
So I did the only thing left to do. I got Richard stabilized enough to stand, checked his pupils, wrapped pressure over the cut with a clean pad from my medkit, looked at Daniel's arm, and told all of them, with a voice I barely recognized as my own, that nobody was going anywhere alone from that moment on. The rock lay somewhere in the brush where Mara had thrown it. I never went to pick it up. I did not need to see it again to know what it had nearly done. What stayed with me was not the blood on Richard's face, or the torn skin on Daniel's arm, or the bile sinking dark into the dirt. It was Evelyn's voice in that one impossible scream. It wore her voice first, as if the thing we were trying to drag off the mountain had not begun with her. As if whatever had stepped into our lives back near that washout had already been borrowing someone else before any of us knew to be afraid. After the violence, everything became quieter in the worst possible way. Not calmer, quiet. There is a difference. Calm has shape to it. It contains decisions. Quiet, after something breaks open, is what's left when everyone is still trying to understand what kind of damage they are looking at. The trail shelf where we had gone down a few minutes earlier now felt smaller than it had before, fouled somehow by what had happened there. Dust hung in the air where our shoes and knees had torn it up. A fly had already found the line of blood drying at Richard's temple. The smell of vomit sat low over the ground in the warming day. Acid and bile and something bitterly human that did not belong in a pine forest. For a while, nobody said much at all. That part is still clear in my head, because silence after violence can be more intimate than anything people say. Mara, on her knees in the dirt, with a stained cloth in one hand, trying to wipe her mother's mouth clean without looking like she was afraid of being bitten again. Daniel bent over, one hand braced on his thigh, the other pressed against the torn sleeve at his forearm, breathing hard through his nose, because if he opened his mouth, all the wrong words were going to come out. Richard, sitting against the split boulder, the clean pad from my medkit darkening steadily where I held it to his head, his eyes fixed not on his wife but somewhere just past her, as if he still hadn't fully returned to the fact that she had tried to strike him. And Evelyn herself, on the ground between all of us, curled around the last shuddering aftershocks of whatever had just moved through her. She was no longer fighting, no more clawing, no more twisting, no more sudden animal force in her body. She lay on one side, knees drawn slightly up, one cheek almost against the dirt, hair loose and matted across part of her face. Her shoulders jerked every so often with the remnants of sobbing. Spit and bile shone wet at the corner of her mouth.
A thread of blood still showed bright at one gum, where she'd cut herself or bitten down too hard in the struggle. The hand with the torn thumbnail kept opening and closing weakly in the dust, like it didn't belong to her. At first, we restrained her because we had to. Daniel, despite the bite and the shock, stayed close enough to stop her if she tried to lunge again. Mara kept one hand on her shoulder, not pinning, just reminding. I crouched at her back for another full minute, ready for the instant the collapse turned back into thrashing. Even Richard, dazed as he was, never quite let his eyes leave her. But the longer she stayed down, the more the restraint changed shape. It stopped being force. It became care. Daniel's hand slipped from her wrist to the upper arm, still controlling but no longer punishing. Mara used the edge of a clean bandage wrapper to gently clear grit from the side of her face. Richard, after a long blank moment, asked for another pad for his temple, and then, unbelievably, asked if Evelyn was cold. The question almost undid me right there, not because it was irrational, but because it was so heartbreakingly human. A man bleeding from the head and still trying to remember how to be a husband through terror. "She needs a hospital," Mara said. Her voice was steadier now, which made it more alarming, not less. Medical people sound most dangerous when they're no longer emotional enough to soften anything. "I know," I said. I tried the radio again, though by then I already knew what I was going to get. I stepped a little higher on the shelf, angled the unit, changed position twice, listened through hiss and clipped fragments of static that might as well have been ocean noise for all the use they were. The canopy and the terrain had been unreliable all morning, and now, when I most needed clean contact, the radio gave me nothing a sane person could rely on. I lowered it and felt the shape of the next decision settle into place. I would have to run, not because I wanted to leave them, because staying and pretending the radio was enough would have been its own kind of cowardice. I turned back to the group. "Signal's garbage here," I said. "I'm going to move fast for the trail access and get support rolling from there." Daniel straightened immediately. "You're leaving us?" The accusation came from fear, not reason. I knew that. Still, it hit. "I'm getting help. We can all keep moving." "No," Mara said before I could. She was looking at her mother, not me. "She can't do the rest of this on foot if she turns again." Richard nodded once, like the motion cost him. "Go." I looked at him to make sure he knew what I was asking of him. "Can you keep her here?" He looked down at Evelyn on the ground. The answer sat in his face before he spoke it. "I can keep her with us." That wasn't exactly what I had asked, but it was probably the truest thing anyone could have said. I gave fast instructions then, because speed matters when fear starts editing people's memory. Stay together. No one chases anything into the trees. No one answers voices off trail. If she gets violent again, keep distance first, control second. Use the whistle clipped to my spare pack strap if they heard or saw anything they couldn't place. Conserve water. Keep her in shade. Do not, under any circumstances, let anyone split from the group, even for a bathroom break. They all nodded. Even Daniel. Even Evelyn. That last one stopped me. She had pushed herself up slightly while I was talking and was now half sitting with Mara's help,
blanket over her shoulders again, though the day had warmed. Her face looked ravaged by crying and sickness, streaked, swollen around the eyes, lips dry, a little dirt still worked into the lines around her nose and chin.
But for the first time since dawn, there was something in her gaze that looked entirely, terribly lucid. Not healthy, not stable. Lucid. She looked at me as if she had been listening more closely than any of the others. I crouched in front of her because some instinct told me not to speak down to her from standing height. "Evelyn," I said, "can you stay with them until I get back?" She held my eyes for a long second. Then she leaned the smallest bit closer and whispered, "Don't let them answer me if I call." The sentence was so quiet, I almost thought I had misheard her. "What?" I said. She swallowed. Her throat worked once, painfully. Then she whispered again, clearer this time. "Don't let them answer me if I call." Every tiny sound around us seemed to sharpen at once. A fly, the creak somewhere below, a shift of gravel under Daniel's boot as he came half a step nearer without realizing it. "Who?" I asked. Evelyn's eyes moved, not to any one person, but past all of us for one fleeting second, toward the trees, then back to me. "The ones that sound right at first," she said. A coldness moved through me so clean and immediate it felt like stepping into mountain water. Not because the line was dramatic, it wasn't. If anything, the simplicity of it made it worse. She said it the way a patient might warn you about an allergy, or the way an exhausted mother might remind someone not to wake a sleeping baby. Practical, faint, entirely without ornament. And I believed her. That was the worst part. Not later, not in hindsight after more evidence had piled up. Right then, on that trail shelf with Richard bleeding and Daniel bitten and Mara trying not to shake and Evelyn half covered in her own vomit, I believed her immediately and completely. I did not ask how she knew. I did not ask whether she meant voices from the night or from the trees or from inside her own head. I just believed her. That frightened me more than anything else that had happened so far, because belief like that is a kind of surrender, and I had spent the whole trip fighting not to surrender to anything I could not name. I stood up too quickly and nearly lost balance on the loose dirt. Daniel asked what she had said. I told him only, "Stay together." That was all I could trust my mouth with. Then I ran. There is a specific kind of misery to running hard on tired legs downhill through backcountry. Your body wants to trust gravity and momentum. Your training tells you that trust is how ankles break and teeth get knocked loose on stone. So you do both things at once. Move faster than feels wise and restrain every stride as if you are arguing with the earth. I took the trail in long, controlled drops where I could, shorter checked steps where it narrowed or turned to loose rock. Roots flashed under me. Dust kicked up behind my boots. Heat rose in sheets from the brighter exposed sections now that midday had started leaning in for real. Sweat ran down between my shoulder blades within minutes. The radio thumped against my side with every stride. My breath got loud enough that for a while I could hear almost nothing else. That should have helped. It didn't. Because the whole time I was running, her words were running with me. Don't let them answer me if I call. The ones that sound right at first.
I tried more than once to force my mind back into practical channels. Distance to access point, estimated response time, whether the ATV route was clear, whether county EMS would send ground only or request air if Mara described the altered mental status accurately enough, whether Richard's head wound needed sutures or only pressure and a clean field dressing. Those were useful things, concrete things. But every time I got close to steadiness, the phrase came back. Not because it was mysterious,
because it fit too much. The voice in the trees the night before, the answer from downhill and the footstep uphill. The way Evelyn had asked, when we found her, why we were all out there. The thing she'd screamed while we held her down. It wore her voice first. By the time I hit the lower switchbacks, I had stopped trying to argue myself out of what I already knew. Whatever had happened near that washout did not end in confusion or violence alone. It involved imitation, recognition, something that understood how to cross the distance between fear and familiarity. That is hard enough to write now. At the time, running alone under hardening daylight through those pines, it felt worse than insanity. It felt plausible. I reached the broader trail section near access faster than I should have, lungs burning, shirt stuck to my back, one knee already complaining from the downhill strain. The radio finally caught enough signal for a broken exchange partway out, but by then, I was already in motion toward people rather than static. When the trailhead and support turnout finally came into view through the trees, the sight of parked utility equipment and human-made order hit me so hard it almost made me angry. A normal world was still happening. That felt obscene. I found one of the seasonal support guys first, then the site supervisor. I gave the summary the way training taught me to give it: fast, stripped, medically useful. Female hiker, altered mental status, violent episode, probable head injury or neurological event. One secondary patient with blunt force laceration to the temple, another with bite wound. All in backcountry on a shelf section, needing extraction support. I left out almost everything else because there was no vocabulary for it that would survive another person's face. Within minutes, we had the chain moving. Keys, a TV, medlight trailer, extra water, trauma bag, a cleaner radio channel from lower elevation, someone notifying county EMS, someone else talking about whether the helicopter would be worth the delay versus ground extraction to the access point. Human systems kicked in around me with the dull mechanical mercy they are designed to provide. I should have felt relief. Instead, standing there with sweat drying cold under my shirt and pine dust stuck to my shins, I felt something closer to dread clarifying itself. Help was coming, that was true. Medical help, transport, blood pressure cuffs, IV bags, questions, monitors, lights, all the good civilized tools people use when the body goes wrong. But as the ATV engine turned over and somebody asked me to point the fastest route back in, I understood with sick certainty that the emergency on that trail was no longer only medical. Maybe it had never been. Because for the first time since this started, Evelyn had not sounded merely confused or cruel or fragmented. She had sounded aware. Aware that something had happened to her. Aware that it might still be near us. And aware enough to know the most dangerous thing about it was not how wrong it sounded, but how right it did at first. 5.1
the lift out, and the last look. By the time I got back up the trail with help, the day had turned bright in a way that felt almost insulting. Not beautiful, just exposed. The kind of hard late morning light that picks every edge clean and leaves no room for the mercy of shadow. The pines threw sharp bars across the trail. Dust rose pale under our boots and hung in the heat. Somewhere, uphill, a jay kept complaining in short, angry bursts, like the whole mountain had offended it personally.
The ATV could only take us so far along the access cut before the terrain forced us back onto foot. So the last stretch in went fast and ugly. 2 support staff with the med bag and folded litter, me in front again, lungs still not fully recovered from the first run, all of us moving with that urgent, half-controlled speed you learn when every second matters, but one broken ankle would make the whole situation far worse. I heard them before I saw them. Not screaming, no fresh struggle, just voices thinned by distance and stress. Then, the small metallic peal of the whistle I'd left them. One short blast, and then another. Not panic signaling so much as saying, "We're still here, come faster." We rounded the bend onto the shelf, and I saw the group exactly where I had left them, only more reduced somehow. That was the first thing that struck me. They looked smaller. Not physically, but in the emotional sense people do after something violent has drained the room out of them. Richard was seated on the lower side of the split boulder, with a field dressing still pressed under his hand at the cut on his temple. Daniel stood near him, with his bitten forearm wrapped in one of Mara's emergency bandages, his whole body tight with the kind of stillness that usually means a man has gone past anger and is now keeping himself from shaking. Mara was crouched beside her mother, in the sliver of shade the boulder still cast, one hand on Evelyn's shoulder and the other gripping a water bottle so hard the plastic had creased inward. And Evelyn sat on the ground with the blanket around her, knees drawn slightly up, looking emptied out. That is the only phrase that fits. Not peaceful, not better, not even properly conscious in the ordinary sense. More like whatever had been moving through her all morning had spent itself for the moment and left the body behind. Still occupied, still functioning, but hollowed. Her face was pale under the streaks of dried tears and dirt. The skin beneath her eyes had gone bruised looking. Strands of hair stuck to the damp along her jaw. Every so often she said she was sorry, but not to any one person exactly, just quietly into the heat, like someone answering a question nobody else could hear. When she saw me, she did not look relieved. She only looked tired enough that the distinction hurt. The med response took over the moment we arrived, and I let it happen because that is what you do when you're no longer the highest level of useful. One ranger knelt by Richard first, getting a clean look at the head wound, checking pupil response, blood loss, orientation. The other moved straight to Evelyn and asked the soft, efficient questions you ask when altered mental status and possible head injury are both on the table. Name, date, where are you? Do you know who these people are? Did you lose consciousness? Can you move your feet? Does your neck hurt? Are you going to vomit again? Some of the answers were right. That was almost worse than if none of them had been. Yes, she said when asked her name. Evelyn Hart. She knew Richard. She knew Mara. She looked at Daniel for that same second too long before saying his name, but she got there. She knew she was in the woods,
She knew something had happened, though when asked what, she only whispered, "I got turned around." No mention of the rock, no mention of the things she had said, no mention of the impossible sentence she had screamed while we held her down. Watching a clean, reasonable medical response get laid over the top of what had happened felt disorienting in its own right.
Blood pressure cuff. Pin light. Oxygen sat estimate. Gentle questions. Notes taken in block print. It all belonged to the world I wanted this story to return to. The procedural world. The one where symptoms lead to diagnosis and transport and charts and handoff reports. Not whatever had been crouched in the edges of everything since before dawn. And yet I could feel, under every sensible action, the contamination of something else. The shelf itself still smelled faintly of bile in the heat. Richard still had his wife's attempted murder drying at the edge of his sleeve. Daniel kept looking at Evelyn the way men look at live wires after they've been shocked by them once. Mara answered the ranger's questions cleanly, clinically, but her voice had that controlled strain in it I'd heard from nurses and daughters and wives and nobody else. People performing competence so they don't have to admit that fear is already inside their bloodstream. We got them moving in stages. Because the shelf where they had gone down was no place to attempt a full helicopter hoist, the first job was getting them to a more workable clearing lower on the trail. One of the broader old service cutouts where the tree spacing opened just enough for a cautious landing, or at least a low hover extraction if county air agreed to it. We used the litter for Evelyn once it became clear she could stand but shouldn't be trusted to walk unsupported over narrow trail sections. Not because her body had failed outright, because her mind was still slipping in and out in ways none of us liked, and because after the attack, no one was willing to risk her having access to another improvised weapon or another chance to pitch herself or someone else off bad footing. The process of strapping someone into a stretcher sounds straightforward until you do it on dirt and stone with a family watching. There's always a moment people flinch at the restraint, even when it's necessary. The straps over the hips, chest, lower legs, the tucked blanket, the check that the airway stays free if the patient rolls or vomits, the slight indignity of being secured like cargo when only yesterday you were choosing trail mix in a parking lot. Evelyn submitted to all of it with almost painful meekness. She apologized while they worked, to Mara when her daughter adjusted the blanket under her shoulder, to the ranger tightening the side strap, to Richard for the blood on his shirt, to Daniel, who did not answer the first apology and only muttered, "It's fine," to the second, because the alternative was saying what he really felt in front of everyone. We moved carefully down the trail, 4 corners on the litter at the tighter sections, 2 when the tread widened, slow on the loose parts, count before each step down, call the roots, call the stones, switch bearers before forearms started shaking. That sort of work has a rhythm to it, and once you settle into the rhythm, the body almost forgets the context for a few minutes. Almost. At the lower clearing, the air unit finally committed. You hear them before you see them, even in timber. A deep, distant chop that doesn't yet sound like a machine so much as a pressure arriving through the sky. Then the sound builds and sharpens and starts interfering with everything else, flattening conversation, lifting dust, changing how your own chest receives air. We cleared the landing zone fast, packs dragged back from the open center, loose wrappers and lightweight gear pinned under boots or jammed beneath rocks, hats secured, blanket corners tucked hard, eyes already narrowing against the dust that was about to come. Rotor wash in the woods is a violent thing. It hits the clearing in waves first, slapping the tops of brush and low branches flat. Then comes down harder until all the light debris on the ground starts moving at once. Needles skitter, dust lifts in pale sheets. The smell of hot engine and churned earth overtakes the pines. The helicopter hung low enough that it felt less like a vehicle arriving than like weather being forced into one small place. We crouched around the litter as the crew came in. Hand signals, chin straps, quick, clipped movements. The pilot holding the machine steady over a clearing smaller than anyone sane would have chosen if there had been a better option. One medic dropping down into the wash, ducked low, moving to the litter with the practiced aggression of someone who has done this too often to waste a second on drama. He took one look at Evelyn, one at the notes from the ranger, one at Richard's dressing and Daniel's arm, and the whole event shifted from our improvised field crisis into formal extraction. Name confirmed, vitals relayed, mechanism uncertain, altered mental status, violent episode, possible head injury, possible psych event. Second patient with head laceration. Third with bite wound. Questions shouted over the wash. Answers half lip-read, half repeated. The nausea hit Evelyn as soon as the rotor wash really settled on us. I saw it in her face before she said anything. The swallow, the tightening under the eyes, the way her body tried to curl despite the straps. We rolled her slightly with the medic's help and got a bag under her in time for only a small amount of dry heaving and bitter spit. Even then, she apologized again. That part, more than the restraints or the blood, was what made Mara finally break for a second. Not loudly, just one sharp inhale and a look away, while she wiped both cheeks with the heel of her hand, as if tears were a professional inconvenience. Richard went up with Evelyn. That was the only choice that made sense. He was injured but ambulatory, and no one was going to separate him from her at that point anyway. Daniel and Mara would go out by ATV and follow by road once EMS routed them. All of that got decided in compressed, practical bursts while the machine beat the air flat around us. I helped lift the litter the final few inches onto the receiving frame. That put me close enough to her face for one last clear look. Her eyes were open but unfocused, not on me, not on Richard crouched near the door under the medic's direction, not on the crew. Her mouth was moving. At first, I thought she was just working saliva, trying not to gag again. Then I realized she was speaking, not loudly enough to hear over the rotor wash, not even loudly enough to shape fully into words I could lip read with any confidence. Just the repeated movement of language aimed not upward at us, not toward Richard, but to her right, toward the empty space beside the stretcher, as if someone was standing there, as if she was trying to answer them. A medic leaned in then, and the angle broke. The next second she was inside, Richard after her, the door half pulled, the machine already preparing to lift. I stepped back with dust tearing at my eyes and watched the helicopter rise out of the clearing in a churn of needles and heat and noise, banking just enough to clear the trees before angling toward the road and whatever version of normal medicine could do for them now.
Daniel stood with one hand over his mouth. Mara looked smaller than she had that morning at camp. Neither of them spoke while we watched the aircraft go. Then it was gone, and the clearing was suddenly too quiet, in the way places are after machines leave, soundless for one beat, not because there is no sound, but because your hearing is still waiting for the noise that has moved on without you. That was the moment the adrenaline began to crash out of me. My hands started shaking a little.
Not visibly, I hope, but enough that I felt the small betrayals in my fingers when I reached to secure a loose strap on the med bag. My legs had gone heavy from the double run and the time on the litter. The emotional distance I had been maintaining all day, guide voice, medic voice, task voice, began fraying at the edges. The family was in motion now toward the next layer of care. The scene should have been over. Instead, standing in that trampled clearing with rotor wash still settling the dust back onto the world, I found I could not stop thinking about the washout, about the place where we had found her, about the wet indentations in the mud, the smear on stone, the sliver under her thumbnail, the chewing sound just outside the firelight, and now her mouth moving beside the stretcher, as if someone unseen had stayed with her all the way to extraction. One of the support guys asked if I was coming down with them. I looked toward the trail that bent back uphill through the pines. No, I heard myself say, because by then, dread had changed shape again. It was no longer only attached to Evelyn. It had started rooting itself in the place that had given her back to us. I should have gone down with the others. That is the clean version of events, the reasonable one, the one a supervisor would have preferred, and probably the one I would have advised if the situation had belonged to somebody else. Get the family out, file the incident report, let county handle the medical side, let rangers or deputies sweep the site later with daylight, with backup, with enough distance between the emergency and the curiosity it leaves behind. But I didn't do that. Partly it was professional pride, and I know how ugly that sounds. Guides, medics, volunteers, anyone who has spent too long being the useful one, they all carry some version of it. A private conviction that if something terrible happened on your watch, you don't get to walk away from the place until you know as much about it as possible. You owe the scene a second look. You owe the facts a chance to stop being rumors in your own head. But that wasn't the whole truth. The whole truth was uglier and harder to defend. I wanted to know whether what I had started to believe had any physical shape to it. So I told one of the support guys I was heading back up for a final check of the campsite and the washout, just long enough to see if anything obvious had been left behind that could matter for the report. He made the face people make when they know you're technically allowed to do something and still think it's a terrible idea. "I'll come with you," he said. His name was Paul, a seasonal trail support guy in his 40s, broad-shouldered, ex-construction, the sort of man who had seen enough blood in practical contexts that he didn't confuse himself for fragile. He'd been good during extraction, fast with gear, no wasted motion, no chatter. "Fine," I said. But even on the hike back, I could tell he already regretted it. The mountain had changed in the hours since morning, or maybe I had. The light was higher now, harder and less forgiving. What dawn had flattened, noon carved back out in mean detail. The trail seemed drier, more broken, every loose stone sharply outlined, every root harsher underfoot. Heat lifted in slow, resin-scented waves from the pines.
Flies had come out in greater numbers now that the air had warmed, and their ordinary, indifferent buzzing made the whole forest feel less haunted and somehow dirtier, less supernatural, more biological. That did not help. The farther we climbed back toward camp, the more the whole place began to look not magical or cursed, but used. Worn in a way I had not noticed before, because darkness lets the imagination hide things beneath mystery. Daylight, when it chooses, can be more cruel.
It shows you the ways a place has been worn down, hollowed, handled, returned to. By the time we reached the campsite, the clearing looked ordinary enough to insult me. The fire ring sat where it had sat the day before, the ash now dull and collapsed. A few disturbed patches of dirt where we had moved fast that morning. One forgotten plastic spoon half under a log. Nothing about it announced itself as the site of anything more than a bad family incident and an emergency extraction. Paul stood at the edge of camp, hands on hips, taking it in. "This where they spent the night?" he asked. "Yeah." He nodded once and looked toward the eastern slope. "And you found her down there?" I followed his gaze, past the drainage. He was quiet for a second. Then, "That where you want to go?" I said yes. He didn't argue, but he didn't like it. The path down toward the washout looked worse in full daylight, not because it was hard, exactly, because all the shapes that had been hidden by darkness were now visible enough to become anatomical. Roots exposed from the cut in the slope, twisted out of the dirt like tendons stripped of flesh, thick and fibrous and pale where the outer bark had sheared away. The stone face beyond them was streaked with mineral deposits and damp in places that should have been dry by that time of day. The rocks skinning darker where seepage kept finding its way through hidden seams. Soil had collected in pockets between stone and root, blacker there than the trail dirt above. The washout itself no longer looked like mystery. It looked like damage that had been reopening a little every year for a long time. And the smell. The sweet rot smell I had caught in fragments the night before was stronger now. Not overwhelming, not enough to send us retreating on the spot, but distinct. Wet sweetness cut with decay, old organic breakdown trapped in shade. There are lots of natural things outdoors that smell wrong in a way you can explain later. Dead deer in a ravine, algae bloom, stagnant water, some fungal colony feeding under a log. But this smell had a faint closeness to it, a mammal warmth beneath the rot that made me think of mouths before I wanted to. Paul noticed it too. He wrinkled his nose. "Christ, what is that?" "I don't know. Something dead?" "Maybe." The answer made us both less comfortable, not more. We worked the area slowly. I started where we had found Evelyn standing, then widened from there. In daylight, signs came easier and harder at the same time. Easier because I could finally see the ground clearly. Harder because clarity stripped away the protective vagueness I'd been relying on. Things were no longer maybe this, maybe that. They were either there or they weren't. The dark smear on rock I had seen the night before had dried to a brown-black trace worked into the rough face of a stone just above the lower mud line. Blood. Not a pool, not dramatic, just enough to make my stomach tighten once it became legible for what it was. Dragged or transferred, not sprayed.
I crouched without touching it and followed the stain with my eyes to where it thinned and vanished into the uneven mineral texture of the rock. A little higher up, caught on a splintered root end, I found a thread of pale blue fabric. It took me a second to place it. Then I remembered the nightgown. Not all of it, just a snagged string and a tiny triangular pull where the weave had torn under force. But it was enough. Enough to say she had been close there, pressed into the roots or dragged across them, or turning fast in a place too tight to move cleanly. Paul had come no farther than a few yards down from camp and seemed content to let me lead the search.
"What have you got?" he asked. "Blood," I said, "and fabric." He swore softly under his breath. Then I found the battery. It was lying near a slick patch of darker dirt under a tangle of exposed root, half buried, silver contact end dulled with mud. One of the compact rechargeables old point-and-shoot cameras used. I knew it immediately, because Evelyn had swapped batteries during the hike in and joked about being a dinosaur while she did it. Her camera had not just been misplaced. It had been here, near the place where we found her, near the blood, near the roots. I held the battery up for Paul to see. "From the camera?" he asked. "Looks like it." He looked back toward camp as if doing the math of distance and time in his head. "She said she didn't remember coming down here." "I know." I slipped the battery into a zip pouch from my kit and kept looking. The pale fragments were easier to find once I knew to look for them. Tiny pieces worked into the mud, off-white against the dark, wet soil. Some no bigger than coarse grains of sand, others the size of clipped fingernails. I crouched over 3 of them in silence before Paul asked what I was seeing. "Don't know yet," I said, but I was lying. Not because I knew exactly, because I knew enough to be afraid of saying it aloud. They were too hard-edged to be fungus, too pale and matte to be ordinary rock from that drainage. A couple had the slight curve of something that had once belonged to a rounded surface and broken off under pressure. Bone entered my mind again. Tooth enamel did too, though I hated the speed with which it arrived. I was kneeling over one of the larger fragments when the flies led me farther down. It started as a shift in sound, not a swarm exactly, but a denser cluster of that dry, busy buzzing concentrated somewhere beyond the root tangle and stone lip. I followed it with my ears first, then with the flashlight I had taken out again, despite it being midday. Habit, maybe, or the human need to point a beam into spaces the sun refuses to occupy fully. The beam found a darker seam between boulders I had missed before. At first, it looked like nothing more than a shadow line where runoff had undercut the rock and collected debris. Then I moved a step to the left, and the angle changed. There was a gap there, narrow, partly hidden by roots and rock jut, not a full cave mouth in the dramatic sense, more like the mountain had opened one wet clenched fist, just enough to admit something willing to go low and squeeze through. A black vertical slice at first, then deeper darkness behind it where the stone widened inward. Cold air drifted out. Not a gust, just a steady seep of it, touching the sweat on my face and neck with underground chill. And the smell was stronger there. Sweet rot, damp mineral. Old organic decay layered over older stillness. Paul came 2 more steps down, saw where my light was pointed, and stopped. "No," he said immediately. I looked back at him. "No what?" "No way I'm going in there." I hadn't asked him to. The truth is, By then, I didn't want him behind me if I decided to do it. Fear behaves differently when shared. It gets louder, less precise. I needed my own thoughts clear, or as clear as they were likely to get. "I just want to look," I said. "From here, sure." I didn't answer. The gap was barely shoulder width at the entrance, narrower if you counted the roots sagging over one side. The surrounding stone was damp enough to darken my fingertips when I braced one hand against it to lean closer. Flies moved in and out of the seam, vanishing and reappearing in the dark, with an aimless confidence that made the space behind it feel larger than the opening suggested. I angled the flashlight in. For the first few feet, all it gave back was wet rock, root ends, and the uneven inward tilt of the passage. Then the beam caught a slick mineral sheen deeper in, and vanished into black behind that, swallowed so fast it looked as though the stone itself had absorbed the light. The passage did not go straight. That was somehow worse. Straight means measurable. Straight means the mind can project a useful geometry onto the dark. A bend means the world keeps something from you on purpose, even when you know that's just projection and rock has no intentions at all. My pulse had gone hard enough that I could feel it in the pads of my fingers. "Devon," Paul said behind me, and there was something close to pleading under the irritation. "Whatever this is, you can come back with rangers." Maybe. But maybe by then weather would shift, or scavengers would move through, or someone with less direct experience of that night would write the whole thing off as panic layered over a psych event and never push past the first 10 feet. Evidence has a half-life outdoors. Every hour matters. That was the practical argument. The less practical one was simpler. I needed to know. So I turned sideways, ducked my shoulders, and went in. The entrance scraped both arms through my shirt and forced me into a crouch almost immediately. Stone crowded my left shoulder, root and damp earth brushed the right. The air inside felt 40 degrees older than the day outside. Smell replaced sound at first, thick and wet enough to coat the back of my throat. My own breathing came back to me strangely flattened. The flies were louder in there, but not in a swarm pattern, more intermittent, deeper. By the time I was 3 body lengths in, the mountain had already taken something from the world behind me. Sound. Not completely. I could still hear Paul shift once at the entrance. Still hear my own boots grind lightly over grit and damp soil. But the outside had narrowed to a suggestion. The pines, the heat, the birds, the human world of open air, all of it dropped away with shocking speed. The passage bent slightly, and the light from the entrance ceased to matter. Only the flashlight existed now, and its beam felt too small, too white, too brittle against the wet, close dark. The walls tightened in, and then opened by degrees. Not into a room exactly, not yet. Just enough space that I could straighten from a crouch into a painful hunch and sweep the beam farther. Rock, damp streaks, a floor of old debris and darker packed earth. And deeper in, where the beam did not quite settle cleanly, the first unmistakable shape of something that should not have been there. The passage opened into a chamber that had never been meant for people. That was my first coherent thought when the flashlight beam finally stopped fighting for space and found enough room ahead to reveal the shape of where I'd ended up. Not a cave in the grand storybook sense. Not a vaulted hollow with echo and drama and cathedral shadows. This was lower than that. Meaner. A stone pocket worn out under the washout by time, seepage, and whatever had decided that the dark there was useful. The ceiling forced me to keep my head bent. Mineral streaks ran down the walls in pale veins where water had taken the same routes over and over for years, maybe decades. Damp clung to the stone in narrow, dark bands. The air was close and cool enough that every breath felt filtered through wet earth first. The beam of the flashlight came back at me in strange ways. Too bright where it struck slick mineral, swallowed whole where the rock roughened or the floor dipped under mounds of debris. And there was debris. A lot of it. Not in one heap. That would have been easier to understand. It lay distributed in the ugly pattern of repeated use, as if different things have been brought in, disturbed, shifted, fed on, or nested over time, until the whole chamber became a layered record of occupation no one had ever intended another human being to read. Closest to me was old nesting material. Matted leaves, shredded bark, dried grass gone almost gray from damp and age. Not one nest, many, or one repeatedly rebuilt and torn apart. Tangled through it were scraps of trash that told me human beings had been near this place for a very long time, whether they meant to be or not. A rusted tin can collapsed in on one side, the foil shine of a torn energy bar wrapper with the branding almost rubbed away. A plastic water bottle, flattened and yellowing. An old pull tab from the kind of beer can I hadn't seen outside antique stores. A faded length of synthetic cord. The brittle paper skin of something that had once been a cigarette pack, glued half into the floor by moisture and rot. The chamber smelled like all of it at once. Wet mineral, old fur, mold, sweet rot, iron. The stomach-turning, layered odor of a place where organic matter did not fully leave, only changed state. I moved the beam lower. Bones. Animal at first, and in enough quantity that my brain almost accepted them with relief. Deer, probably, maybe smaller mammals too. Long bones gnawed at the ends, rib fragments, vertebrae. A narrow antler branch, one tine snapped clean. Pelvic pieces I could not identify quickly. Fur clumps gone dull and greasy looking with age, tangled into the debris. A partial jaw from something small, teeth still embedded. The ordinary remains of predation, scavenging, denning. Hard to look at, but not by themselves impossible. Then the beam slid 6 inches to the right, and the relief ended. At first, I thought I was looking at another fragment of animal skull, because the piece was small, pale, curved. But the curve was wrong. Too smooth, too broad, not the shape of muzzle or snout. It was part of a human skull. Not the whole thing, God, not that. Just a broken section from the upper cranial plate, with the thin honeycombing of the inside still visible where it had split. It lay half embedded in darker floor muck near a clump of old leaves, the white dulled to a color closer to old teeth than clean bone. I remember crouching lower without realizing I was doing it. The flashlight shook once in my hand and then steadied. Next to the skull fragment lay 2 teeth. Human teeth. That is one of those things you know at a glance if you know bodies even a little.
The roots were short, one broken, the enamel surface flattened by wear in a way that did not belong to deer or coyote or anything else I could excuse into another category.
A third tooth sat farther off, near the edge of a rusted tin, half sunk in the damp floor. Then another. The chamber changed all at once. Not visually, it had not moved. The walls did not close in, nothing leapt at me out of the dark. But the meaning of everything in the beam changed so fast, it was like walking through a membrane. This was not only an animal place, this was not only a den. Somebody human had come into this chamber and not left all of themselves behind in the figurative sense. I took one careful step deeper. The floor was uneven, soft in patches, slick in others. My boot pressed into a section of debris that gave way under a crust and released a smell so concentrated and old that I had to lock my throat against it. The light moved with me and found more. A finger bone, small enough that I first hoped it belonged to a juvenile deer or raccoon or some other compact thing I could misread in my fear. But no. The proportions were too fine, too blunt-ended. One knuckle surface intact and unmistakably human once the beam hit it clean. A wedding band lay a foot beyond it, plain gold, half buried, tarnished enough that only one arc of metal still held any true shine. I stared at that ring longer than the skull or the teeth. I still don't know why. Maybe because it made the chamber suddenly personal, in a way anatomy alone hadn't yet accomplished. Somebody had once worn that ring while cooking dinner, or driving to work, or taking out the trash, or laughing at a joke they forgot years before, the day they came apart in this place. There were fabric remnants too, more than one kind. A faded floral strip so rotten it almost dissolved when the light struck it. A square of denim dark with damp. Something synthetic and red, maybe once part of a windbreaker lining or cheap sleeping bag. Not one event then, not one clean narrative. Time layered here. Repetition. I turned slowly, sweeping the chamber wall with my beam. That was when I saw the marks, vertical scratches in the stone. At first I thought they were only mineral drips or old root scoring, but the spacing was too regular and the stone surface around them too worn. They appeared in sets, some shallow, some deeper, all roughly at the same height from the floor, if you imagined a person crouched or kneeling there with face near the wall. 3 lines together, then 4, then another set farther down where the mineral staining had run over them and only half erased their shape. Repeated, again and again. Not claw marks from an animal scrabbling to get in or out. Too deliberate, too vertical. They looked like the kind of grooves fingernails or some small, hard tool might make if someone had been bracing themselves there, or counting, or dragged downward under panic and kept returning. I swung the light lower and found the section of floor that made my stomach truly drop. One part of the chamber, near the deeper bend, had gone blackened and slick in a way the rest had not. Not naturally wet, not simple seepage. The surface there looked worked over, stained, compacted, used repeatedly by pressure, leakage, or decomposition. It had the dull sheen of old biological residue pressed into stone and dirt over time. Around the edges of that patch were more pale shards, tiny and irregular,
several of them matching exactly the shape and color of the sliver I had pulled from under Evelyn's thumbnail. I knew then, with a certainty I wish I had never earned, that whatever she had gotten under her nails had come from here. I crouched and aimed the beam directly at one of the fragments. Off-white, thin, hard-edged, a little curved to one side. Bone or tooth enamel, broken down small enough to become part of the chamber's ordinary texture. Something had happened in this place recently enough that Evelyn had touched it, or touched whatever had touched it.
My own breathing had gone too loud. That is another thing about enclosed spaces. They teach you exactly how much noise your body makes when your mind is trying very hard not to panic. Breathe in, breathe out. Fabric shifting with your pulse, the minute creak of boot soles under weight. And beneath all of it, the dense, close silence of the chamber itself. Not empty, but absorptive, as if the stone preferred to keep sounds rather than throw them back. Then I heard something deeper in. At first I took it for water, a tiny sound, not even a proper movement, just the suggestion of a wet adjustment farther beyond the range of my beam, somewhere around the bend where the chamber narrowed again. A slide, a tap, a soft inward click like a pebble shifting under weight. I went still. The flashlight beam trembled across the blackened patch, then lifted toward the deeper dark. Nothing obvious. I listened harder. No repeat sound. Maybe water after all, I told myself. Drip into a pooled pocket. Condensation slipping from stone. Some small natural process amplified by my own nerves until it acquired intention. Then the beam caught a shape, low and pale and vertical enough that every muscle in my body locked before my mind had decided what it was. For one pure, sick second, I thought I was looking at a person sitting in the deeper part of the chamber with their head bowed. The shape held that arrangement exactly. Something like shoulders, something like a skull angle, something folded inward at knee height. I snapped the beam tighter onto it. Rock. Only rock, I thought. A mineral outcrop, and a curved slab behind it, making the suggestion of posture. That was all. Except when I eased the beam half an inch to the left, the illusion returned so perfectly that I could not tell whether I had disproved it or only wanted to. And that was enough. Whatever courage had gotten me 3 steps deeper into that chamber ended right there. I backed up, not turning around at first. Just one slow, careful step, then another. Beam still fixed on the deeper section, in case the rock stopped being rock, or the sound came again, or something pale rose out of the blackened floor and made a liar out of every explanation I had left. My shoulders brushed damp stone. One boot slid slightly in the slick patch and nearly dropped me to a knee. The smell thickened as I moved, or maybe fear simply made me notice it more. Sweet, rotten, ferrous, old. Then the entrance bend gave me a sliver of daylight. I turned and got out, not gracefully, not fast enough to call it running, but faster than control would have preferred. Shoulders scraping stone, one hand on the wall, head ducked low under the root lip.
the flashlight beam bouncing hard enough to make the narrow exit pulse like a strobe tunnel. Then I was outside again, in the heat and air and insect noise and brutal green daylight. Paul looked at my face and took one step back.
What the hell is in there? I opened my mouth and found nothing useful ready to come out. So I did what people do when their minds are still trying to re-enter the world after leaving it. I bent over, hands on my thighs, and breathed. Not because I was winded, because the open air did not feel real enough yet. Paul repeated himself, sharper this time. Devon. I straightened slowly and looked back at the gap between the boulders. From outside, in full daylight, it was almost laughably unimpressive. A dark slit under roots, a stain in the washout. If you didn't know what sat past the bend, you could pass within 6 feet of it and never think twice. There are human remains in there, I said. Even then, the words felt smaller than what they were trying to describe. Paul stared at me. Then he looked at the gap, then back at me. How much? I shook my head once. Enough. He swore, long and low, and neither of us moved for a second after that. Then I looked down and saw my own boot. The sole of my right boot had picked up a wet, dark smear from the chamber floor. It clung in the tread, almost black against the rubber, with tiny pale grit embedded in it. Bone flecks, or enamel, or something close enough that the distinction no longer mattered. I scraped it once against a stone and immediately regretted it, because the mark came off in a thick, tacky line that smelled worse in the open air than it had in the chamber. Used. That was the word now fixed in my head, not haunted, not cursed. Used. Used by something that understood darkness, concealment, and time. Something that had turned that chamber into more than a shelter. A feeding place, maybe. A waiting place. A place where things were reduced and left layered into the floor until even the stone began to remember them. And the worst thought, the one that changed the whole story from a single impossible wilderness incident into something much colder, came not inside the chamber, but standing outside it in daylight, with that foul smear on my boot. Whatever had been in there had not needed to rush. That meant it knew enough to hide, enough to feed, and if disturbed, enough to wait. No guide wants to get. In the days after, the world did what it always does after something terrible. It tried to become administrative. That sounds colder than I mean it to, but it's true. No matter how strange a thing feels while it is happening, no matter how much it seems to step outside the normal shape of cause and effect, once the immediate danger passes, paperwork comes to claim it. Reports, statements, timelines, distances, observations in complete sentences stripped of tone and weather and fear. Forms with little blank boxes that imply any human event can be made manageable if you compress it hard enough. So that was what I did. I filed my guide incident report first, the same afternoon, while the details were still sharp enough to hurt. Date, route, party size, weather conditions, departure time, approximate location of campsite, sequence of disappearance, recovery, behavioral change, physical assault, request for extraction, handoff to responding personnel. I wrote it twice because the first version said too much of the wrong kind of thing, and not enough of the kind any one official can use. There is no checkbox for the missing woman spoke as if she had come back from somewhere that had already learned her voice. There is no line for I found a chamber full of bones and old human remnants in the washout and could not say with any confidence that it was empty when I entered it. There is certainly no space for I think something in those woods may have been imitating people. So I wrote the usable version. Altered behavior, possible head injury, possible dissociative episode.
Patient became verbally aggressive and then physically assaultive. Human remains observed in cave-like void near washout. Location relayed for ranger and law enforcement follow-up. That sort of language. Flat, sanitary, built to survive a supervisor's desk. Then came the verbal retellings. Ranger office first. One of the district leads took me through the sequence in the deliberate, careful tone of somebody trying not to sound skeptical while also protecting himself from being pulled into anything he couldn't defend later. I walked him through the timeline again, from trailhead to extraction. He stopped me at the important procedural points. How far from camp had we found her? Was she fully dressed or still in sleepwear? Did I observe evidence of a fall? Had she complained of neck pain? Did she make direct threats before attacking her husband? Had she appeared intoxicated? Was there any reason to suspect drug use? Did the family mention psychiatric history? No, 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 no.
Not that I had been told. He wrote everything down. Then he asked about the chamber. I described it the best I could without hearing myself sound unstable. Human remains in mixed condition, likely old. Animal remains as well. Trash from multiple decades. Signs of repeated use. Possible evidence the subject had been in or near the chamber based on found battery and matching material under her fingernails. He did not ask me what I thought the chamber meant. I was grateful for that. A sheriff's deputy called the next morning. Younger voice, polite, tired already. He asked the same questions in a different order and with more legal caution around the physical evidence.
Did I touch anything? Move anything? Photograph the scene? Could I return to point the location out to a formal search team if requested? Did I believe the woman had been attacked by a person in the backcountry before being found? Did I have reason to believe a transient or violent drifter might be inhabiting the chamber? That last one should have comforted me. It was the first official explanation that even approached the shape of predation. Instead, it left me feeling hollow. Because if a man had been living in that chamber, then a great many other things still did not fit. The voices, the impossible private knowledge, the way Evelyn had looked at us in the washout and asked why we were out there, the sentence about not letting them answer if she called, the thing she had screamed while we held her down. Still, I heard myself say, "It's possible." That became the rhythm of those days. Everything was possible, provided it stayed inside the borders of known damage. Fugue state, delirium, hidden head trauma, infection, psychiatric break, trauma-induced disinhibition, dissociative event. A woman sleepwalks, gets injured or frightened, encounters something deeply disturbing, and then decompensates. A woman with buried family trauma undergoes a stress-induced break in the wilderness. A woman suffers a neurological event and begins confabulating cruel or fragmented material around real memories. A person or animal dragged old remains into that chamber over time, and my frightened brain overassembled the rest. I tried, sincerely, to accept some version of that, not because I'm especially obedient to authority, because the alternative was a shape of thought I did not know how to carry and continue functioning. So I forced myself, over and over, back into the official lanes.
When my mind slid toward the memory of Evelyn's mouth moving beside the helicopter stretcher, as if she were answering somebody standing there, I told myself, shock does strange things. When I remembered the second set of impressions in the soft ground, I told myself, fatigue creates patterns. When the sentence she whispered to me before I ran for help came back, the ones that sound right at first, I folded it as tightly as I could into the category of post-incident confusion and set it on the shelf with everything else I could not bear to examine directly. At night, that system worked less well. Sleep became procedural too, but in the opposite direction. I would lie down, exhausted enough to drop quickly, then wake at 2 or 3 in the morning with the same hard jolt in my chest, already listening. My apartment, temporary seasonal housing then, just a narrow 1-bedroom over a storage garage near the guide office, would be ordinary in every visible respect. Refrigerator hum, pipes ticking faintly, a car crossing the road outside every so often. The known, harmless dark of human construction. And still, for the first few seconds after waking, I would be certain I had heard someone speaking just beyond the edge of the room. Not a sentence, not even words most times, just the shape of a familiar voice trying to become one. I stopped sleeping with the window cracked after the second night. I told nobody that. What I did tell people was the manageable part, that I was tired, that the incident had rattled me more than most, that seeing human remains in the chamber had complicated the scene and probably intensified my impressions of the rest. That was respectable, understandable. Everybody likes a trauma response they can file under exposure. The search team went up to the washout the day after the extraction. They recovered remains, more than I had seen apparently, enough that the site became law enforcement relevant in a way beyond a simple ranger hazard report. They also recovered some debris items for evidence processing and took photographs I never asked to see. No one shared much after that, beyond the usual, "We're still looking into it," which is what official channels say when facts exist, but don't yet add up into a statement safe enough to release. I kept waiting for one clean answer to emerge. A skull fragment matched to an old missing person, evidence of a transient camp in the deeper passage, confirmation that Evelyn had struck her head in the washout and suffered some kind of rare but documented post-traumatic behavioral disturbance. Anything. Instead, there was only delay. And in that delay, the emotional center of the story shifted. During the event itself, fear had been bright and immediate. Someone is missing. Someone is back but wrong. Someone has turned violent. Run. Lift. Stabilize. Extract. Afterward, the fear changed color. It got heavier, hollower, less like panic and more like waiting for a call you know can only make the world smaller. 3 days passed, then 4. I kept expecting the ranger office to update me first, or the sheriff, or maybe even Richard, once they had some medical explanation and the shape of things in the hospital had settled enough that he could speak about them without breaking apart. Instead, it was Mara who called. I was outside the office when my phone rang, standing in the shade behind the equipment shed
with a cup of coffee that had gone lukewarm because I'd forgotten about it in my hand. I remember the sun was too bright on the gravel, and someone was loading backpacks into the truck for a youth group day hike, laughing too loudly in that morning way people do when the day still belongs to them. I almost let the call go to voicemail because I didn't recognize the number at first. Then I answered.
Hello? There was no reply for a second, just breathing. And in that 1 second, I knew it was bad. Not because people only pause before grief, because exhausted people do. People who haven't slept. People trying to decide whether saying a thing out loud will make it final. I had heard that silence before in emergency work and in the little rooms outside ICU waiting areas, where families stand with paper cups and bad posture and try to form a sentence their lives have not yet adjusted to. Then Mara said my name. Not hi, not it's Mara, not any of the ordinary wrappers people put around calls when they still think conversation exists. Just Devin. Her voice sounded older than it had on the trail. That is the best description I have. Not lower, not damaged, just older. As if the previous few days had sanded years into it. The steadiness was still there because people like Mara don't lose that first. But it had gone thin at the edges, frayed. Like cloth pulled too many times over something sharp. I moved farther from the others without even deciding to. The coffee in my hand had become meaningless weight. What happened? I asked. Again, that breath first. Controlled, gathered. Then she said, "My mom died." The world did not stop the way people always claim it does in stories. That would have been easier. Everything continued. Gravel glare, distant laughter from the lot, a truck door slamming, a bird in the pines, the whole ordinary insult of life proceeding in clean parallel, while one sentence came through a phone and turned all your earlier fear into something denser. I did not say I was sorry right away. I wish I had. I should have. But my mind had gone momentarily blank in the most stupid, practical way. As if all the official possibilities I had been stacking in my head, fugue, delirium, head injury, infection, psych break, had suddenly reached the end of their useful range and simply dropped me through. When? I heard myself ask. Last night. Her voice cracked on the second word and then repaired itself. I leaned one shoulder against the shed wall because standing upright had become more deliberate than before. What happened? There was another pause, and in that pause, before she answered, I understood something with a coldness that felt almost ceremonial. The story had not ended on the mountain. It had only gone indoors. Emera did not tell it in a straight line. I don't think she could. When people recount the final hours of someone they love, especially after too little sleep and too much fluorescent light, they almost never tell you the story in order. They circle it. They hand you pieces. A sentence from 2 a.m. arrives before something that happened at dinner time. A smell gets remembered more clearly than a diagnosis. One look, one phrase, one movement of a hand survives with brutal clarity, while whole hours collapse into the general architecture of waiting rooms and paper gowns and the soft machinery sounds of modern illness. So that was how I got it. in fragments. And maybe fragments were the only honest shape for it anyway. Mara was sitting in a hospital corridor when she called me back later that afternoon, after the first short, stunned call had ended, and after I had made the mistake of thinking I could return to work for another hour. I couldn't. I sat in my truck behind the guide office, with the windows up and the engine off while the heat built around me, and I listened to her tell me what happened to her mother, in a voice so tired it sounded scraped. At first, she said, the hospital still looked like it might become a normal explanation. That was the phrase she used. Looked like. The air crew had handed Evelyn off to the ER in Reading, where they'd cleaned her properly, imaged her head, rebandaged her feet, and started the standard chain of observations. She had arrived alert enough to state her name, intermittently oriented, alternately weepy and apologetic, with no obvious catastrophic head trauma on first pass. Richard got stitches at his temple. Daniel's bite wound was irrigated, documented, wrapped. The family sat under the bright democratic misery of emergency medicine and waited for science to restore sequence. For a while, science pretended it might. CT came back without the kind of dramatic bleed everyone had feared. Blood work showed stress markers, dehydration, inflammation, but nothing cleanly theatrical. No obvious intoxicants, no fever high enough to explain frank delirium on its own. No simple, one-sentence answer. The kind of uncertainty hospitals are filled with. The kind that still belongs to medicine, because medicine is allowed to say, "We don't know yet," without sounding insane. Evelyn stabilized for a while. That was how Mara put it. She was tired, embarrassed, and intermittently lucid enough that everyone briefly began behaving like the danger had narrowed again. She answered nurses politely. She thanked an orderly for extra blankets. She even made one weak joke about how she had chosen a terrible place to test whether 63 was too old for sleepwalking. Richard cried then, not loudly, not in front of a room, just at the bedside, with his head turned slightly away, and Evelyn apologized to him for scaring everyone. Listening to Mara tell me that part was almost unbearable, because I could hear how badly they had wanted it to mean recovery. But then night came. It did not happen immediately, she said. That mattered to her. Maybe because it made the whole thing feel less like a single break and more like something waiting for the right conditions to begin again. The room they moved Evelyn to was one of those ordinary, monitored beds that are neither ER chaos nor true quiet. Paper gown, hospital wristband, telemetry leads on the chest, blood pressure cuff cycling every so often, overhead fluorescent light, dimmed but not off. Her lips had gone dry and cracked. The inside of her mouth still had small injuries from where she'd bitten herself in the woods. A nurse had given her ice chips and one of those pink sponge swabs on a stick to wet her lips. Mara remembered that stupid detail vividly, she said, because Evelyn hated the swab and kept trying to be polite about it. For a while, she slept. Then, sometime after dark, she woke up, afraid. Not disoriented in the soft, confused way older patients sometimes do in hospitals. Not asking where she was or why the room looked strange. Afraid. Mara said it started with her eyes. Evelyn opened them and looked at the doorway first, then the ceiling corner, then the bathroom door inside the room, and whatever she saw or imagined there, changed her breathing before she ever spoke. She began asking whether the lights were staying on. Not once, repeatedly. Not panicking exactly, not yet. Asking the way someone checks whether a lock has truly caught. Don't turn the lights off. A nurse told her nobody was turning them off. A few minutes later, she said it again. Please don't turn the lights off. By then, Mara and Daniel were both still there. Richard, too. All of them tired enough to be speaking in the low, gentle tones people use when they think someone is drifting into ordinary post-trauma agitation. Daniel told her she was safe. Mara adjusted the blanket over her shoulders. Richard took her hand, and Evelyn kept looking past them. That was one of the details Mara came back to more than once. Not at them, past them. Aspica's toward the bathroom. At one point, Richard stood to use it himself, just to splash water on his face, and Evelyn grabbed for him with surprising speed and told him not to. Not, don't leave me, not, stay here. She said, don't answer if she talks to you from in there. Mara stopped speaking for a moment after telling me that. I could hear hospital noise on the line behind her, some distant cartwheel, a monitor chirp, an overhead page too blurred to catch. When she spoke again, her voice had gone flatter, the way people talk when they are describing something they have not found a place to live with inside themselves yet. She said it like she already knew what would happen if he did. That line did something to me the original trail incident had not quite managed on its own. Because a possession story, if you let yourself think in those terms at all, is at least conceptually simple. One thing inside another. A body occupied, a mind distorted. This was worse. This implied duplication. Voice separated from body. Recognition used as a lure. I sat in my truck with my forehead against the steering wheel for a second after Mara said it, because I did not want my face open to the world while I listened. The hospital tried to manage her as a patient because that was what they could do. They checked her neuro status again, repeated questions, pain response, orientation, medication review, possible consults, sedation when her agitation increased. That should have helped. It didn't help enough. Mara said Evelyn began alternating between moments of near total lucidity and spells of terror so sharp they made the room itself feel contaminated. In one moment, she would know everyone. In the next, she would stare at Daniel and ask who he was in a tone so calm, it made the question worse. Not, what are you doing here? Not, why are you looking at me like that? Just, who is that? Daniel had laughed at first, the short, wounded laugh people make when reality swerves in a way too cruel to accept directly. It's me, Mom. And Evelyn had looked at him, really looked, with that same delayed recognition I had seen on the trail. And only after he said it again, Daniel, Mom, it's Daniel, did something like understanding come back into her face. Mara said she never forgot the expression on her brother's face in that moment. Neither have I, and I didn't even see it. Evelyn fought sedation. Not continuously. That was the awful part. She would accept the medication, soften, seem to drift, and then jerk back into fear, as if sleep had brought her closer to something she had been trying not to meet. Twice she clawed at the underside of the bed hard enough that nurses had to pull her hands back out before she tore the skin from her own fingers. She kept reaching under there, as if someone might be crouched just beyond the frame, where fluorescent light couldn't reach. At one point, she bit down on the rail of the bed, or on her own mouth, Mara wasn't sure which in the chaos, and cracked one of her teeth. Not shattered it, but cracked it enough that there was blood in her saliva after. Threads of it, pink at first, then brighter after she spat into a tissue and looked offended by the sight, as though the body bleeding on cue had become one more indignity she could not account for. She vomited again too, not as violently as on the trail, but with the same defeated misery afterward. Acid and bile into a plastic basin, shoulders shaking, telemetry leads tugging against clammy skin, while a nurse held her hair back with the practiced tenderness of someone paid too little to witness so much human undoing. And through it all, the lines came back, not in a dramatic chant, not over and over like some script trying to convince the audience, more like fragments surfacing from deeper water. Don't turn the lights off. That's not where it stopped standing. That one made Mara ask, what's not? Where? But Evelyn would only stare at the corner by the bathroom and breathe harder. Then later, it wore her voice first. Mara said one of the nurses assumed her referred to Evelyn herself and wrote something down about dissociation. Maybe that was the right clinical move. Maybe not. But when I heard the line again from Mara's mouth, in the sterile language of a hospital retelling, it did not lose any of its original dread. It gained some, because now it had survived removal from the woods. That mattered. The line from the trail shelf had not been a wilderness hallucination bound to place and fear. It had crossed into a hospital room under fluorescent light and telemetry and paper charting, and still kept its shape. Mara said the doctors never found a single explanation they trusted fully. There were theories, of course. There are always theories. Occult seizure activity missed on first imaging. A metabolic event unfolding beneath the thresholds of the obvious. Delirium from stress layered over undetected injury. A rare psychiatric break late in life. Some combination of all of it. Enough abnormality to justify concern, not enough clarity to make anyone claim certainty. Then, near the end, she would not tell me the exact time, maybe she couldn't, Evelyn quieted. Not better, quieted. The fear seemed to go out of her in a way that frightened the family even more than the agitation had. She lay still, telemetry leads on her chest, wristband against the sheet, mouth a little open because her lips had swollen slightly from biting. Fluorescent light flattening every color in the room into the same exhausted truth. Richard holding one of her hands, Mara on the other side. Daniel standing near the foot of the bed, like a man who had already gone beyond the point where grief could find a proper posture. Evelyn looked at Richard, then at the bathroom door, then back at Richard. And very softly, with a clarity Mara said was the worst of the whole night, she whispered, "If she talks to you from in there, don't answer this time. This time, not if it happens, this time." Mara said Richard made a sound then, like something inside him had finally torn. After that, things moved quickly in the medical sense, faster than meaning could catch up,
Staff in the room, voices changing register, monitor shifts, questions no family ever wants to hear asked in that tone. They worked her. Of course, they worked her. People in hospitals always work the body as long as they can, because that is the work. But medicine, for all its tools, was not given something it could explain cleanly back to them.
By the time Mara finished telling me that part, the inside of my truck had gone stifling with trapped heat, and still I had not opened the door. Not because I was overwhelmed in some dramatic way, because I was trying to understand what kind of story I was now sitting inside. It was no longer possible to tell myself that everything strange had belonged only to stress and darkness in the woods. The hospital had stripped away atmosphere. No pines, no washout, no animal smells, no black drainage under pre-dawn dark, just fluorescent light, clammy skin, telemetry leads, cracked lips, blood and saliva, a bathroom door, and a woman who seemed to know with terrible precision that voices could arrive from the wrong body and still sound right enough to answer. That was the part that stayed with me after Mara stopped speaking. Not the death itself, though that was heavy enough. The implication. Whatever had happened to Evelyn Hart had not needed the forest once it got inside her memory. Or beside it. 6.3. The missing camera returns. It was 4 days after Mara told me her mother was dead when the ranger office called about the camera. By then, I had already started making the kind of quiet bargains people make when they are trying to keep functioning around something they do not understand. I had stopped replaying the washout in full. I let myself think about the sequence only in useful pieces. The report, the extraction, the chamber, the hospital. Never all at once. I had gone back to work in the half-committed way people do after trauma, when returning to routine feels less like recovery than surrender to momentum. I checked permits. I briefed day hikers. I pointed out poison oak and snake risk, and reminded strangers to carry more water than they thought they needed. Outwardly, I was still the same guide. Inwardly, I had started rationing thought. So when the district office number flashed on my phone that afternoon, I answered, expecting another procedural follow-up. More questions from the sheriff's office. Confirmation that the washout was now closed, pending investigation. Maybe a request to identify the exact line we'd taken to the campsite. Instead, the admin woman told me they had a small batch of recovered personal items from the sweep near the drainage. Nothing major, she said, but one of them might be relevant to your incident. My body had already gone cold before she told me what it was. The camera. I drove over immediately. The ranger office sat in one of those low county-style buildings that always smell faintly of paper, dust, and institutional coffee, no matter the season. Beige walls, bulletin boards, a front desk scarred by years of elbows, the ordinary architecture of bureaucracy. I remember thinking, absurdly, that it was a good place for bad objects because nothing in the room allowed imagination much oxygen. A district ranger I knew only casually met me with a small evidence envelope and a plastic bin holding 2 other recovered items I didn't care about in that moment. A torn bit of fabric and a rusted multi-tool too far gone to belong usefully to anyone. The envelope had been resealed after documentation, and inside it sat Evelyn's old point-and-shoot. It looked smaller than I remembered. That struck me first. On the trail, hanging at her chest in its faded case, the camera had seemed part of her,
almost an extension of the way she moved through the day, quietly attentive, collecting details other people would have walked past. Sitting now in an evidence sleeve under fluorescent office light, it looked fragile, not quaint, vulnerable.
One of those little digital cameras people trusted before everything migrated into phones and clouds and endless accidental storage. Scratched silver casing, slight wear around the grip, a hairline crack in one corner of the back screen, mud dried into the seam where the battery compartment latched. Battery was separate, the ranger said. Search team found both near the drainage line. Tech didn't do much with it beyond confirming it still powered. I looked up. You turned it on? Briefly, to identify ownership if possible. Didn't go through all the images. He said it in the apologetic tone people use when they have already touched something personal and don't want to admit how much of it they saw. I nodded. He studied my face a second, then said, "You want a room?" That surprised me enough that I nearly said no out of reflex. Then I realized he meant privacy. "Yeah," I said. "Thanks." He let me use one of the small interior offices, usually reserved for trail maps and seasonal planning. The room held a desk, 2 hard chairs, a dead plant in a county-issued pot, and a filing cabinet that looked older than I was. No windows. Good fluorescent light. No romance anywhere. I sat down, set the camera on the desk, and just looked at it for a moment. The casing bore a smear of old, dark dirt near the lens. A strand of something, thread maybe, had caught in the fabric of the wrist strap. The strap itself was twisted once, as if it had been yanked or snagged and never corrected. I don't know how long I sat there before turning it on. Long enough that my coffee went untouched on the corner of the desk. Long enough that the hum of the overhead light became the loudest thing in the room. Then I pressed the power button. The little startup chime came through thin and absurdly cheerful. The screen lit blue, then settled into the review menu. Battery low, but enough. I don't know what I expected to feel first. Dread, maybe. Or vindication. Or the ugly private relief of finally having one thing you could point to and say, there, this happened in a way no report ever captured. What I actually felt at first was grief. Because the first photographs were so normal. A family on a hike. That was all. The opening image showed the trailhead lot in the slanted brightness of late morning. Dusty cars and pines and the weathered signboard with one corner of the rules placard curling up. Next came Richard, standing by the back of the Lexus holding a thermos mug with one hand and squinting into the light like he distrusted both the sun and the person taking his picture. In the next frame, Daniel was bent over tightening a strap, all concentration and impatience. Then Mara half-turned with the water bottle in one hand, caught in the middle of saying something and already starting to smile at whoever stood behind the lens. The photos continued into the hike. Filtered gold light through the pines. A bright strip of creek over stone. A close shot of a blackened stump with sap hardened down its side like tears. Richard again, later now, sitting on a rock with coffee, mouth tipped in that dry, almost smile he wore when Evelyn teased him. That one hurt more than it should have, not because it was sentimental, because he looked like a man still fully inside his own life. There were a few camp photographs too, the old clearing, the fire ring before dusk settled all the way. A slightly blurred shot of Mara holding a mug
one eyebrow raised as if she had just said something funny and too sharp at once. Then the tree line at dusk. That one stopped me for a second, not because it was strange in itself, just because I remembered the moment she took it. The eastern edge of camp, where the pines thickened and the light had gone flat and gray between them.
On the camera screen now, under clean office lighting, the frame looked almost exactly as I would have expected. A band of dark trunks, low brush, ground not clearly visible beyond the flash's reach. That ambiguous threshold where evening begins swallowing detail faster than the eye likes. The next image was the dark frame Richard had dismissed. It had come out almost entirely black, not truly empty. If I leaned closer, I could see the faint flare of flash on particulates and the vaguest ghost of trunk lines at the edge, but useless, essentially. The kind of accidental image old cameras produce when low light and distance refuse cooperation. I almost moved past it. Instead, I paused, because the sequence felt wrong. There should have been more after dusk, more campfire photos, more family pictures, if she'd kept using the camera through the evening, but the memory card showed only one more file after the dark frame. The last image. I clicked it open. And for a moment, I genuinely thought the camera had frozen, because my mind would not accept the composition all at once. The timestamp sat in the corner of the playback display. 2:41 a.m. I stared at it first because the numbers meant nothing until they suddenly meant everything. Richard had woken me after that. Not before dawn in the loose emotional sense. After 2:41. I knew that because I had checked the time when I fumbled for my headlamp, and because that number had stuck in my memory as one of those stupid concrete details trauma preserves. He came to my tent after 2:50, closer to 3. Which meant the image on the screen had been taken while, as far as any of us knew, Evelyn was still in her sleeping bag. I looked at the picture again. The flash had caught the nearest trunks hard and pale, washing the foreground in that flat, cruel digital light old point-and-shoot cameras produced in darkness. Beyond them, just inside the tree line east of camp, stood a figure in a pale nightgown. Bare legs, loose hair, one shoulder turned slightly toward the lens. The body was too far from the camera for facial detail to come back fully clean, but the flash had found enough of the face to make recognition possible. Not perfect, not cinematic, but enough. It was Evelyn, or something shaped exactly like her. She was standing among the trees before Richard woke and said she was gone. I zoomed in. The image degraded the way digital images do when you ask them for more than they have to give. Pixels thickening, edges stair-stepping, the camera's lie becoming visible. But the subject only became worse the longer I looked. Evelyn's face, or the face of the figure in the nightgown, was turned almost directly toward the camera. The features were too grain-soft to read expression with certainty. Mouth dark. Eyes flash-caught enough to flatten, but not enough to reflect. It might have been blankness. It might have been a smile. It might have been neither, and only the poor mathematics of old optics making a person look wrong. Then I noticed the lower corner. At first, I thought it was a branch intruding into frame near the lens. Then I realized branches do not have knuckles. There was a hand in the lower left edge of the image, very close to the camera, too close to belong to the figure among the trees. The flash had hit it hard enough to reveal shape, but not enough to clarify everything cleanly. Long fingers. Too much grime or dark wetness worked into the creases and under the nails. The hand appeared to be partially raised, either reaching into the frame or already occupying the space beside whoever had taken the photo. Between the index and middle finger, something pale was pinched. Small, curved. At first I thought stone. Then I zoomed again and felt my throat close. The pale object was smooth in the wrong way. Dense looking. Not bark, not quartz, not leaf caught in flash. It could have been a tooth. Not certainly. Nothing at that zoom was certain anymore in the technical sense. But once the possibility entered, nothing else fit as well. I leaned back from the desk so abruptly the chair legs screeched on the floor. The fluorescent hum in the office suddenly sounded too loud. I looked again, because of course I did. Timestamp, 2:41 a.m. Figure in the trees near camp in Evelyn's nightgown. Another hand near the lens. Long fingers, black grime. Pale object pinched between them. And the question that rose out of it was not merely disturbing. It was structurally catastrophic. If the figure among the trees was Evelyn, who took the picture? That was the first fracture. The second came half a second later and was worse. If someone else took it, how close were they standing to her? Not 20 feet away. Not hidden at the edge of camp. The hand in frame sat near the lens, which meant the photographer, or whoever stood beside the photographer, had been close enough for the flash to flatten skin detail on the fingers and catch the object they held. Close enough that the figure in the trees was not being observed from safety. Close enough to stage the image, or accompany it, or witness it from inside it. I don't know how long I stayed in that office. Long enough to go through the entire sequence again, hoping repetition would simplify the thing instead of deepen it. It didn't. Every pass made the timing worse. The dark frame before the final image now looked less accidental than interrupted. The ordinary family photos became unbearable because they proved the camera belonged to a real domestic day before it became evidence of something else. And the final frame kept refusing all the easy categories. It was not proof in the courtroom sense, too grainy, too strange, too vulnerable to technical skepticism. But it was proof in the private human sense, the kind that reaches certainty before language can defend it. There had been at least one presence near camp before the disappearance was even noticed. Maybe two. I sat there with the camera cooling in my hand and understood, with a deeper sickness than anything the chamber had given me, that the story had just widened again. It was no longer possible to imagine Evelyn simply hearing a voice, leaving the tent, and then encountering something at the washout. Something, someone, had already been near the camp while the rest of us slept. Already close enough to photograph her. Already close enough that her image existed out there in the trees before Richard ever came whispering to my tent that she was gone. Which meant the timeline we had all been leaning on for sanity had been wrong from the start. She had not simply vanished into the dark. The dark had been standing near us first. Going back was my worst decision. I told myself I was going back for closure. That was the word I used, because it sounded adult, reasonable. The kind of lie people with jobs and paperwork and functioning social instincts tell themselves when they are actually being dragged by something uglier than closure. Curiosity, maybe. Obsession, if you want the honest word. Not the cheap, sensational kind, the quieter, more corrosive version. The need to stand in the same place again and see whether the world will finally choose one face and keep it. It was late October when I went back. The season had thinned out by then. Fewer hikers, fewer families, fewer people romantic enough to want a backcountry overnight once the heat was gone and the first edge of winter had started touching the high ground. The ranger office still had routes open in lower sections, but the easy friendliness of summer had drained out of everything. Mornings came colder and later.
Light traveled weaker through the timber. The pines dropped dry orange-brown needles in thick, slick drifts that gathered in the seams of the trail and muffled footfall in a way I did not like. I did not tell anyone where I was going. That part still embarrasses me. If I had any honorable reason for going back, I should have made it official. Should have told the district office I wanted one more look at the closed drainage before winter weather complicated future access. Should have gone with a ranger or a deputy, or, at minimum, another guide with enough common sense to stop me if I started behaving like a man in a bad story. Instead, I went alone, because by then I no longer wanted witnesses to the possibility that I had built too much of the whole thing in my own head. That was the private wager I was making. Either I would go back, see an emptied place, a searched chamber, a landscape reduced by official attention and weather to nothing but rocks and bones in my own overburdened memory. And I would finally begin the long, humiliating work of admitting that trauma had done what trauma always does: sharpened, distorted, personalized. Or I would find something that justified the fact that, even months later, I still woke sometimes with the certainty that a familiar voice had spoken just beyond whatever room I was in. I drove up before dawn and reached the trailhead just as first light was trying and failing to become confidence. The lot was almost empty. Frost clung in the shadowed gravel where sunlight hadn't yet touched. My breath showed in front of me when I stepped out of the truck. The cold had that dry, metallic quality Northern California gets in late autumn, when the nights start taking more from the landscape than the days can replace. The old trail sign looked bleached and brittle. The air smelled less like sap than bark, less like life than structure. I stood there a minute longer than necessary, with my pack half on one shoulder, looking at the trailhead opening into the trees, and feeling the first honest pulse of not wanting to do this. I went anyway. The route in was familiar enough to wound. That was the hardest part at first, the way memory kept placing other versions of the day over the one I was living. Here was where Evelyn stopped to photograph creek water. Here was where Richard took coffee on a rock and squinted like the sun had insulted him personally. Here was where Daniel got too far ahead and corrected himself. Here was where Mara began watching the whole group the way nurses watch a room before anybody else notices what's changing. Now the trail held none of them, only me, moving through colder air under thinner light, with the soft, dry crush of burnt orange needles under my boots and the reduced creek muttering lower in its bed than it had that summer. The forest had gone quieter in a seasonally normal way. Fewer insects, fewer birds, less leaf noise in the understory. Still, every silence on that hike
felt like a tailored version of the old ones. By the time I reached the campsite clearing, the sun was technically up, but had not done much for the place. The light came through the pines in weak, angled strips that never fully reached the ground in one piece. The clearing looked smaller than I remembered, more exposed. The old fire ring had been kicked apart by the search team months earlier, and then half reassembled by weather and neglect into an ugly scatter of dark stones. No new trash, no fresh camp sign, just a closed place returning to itself, or pretending to. The eastern edge still drew the eye first. The slope toward the drainage had collected a heavier layer of needles, their dull orange and rust-brown tones almost pretty from a distance, until you stepped on them and felt the slick, shifting give underneath. The sweet rot smell met me before I was halfway down, weaker in cold air than I remembered, but unmistakable all the same. Mold, wet earth, old organic breakdown, and that faint animal warmth under it that made the back of my throat tighten. The washout looked meaner in autumn. The roots were barer now, their exposed lengths darker and more tendon-like under the weaker light. The stone face had taken on a colder color, mineral streaks sharper where recent damp had dried in uneven bands. The reduced creek below had left the soil patchier, some sections hard as old pottery, others dark and soft in pockets where seepage still held. And right away I could tell the chamber had not simply become an empty evidence site. I don't mean in some supernatural sense, I mean physically. Used again. The signs were small, but they were there, if you knew how to read disturbed ground. The floor near the entrance had changed since the sweep. Bones I remembered lying in one pattern now sat shifted in another. Not cleaned up, moved. The search team had taken what mattered to them and left the rest cataloged in photographs and memory. But what I saw was newer than official disturbance. A deer rib fragment that had been farther in now lay closer to the gap. A line of old leaves had been pressed aside, and not by boots. There was fresher waste, too, scat or droppings hard to call from a glance and colder weather, but recent enough that the chamber no longer felt like a preserved scene. A torn energy gel wrapper I had never seen before sat snagged in the roots near the entrance. Bright foil, still bright enough to prove it did not belong to the older trash layers below. And there were drag marks. Not dramatic furrows, not the heavy, obvious signs people imagine when they hear that phrase. Just two low disruptions in the needles and softer soil leading toward the gap. As if something or someone had been drawn in with uneven weight and no concern for leaving a clean track. I stood there a long time before going in. Long enough to know I was making a choice again, and that it was a bad one. Then I took the flashlight from my pack, switched it on, and ducked into the gap between the boulders. The chamber was colder than outside by several degrees. Not winter cold, underground cold, the kind that gets into the front of your teeth and under your shirt collar with equal efficiency. The smell hit sooner this time, because I knew what was waiting inside, and my body had stopped granting me the courtesy of surprise. Damp mineral, rot, old fur, old iron, old death. The passage scraped my shoulders again, and widened just enough after the bend to admit me into the low chamber proper. It looked emptier and worse. Some of the human remains had been removed, yes. The skull fragment I remembered was gone.
So were several of the obvious teeth and the ring. Evidence bags had taken what institutions could classify, but they had not changed the chamber's nature. The old nesting debris remained. Animal bones still lay in greasy, pale clusters. Rusted tins, wrappers, fur matted into corners. The blackened, slick section of floor was still there too, dark as dried blood in the beam, though colder now and ringed by a finer spread of pale shards than I remembered. Something had shifted them. I crouched lower and saw fresh impressions in the flattened debris beside the darker patch. Not boot tread, not anything official. A low, oblong pressure area with some of the old leaves and fur pressed smooth beneath it, as if something had lain there with weight distributed close to the ground. Not briefly either, long enough to leave a memory in the mess. Listening.
That is the word that came into my head and would not leave, as if whatever had used this chamber had not only fed or hidden there, it had waited there. Then I found the tooth. It lay just beyond the flattened patch, half embedded in the muck where my light almost missed it because I had already begun looking for larger horrors. It was a human molar, or premolar, hard to say without lifting it, but that wasn't what made me go cold. It had a silver filling, a small, dull, metallic crescent still set into one side. I did not pick it up, I just stared. Because Mara had told me about Evelyn cracking a tooth in the hospital, and though I had never seen which one, never asked, never wanted to be the kind of man who asked a grieving daughter for dental details to satisfy his own fear, the possibility hit immediately and completely. If it was hers, if it had come from the hospital later somehow, that was impossible. If it was someone else's, it was somehow no better. My flashlight shook once and settled. That was when I heard the voice. Not inside the chamber, from outside the entrance. Soft, near enough to be just beyond the bend in the rock, clear enough that there was no mistaking the voice print. Mine. Devon. Quiet, not urgent, not monstrous. Just the way I might have said my own name under my breath while checking a list, or trying to remember whether I'd forgotten something back at the truck. For one pure second, my body tried to answer before my mind caught up. That is the part people never understand if they haven't been in real fear. You do not first think, what if this is a trick? You recognize. Recognition acts before wisdom. My throat actually moved. Then Evelyn's whisper came back whole in my head. Don't let them answer me if I call. And right behind it, the ones that sound right at first. I froze in a crouch in that chamber, with the flashlight aimed at the tooth with the silver filling, and did not make a sound. A long second passed, then another. No repetition, no second call. Just the cold chamber, the smell, my pulse hammering hard enough to blur the edges of the beam. I backed out without turning fully around. When I reached the entrance bend, I stopped and listened. Nothing. No one outside, no boot shift in the needles, no retreating brush sound, no breath. The washout beyond the gap held only weak, late autumn light, stone, roots, and the reduced thread of the creek farther down. I got out of there, fast enough to stop caring whether I looked foolish. I did not run until I reached the upper slope by camp. Then I ran all the way back to the trailhead,
with the certain, humiliating knowledge that whatever I had gone there hoping to settle had instead settled itself further inside me. Because by then the worst thought was no longer that the chamber held remains. It was that something associated with that place knew how to use patience, knew how to stay still,
knew how to make a familiar voice and hold it at exactly the right distance, and knew, now, mine well enough to try it back on me. What I think happened. I have had years to make myself sound less crazy than this. I have had years to file the sharp edges off the story, to present it the way officials prefer and ordinary people can survive hearing. A woman suffered some kind of break in the wilderness. A family was torn open by stress and buried history. A guide saw too much and let the atmosphere of the place do the rest. I have rehearsed versions of it in my head that would offend no one's sense of order. I have even believed those versions in short, exhausted stretches, usually in daylight, usually when I am busy enough that memory has to wait its turn. But if I am being honest, fully, uselessly honest, those versions do not hold the whole weight of what happened. I don't say that theatrically. I don't say it because I want mystery more than truth. I say it because the normal explanations stop fitting when you force them to carry every detail. And I have forced them to carry every detail, over and over. So this is the closest I can come to what I think happened, though think may be the wrong word. Maybe what I can't stop believing is closer. I think Evelyn heard a familiar voice in the dark and followed it. That is the first hinge. Maybe it sounded like Mara. Maybe it sounded like Richard. Maybe it sounded like someone from her childhood or someone dead, or just a version of concern shaped exactly to her ear. I don't know. But I believe she heard something that did not alarm her immediately, because a woman in her 60s does not leave a tent barefoot in deep wilderness dark for no reason at all. Not without her boots, not without her light, not without at least enough waking thought to protect herself from roots, cold, and snakes and the ordinary dangers any competent adult recognizes. So she heard something, and it sounded right enough at first. That phrase matters more to me than anything else she said later. Not because it is poetic, because it is practical. It implies process, trial, a thing learning where recognition begins and where doubt arrives too late. I think she followed that voice toward the drainage and the washout, and somewhere near that chamber she encountered whatever had been using that place. Now here is where the explanations fork, and none of them stay clean. The simplest explanation available is still a human one. A person living rough, somebody feral, violent, practiced at concealment, maybe mentally unsound, maybe predatory in the most ordinary and ugly sense. Someone who had learned the rhythms of frightened campers and knew how to draw a body toward a dark place. I have tried that explanation on the story many times because it is the easiest one to live beside. Men do terrible things in the woods. Men collect trophies. Men use caves and washes and abandoned places to hide the damage they do. None of that requires anything supernatural, only appetite and opportunity. But the human explanation frays too. It frays on the voices, it frays on the camera image, it frays on the way Evelyn came back looking at us, not as rescuers, but as intruders. It frays on what she said in the hospital. So I have had to admit a wider possibility, not a grand one, not a mythology, just a possibility.
that there was something in or around that chamber that used sound and remains and familiarity the way other predators use speed or camouflage. I don't know what that means in a scientific sense. I don't even know if thing is the right word. It could have been one damaged human body plus the chamber's history plus a frightened brain. It could have been an animal intelligence we do not like to imagine because it comes too close to the edge of our own.
It could have been something spiritual, if you need that language, though I don't love it because the word spiritual often turns horror into metaphor, and what happened to that family was physical enough for blood and fillings and bandages and death certificates. Still, whatever it was, I think it was doing more than hiding there. Feeding, maybe. Nesting, maybe. Imitating, certainly. Testing, almost certainly. That last one is the part I keep returning to, because if you look at the sequence without trying to make it polite, it feels less like a single strike and more like a thing assessing response. A voice in the dark before the disappearance is noticed. A second sound from the wrong direction. The photograph time-stamped before Richard woke me, showing a figure in Evelyn's nightgown already among the trees, while another hand intrudes near the lens. The sentence she screamed later, it wore her voice first, which only makes sense if something came before the version of her we found. And then, the possibility I hate most. When we found Evelyn, we may not have found her immediately, or not all of her. I understand how insane that sounds. I do. Believe me, I have sat with that sentence longer than anyone else ever will, and I know exactly what kind of look it deserves. But when I force myself to go back to the actual details, not the report version, not the daylight sanitized version, the possibility keeps opening under me. She stood there, with her back to us, in the washout, perfectly still. She did not answer at first. When she turned, there was that half beat where recognition was absent, not lost in panic, not blurred by tears or confusion, simply not there yet. Then she asked, "Why are you all out here?" That question has never stopped sounding wrong. Not "where am I?" Not "what happened?" Not "thank God." Not "why did you come looking?" Why are you all out here? As if she had already been somewhere else, long enough for us to become the unexpected presence. And there was the calm in her face. That wrong calm. Not relaxation, not safety, not even shock. A kind of interim stillness that made every later change in her, cruelty, violence, terror, feel less like a mood swing than phases of something deeper, trying on the body from inside and outside at once. Then there was the chewing. I heard it, just beyond the reach of the firelight, when I came back from the washout the night we found her. Wet, soft, irregular. Not loud enough to announce itself as threat, just present, working at something. I can still hear the texture of that sound, more easily than I can recall conversations from last week. If you put that beside the chamber, the remains, the blackened slick patch on the floor, the pale fragments under her nails, the idea of feeding stops feeling melodramatic and starts feeling merely ugly. And the phrase, it wore her voice first. That line is the central splinter in all of this, because it can be read multiple ways, and every reading is bad. It could mean she heard another woman's voice before whatever happened to her happened to her.
It could mean something had already been using a woman's voice, someone else's, maybe from some earlier victim, some earlier loss, some earlier borrowing. It could mean her referred to Evelyn herself, and by the time we found her, something had already been inside the shape of her long enough to know how to move it and sound from it. I do not know which version I fear most. Sometimes I think the real Evelyn died before dawn down near that chamber.
That she followed the wrong voice, reached the wrong place, and whatever came back uphill in the nightgown was never wholly her again. Not because a demon possessed her in the lazy movie sense, but because something else had already overlapped her. Voice, knowledge, body, memory, enough to pass. Enough to return to camp, to hospital, to family, while never fully belonging to the person they loved. Other times, I think that is too easy, too clean in its own horrible way. The other possibility is worse and sadder. That the real Evelyn did come back, that she was still there, fully or partly, but carrying something from that place that no one around her knew how to name. Not possession, not psychosis, not simple trauma, but contamination of some kind. Psychological, spiritual, predatory, neurological, maybe all of them stacked so close together they became meaningless categories. That she was herself enough to apologize, to know her children sometimes, to fear the dark, to beg us not to answer if she called from the bathroom. But not herself enough to keep the thing from speaking through the worst, most intimate chambers of her life. That version wrecks me more than the cleaner monster story, because it means she may have been trapped inside parts of what happened, aware in flashes, aware enough to warn us, aware enough to know the imitation had started before anyone understood the game, and aware enough, maybe, to hear it continuing, beside her, even in the hospital room, under fluorescent light, in a place where everyone believed walls and medicine and machines were still enough to establish reality. What matters most, in the end, is not which of those possibilities is technically right. What matters is that the family never got all of her back. That is the truest sentence I can give you. Whether something borrowed her voice, her memories, and her body for a few hours. Whether trauma and terror opened old wounds so completely that something more primitive climbed out through them. Whether the wrong thing walked beside the right woman until even she no longer knew which of them was speaking at a given moment. The result was the same. Richard lost the woman who touched his sleeve when she laughed and translated his dryness into warmth. Daniel lost the mother he could still, for one terrible second, call Mom in the voice of a child. Mara lost the person whose knowledge of her was supposed to hold her, not slice her open on a trail. And I lost whatever easy confidence I once had that the worst things in the wilderness can always be sorted into weather, injury, animal behavior, or bad men. I still prefer those explanations. I still reach for them first. But preference isn't the same thing as belief. And belief, after that trip, became a colder instrument than I ever wanted it to be. So no, I can't tell you exactly what waited in that drainage. I can't tell you whether it had one body or none, whether it learned from bones or from grief, whether it was human once or only human enough to understand what voices do to us in the dark. I can only tell you this. Something there knew that familiarity gets the door open faster than fear. Something there knew how to stand just beyond sight and sound, enough like someone you love. And whatever reached Evelyn Hart in those woods, the family that came down off that mountain never truly brought the whole of her home. The last image. I never took another overnight party into that drainage. I still worked outdoors for a while after that. I still do, in a way. Not guiding the same routes, not selling wilderness as a clean package of challenge and beauty to people who want a story to bring home. These days, my work leans closer to search logistics, seasonal recovery support, route hazard assessment, the less romantic side of what happens when people disappear into terrain and someone has to go looking. That shift was gradual enough that, from the outside, it might have seemed natural. Men age, men move from one type of field work to another. Knees go bad, priorities change. Offices need someone who still knows what a slope feels like under weather and panic. That's the version I let people keep. The truer version is simpler. I stopped sleeping well in the woods after Evelyn Hart. Not everywhere, not every time, but enough. Certain sounds became difficult to forgive. A voice traveling too cleanly through trees. Footsteps that stopped when I stopped. A call from beyond visible range using a name instead of a shout. None of that put me on the floor or turned me into some jumpy caricature. It just took something away. A layer of trust, maybe. The old professional confidence that wilderness fear can usually be sorted, reduced, and named by morning if you stay calm long enough. Morning had failed me once too completely for that. I kept the image, of course. I wish I could tell you I didn't. That I handed the memory card over, let the sheriff or the ranger office archive it, and refused to make myself custodian of any more proof than my own head had already preserved. That would sound healthier, less like compulsion. But I kept a copy. Not out in the open, not pinned to some wall of obsession, just buried, where people bury the things they know are poison but cannot make themselves destroy. A folder inside an archive drive, nested under renamed directories. The digital equivalent of wrapping a sharp object in rags and pushing it to the back of a drawer. For years, I almost never opened it. Almost never is not never, and that matters. Every so often, usually after a bad night or after some new search call where a familiar voice in the radio static hit me wrong, or after hearing about another strange backcountry disappearance that made the old shape of the story wake up again, I would tell myself I was only checking the timestamp, or the framing, or whether fear had exaggerated the hand in the lower corner. Always some respectable excuse. Never the truth, which was that part of me still hoped the image would finally collapse into a technical misunderstanding if I looked at it from the right distance with the right amount of cynicism. It never did. Years passed anyway. That is one of the coldest facts about life. The worst thing that ever happened to you can remain unresolved, and still the years will accumulate around it like dust on neglected furniture. I moved. I changed jobs. I grew older in ordinary ways. My hair started surrendering at the temples. I learned the routes of different counties and different seasons. I answered different kinds of calls. I became, to younger people in the field, one of those men who seems to have always already known what to do. Reliable, grounded, the kind of man others still turn to when something went sideways. I let them. But every now and then, usually in weather, The old thing leaned close again. Rain does that to memory. So does weak light. The night I finally looked at the image harder than I ever had before, it was raining hard enough to blur the yard beyond my kitchen window into one dark reflective sheet. Not a storm, not thunder, just cold, steady rain, late enough in the year that the gutters clicked with it and the house had that sealed-in, damp quiet houses get when the outside world has turned to black glass. I was alone. I had been reviewing old archived field materials for something unrelated, past route closures, incident locations, search area notes. Practical work. Boring enough that memory should have stayed asleep. Instead, I found myself clicking down through the nested folders almost without deciding to. The image opened on my laptop screen, larger than I usually allowed it. Same timestamp, 2:41 a.m. Same flash-flattened trunks. Same figure in the pale nightgown among the trees near camp. Same hand, low in the corner, too close to the lens to belong to anything comforting. I stared at it for a long time before doing anything else. Then I zoomed again. Not because I expected revelation, because time makes idiots of us by convincing us the 1,000th look might produce a mercy the first 999 did not. Digital enlargement is not magic. It doesn't create information. It only sharpens the ugly staircase of uncertainty. Pixels thicken, edges break, shadows become blocks instead of gradients. But sometimes, losing one kind of clarity reveals another. Not truth, exactly. Structure. The figure in the trees had always appeared to be looking toward the camera. That was part of what made the image so intolerable. It felt posed in a way no human being should ever be posed among trees at that hour, but enlarged far beyond what the little camera had ever intended to support. The angle shifted, not in the image, in my understanding of it. The figure was not looking at the camera. Not quite. The face, or what the flash preserved of it, was turned a few degrees past the lens, slightly to the photographer's right, slightly above. It took me too long to understand why that mattered. Then I did. If the figure in the trees was looking just past the camera, then either she had not been focused on the person taking the picture, or the person taking the picture had not been alone. I leaned closer to the screen until my own reflection began ghosting faintly over the image. The hand in the lower corner looked no less wrong enlarged. Long fingers, yes. Black grime worked into the skin or whatever covered it. The pale object still pinched there, too smooth and curved not to suggest a tooth once you had thought it once. But now, because I was looking in the wrong place instead of the obvious one, I saw something else. In the dark immediately behind the standing figure, at roughly face height but farther back among the trunks, there was a pale curve. Not bright enough to call illuminated, just enough contrast against the shadow to register once the eye stopped trying to make it into bark or random noise. A curve. Then another, smaller and less certain beside it. Not eyes, not one shape, more like the partial crescent of exposed teeth suspended where no face should have been readable at all. I sat back so fast the chair knocked the wall. Rain hit the kitchen window in hard, slanting lines. Somewhere in the house the refrigerator motor kicked on. Ordinary sounds. House sounds. The same civilized background I had trusted for years to remain separate from the woods. I looked again because I hated myself, and because that is what people do when they discover one fresh wrongness inside an older one. The pale curve remained. It did not become safer with repetition. Whether it was truly teeth, or the flash finding some wet branch at exactly the wrong angle, or digital noise arranging itself into hunger because my mind had finally learned how to complete the picture in the cruelest available way, I can't prove. What I can tell you is that once I saw it, the image changed permanently. Now the standing figure was not simply a woman or a woman-shaped thing among the trees. Now it was a woman or a woman-shaped thing looking slightly past the camera at something standing near whoever held it. That was when the final possibility entered, and I have never managed to push it back out. There may not have been one presence near camp that night.
There may have been more than one. The first voice from the woods had said, "Mom?" And it had sounded enough like Mara to catch the mind before suspicion could wake up. Then there had been an answer from downhill and movement from uphill. Then the image before the disappearance was even noticed. One figure in the trees, one hand by the lens, and perhaps something else beyond both of them. The family, and I with them, may never have been dealing with a single thing. That thought changed even my oldest memories of the night. I went back again, mentally, to the first time I heard the voice from outside the family tent. Soft, female, near enough to pass. "Mom?" At the time, I had thought the horror was imitation. Now I wasn't sure that was the full measure of it. Now I wondered whether one thing had called and another had waited. Whether one drew attention while another closed distance.
Whether the chamber in the washout had held not a solitary intelligence, but a practiced arrangement. I don't let myself stay in those thoughts long anymore, not because I have conquered them, because I have learned the cost of feeding them too well. Still, the image remains, buried where I know how to find it, which is its own confession. And the strangest, smallest contamination of all has outlived the mountain, the hospital, the reports, and the years. Sometimes, when I wake halfway in the dark, at home, in bed, in a house with locks and neighbors and rain gutters and every ordinary defense a man is allowed, I hear someone outside call my name. Not loudly, never with urgency. That would be easier. It comes soft, almost thoughtful, as if whoever is saying it expects me to answer because why wouldn't I? A few times it has sounded like Mara. Once, unmistakably, it sounded like Evelyn. Not the later Evelyn, not the ruined, frightened one from the trail or the hospital. The earlier one, warm, light. The woman at the trailhead asking about woodpeckers and fire scars. The woman who touched her husband's sleeve when she laughed. I have never gone to the window when that happens. I have never answered. I lie there in the dark and let my pulse do what it does and wait for the house to become only a house again. Sometimes it takes a long time. Sometimes morning has to come first. I don't know whether that means anything beyond memory and a nervous system damaged in a way no scan would ever have bothered to name. Maybe that is all it is. Maybe the last cruelty of the whole event is that it taught my mind a perfect new way to frighten itself, and then left me alone with it for
for the rest of my life. I would prefer that explanation. I prefer all the ordinary explanations. But preference, I learned in those trees, has very little authority.
So this is the last true thing I can tell you. I never answer voices I can't place immediately anymore. No matter how kind they sound, no matter how familiar, no matter how much they seem to belong to someone I once trusted. Because whatever stood in those trees near our camp learned two things before dawn: what Evelyn sounded like, and that I would always listen first for the people I thought I knew.